the infinite city of the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Reverse Scale. Just as Wu Wanse and his companions were hesitating whether to ask Qianxuan about what happened just now, Wu Qianming and Zhuang Yuan came in with a few strange men and women. The two saw Qimoki sitting on the sofa holding Qianxuan, and after taking a look at his face, they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that everything was fine. "What are you doing?" When they came over, Wu Wanli looked at the strange men and women behind them with some confusion. Among them, there were two young men, a foreign teenager, two young women and a middle-aged woman. The 6 people looked a little nervous, and they didn't know where to put their eyes. Wu Qianming walked over and sat down, picked up the apple on the coffee table, and took a bite, and said, "With the help of the central system, I investigated the behavior of everyone in the Chinese restaurant at the time of the incident. After careful analysis, only these 6 people are suspected." Before the end of the world, Wu Qianming was the director of the 9th Department of Superpowers. Although this title sounds intimidating, except for some trivial matters in Wu Qianming's eyes, usually referring to some cases that the police system cannot solve, things that are too dangerous and exciting are not their turn. It's not that the people in the 9th Division of Superpowers are incompetent. On the contrary, their abilities are no worse than those of some military kings. But the key is that they are no worse than giant pandas. However, before the end of the world, there were far fewer superpowers in country Z than in other countries. As a result, the upper echelons naturally protected them like nothing. How could they be willing to let them take risks? So although Wu Qianming's temperament has always been lazy, he is very familiar with handling such cases. No, he identified the suspects in a short while. But Wu Wan's eyes glanced at the 6 people with restrained expressions with some hesitation. Wu Qianming immediately understood what he meant. Their eyesight was not bad, so they could naturally see that the emotions of these 6 people were nervous, uneasy, afraid, and uneasy, but they were not guilty. However, they may not be the murderer, but they may be used by the murderer unintentionally without knowing it. He had encountered this situation before. Hearing his words, everyone subconsciously glanced at the 6 people, but Wu Qiansheng suddenly stared at the foreign boy. "You, come here." Realizing that the handsome man opposite was talking to him, and enduring the other party's cold gaze, Dennis was nervous and a little at a loss, because he couldn't understand what the other party said at all. Seeing that the boy didn't move, Wu Qiansheng frowned, and Zhuang Yuan coughed twice and said, "Fifth brother, he didn't understand what you said. You, that's you, come to the front." The latter sentence was said to the boy in English. Dennis understood this time, and walked nervously to Wu Qiansheng. "Qiansheng, what's wrong? Is there any problem with this boy?" Wu Qian'an asked. Hearing him say this, everyone's eyes fell on Dennis. Dennis was very nervous. Although he didn't understand what the people in front of him were talking about, it must be related to him. Wu Qiansheng retracted his gaze and frowned, saying, "This young man has the smell of a soul that does not belong to him, and it gives me the same feeling as the souls in Emoki just now." Hearing this, everyone's face turned cold, and their eyes looking at Dennis suddenly became scrutinizing. Not only the people from the 8 major clans, but also the faces of the few people who came with him changed. One of the young men and the young woman became relaxed, while the remaining young man, a young woman and a middle-aged woman stared at him angrily. It is not difficult to see that the first 2 should be outsiders, and the latter 3 are undoubtedly residents of Infinite City. In fact, it is no wonder. Who doesn't know the importance of strength in the end times? They also know very well that Infinite City has so many enviable things, but it can be safe and sound, relying on nothing more than the strength to deter the outside world. Among them, the number of saint-level powerhouses is an important factor in ensuring the safety of Infinite City. And now, someone is attacking their saint-level powerhouses, which is almost the same as asking for their lives. How can they not be shocked and angry? Dennis naturally felt something. His body became stiff, and cold sweat broke out. "Who is this boy?" At this time, Wu Wanse asked calmly. Wu Qianming said, "This boy is called Dennis. He just joined Infinite City yesterday and is a non-resident. After Infinite City accepted a large number of foreigners, some scattered foreigners joined Infinite City one after another, and they were treated the same as those foreigners before. Moki, did you feel anything before you fell down? The opponent's attack method or something?" Wu Qianming turned his head and asked. "Not at all." Kimoka's face was a little bad. "I just felt a sudden sharp pain in my head, and then I fell down." This, not only Wu Qianming, everyone was a little puzzled. In other words, you were just close to Dennis at that time, and then you were hit. Mina's tone was full of disbelief. It was indeed incredible. At the same time, this kind of attack without a trace also made people a little chilling. They began to assume that, if they could dodge it, they would conclude that they could not dodge it either. Listening to the conversations that he didn't understand at all, Dennis was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. He felt that he should say something to clarify himself, but because he didn't know what the other party was saying, he had no way to clarify. "Wait, I think I know who the other party is." At this time, Qianxuan suddenly raised her head from Kimoka's arms and interrupted. Everyone was stunned, and Zhu Shasha asked stupidly, "Who is it?" "Ping Jiangli and Jiangzang." Qianxuan's voice was light and faint, but it was like thunder in the ground, which made everyone change color. After a while, everyone calmed down their fear, and Wu once regained his composure and said, Zuan, speak carefully." Qianxuan sat up straight, and Kimoki adjusted her position so that she could lean comfortably in his arms. Qianxuan took out a cup of honey water and sipped it lightly and said softly, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the ability of one of them." She thought of what Kimoki had said to her, and sure enough. "Continue," Wu Wanyan urged. "I have seen abilities with similar effects." Everyone immediately understood that she had seen them in her previous life. Qianxuan's eyelids trembled, and she said, "If the other party succeeds this time, Aki will still be alive, but he will not be Aki anymore." "You mean?" Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Qianxuan said softly, "Puppet." Looking at the shock on everyone's faces, she said, "Besides, I guess we can't even find out that Aki is no longer Aki." She had heard her teacher say that the horror of dark puppetry lies in its ability to obtain the puppet's complete loyalty while retaining its original strength and temperament. Everyone gasped. They couldn't imagine what would happen to the 8 clans and even the entire Infinite City if the other party succeeded this time and they were unaware of it. And Ping Jiangli and Jiangzang's plot was already clear. Wu Yuan was furious and said, "Good. What a good Ping Jiangli, what a good Jiangzang. I underestimated them. I thought they would plot to kill the people of the 8 clans again, but I didn't expect them to be so ambitious that they would covet the entire Infinite City. They are not afraid of being choked to death by their small appetite." Wu Wanse's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. His eyes were deep and cold, like a beast that would choose its prey, but he was extremely calm and rational, with unfathomable calculations. If he guessed correctly, Ping Jiangli and Jiangzang were not only coveting Infinite City, but also, his eyes fell on Qianxuan and the magic of Infinite City because of Qianxuan. And by choosing Moki, Ping Jiangli probably guessed that one of the 8 clans must be the key, because Moki returned to the 8 clans after the end of the world, and the 8 clans also obtained those things after the end of the world, so the other party chose Moki as the first target. Ping Jiangli, Jiangzang, since you are looking for death, how can I not help you? Besides, if I hadn't thought of giving Aki the holy medicine in time, Aki's strength would have been completely wasted. At this time, Qianxuan added in a cold voice. As soon as the voice fell, bang crack, several sounds of various objects being destroyed were heard. Wu Wanyan, who had a calm personality, was so angry that his face turned red. He opened and closed his mouth for a long time, but didn't utter a word. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. The angriest person was Kimoki, who was almost a puppet and a cripple. He was almost burning with anger. He was not afraid of death, because he knew Qianxuan would accompany him. But he absolutely could not bear to be a puppet controlled by others, and be controlled to do things that hurt Qianxuan. He could not bear to become a cripple, and never be able to protect Qianxuan again. For him, Any of the above consequences would make him feel that life is worse than death. If a person has a reverse scale, then his reverse scale is undoubtedly Qianxuan. Whether it is hurting Qianxuan or failing to protect Qianxuan, Kimoki will be in agony. Originally, his attitude towards Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong was always a bit careless and non-committal. He would deal with them entirely for Zuan. But this time, these two people succeeded in angering him, making his attitude really serious. Qianxuan, who was leaning on his arms, naturally discovered his anger, turned around and gently stroked his back to comfort him. After a while, he finally calmed down his anger. But just suppressing it does not mean disappearing. Sooner or later, it will completely burst out because of a certain opportunity. Liu threw away the cup ring that he crushed in his hand, took a few deep breaths, and then said in a calm tone, "There will be a second time after the first time. With Ping Jianglui's temper, he will not stop easily. Is there any way to prevent it? Yes, I'm worried that they may attack ordinary citizens. In that case, we can't defend ourselves." Zhuang Eluo's face was pale. The angrier she was, the less blood on her face, and everyone knew this about her. Besides, this supernatural power is so powerful, won't it backfire on the master? Wu Qianxuan asked with some anticipation. Also, what role does this Dennis play in this, and how should we deal with it? Zhu Shasha suddenly pointed at Dennis, who was standing trembling on the side. Dennis felt very miserable at this time. He felt that the people in front of him seemed to have said something shocking and unusual, otherwise the faces of the people who came with him would not have changed so much. But he didn't understand a word of it. Not only that, he always had a feeling that a disaster was about to happen. Chapter 302 Declaration of War. Faced with so many questions from everyone at once, Qianxuan was stunned for a moment and replied, "As for the prevention method, just tell the heart of the magic city and let it pay attention to prohibit people with unusual soul fluctuations from entering the city. After this lesson, I believe it will pay attention without us saying it. However, this method can only work in the city. If we leave the city, it will be difficult to deal with it." After a pause, seeing that everyone's faces were a little ugly, she said with some embarrassment, "If they choose to attack ordinary citizens, to be honest, I can't think of any way to stop it." The room was quiet, and Qianxuan could only continue. "As for the backlash," she smiled bitterly, "I don't really know. Even in Sadia, this kind of dark puppet master is very rare. The traitor who used the dark puppet potion on her teacher was not actually a dark puppet master, but he spent a lot of money to ask the dark puppet master for the dark puppet potion. Although that person was backlashed by his teacher and almost died, she was not sure whether the dark puppet master himself would have the same fate if he performed the backlash." Speaking of this young man named Dennis, Qianxuan looked at him sympathetically. "He is really innocent. If I'm not mistaken, he should have been used by Ping Jiangli and Jiangzang." "Why do you say that?" Wu Qiansheng looked at Dennis with some suspicion. "He may have done it intentionally. After all, Infinite City is so big. He just entered the city yesterday. How come he met Moki today? This is too much of a coincidence. Have you forgotten the magic contract? If that's the case, how can he be safe now?" Qianxuan has great confidence in the magic contract used by the Zuofan family, which has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Wu Qiansheng frowned slightly, turned around and asked Dennis in English, "Where did you go before coming to Infinite City?" Hearing the question, Dennis perked up and said cautiously, "My sister and brother-in-law and I were in Qianxuan shelter before, but after staying there for a while, my brother-in-law decided to leave there and come to Infinite City." After a pause, he seemed to think of something and said, "We have absolutely no connection with Qianxuan shelter, really. We escaped, and my brother-in-law was seriously injured. If he hadn't met a powerful healing ability later, my brother-in-law would have died long ago." He thought that these high-level people might suspect that he was a spy sent by Qianxuan. In this case, the angry looks at him before would make sense. "Is your brother-in-law Uther's?" At this time, Wu Wanian suddenly asked. Dennis nodded and looked at him in confusion. Does this person know his brother-in-law? The new saint-level strongman Ruthers? At this time, Wu Wans also spoke. What saint-level strongman? Zhu Shasha asked in confusion. Wu Wannian said, like our Ming and our Wang, he can manipulate the air, and his strength is very strong. Zhuang Yuan touched his chin. No wonder he was hunted down by the Qianxuan shelter. How could Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong be willing to watch a saint-level powerhouse slip out of their hands? If they couldn't get him, they would naturally choose to destroy him. However, saint-level powerhouses are never so easy to deal with, especially those with tricky air abilities. So, Dennis must have been tampered with by someone without knowing it? Wu Qian'an looked at Wu Qiansheng. I don't know the details, but it should be that kind of terrible soul collection body was placed on the body. After a pause, Wu Qiansheng said, in fact, I don't think you need to be so cautious. If I'm not mistaken, this kind of soul collection body is not so easy to obtain. What do you mean? Based on the strong negative emotions I felt from those souls should have been very unwilling, angry, and hateful when they died. And to be honest, in the last few years of the world, people are not only accustomed to death, but also ready to die in battle at any time. It is really difficult for people who die normally to have such resentful emotions. Wu Qiansheng's eyes were meaningful. People who died normally didn't have such resentment, so what about those who died abnormally? His meaning was self-evident. Everyone who understood it took a breath and turned pale. When the number of humans had been drastically reduced, Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong dared to risk the world's condemnation and kill people wantonly for selfish reasons. Wu Yuan's face was at hen, and he was about to say something. Wu once interrupted him and turned to the 6 people including Dennis and said, you can leave now. Except for Dennis, who was pardoned, the other 5 people left reluctantly. They wanted to hear more inside stories, but they felt satisfied when they thought about what they had heard before. After the 6 people left, Wu Wanli couldn't help but speak. Once, is it okay if you don't tell them anything? He wondered if this matter should be suppressed. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar. What to tell? Wu once sneered, I just want to publicize this matter and let Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong be pointed at and cursed by thousands of people. If a tiger doesn't show its power, it will really be regarded as a sick cat. 4th brother, you will contact S City and Yuhei later and tell them everything that happened today. In addition, kindly remind them to investigate whether anyone in their shelter has been infected. When he said the last sentence, his face was gloomy. He bet that with the temperament of Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong, it was impossible for them to do nothing and stay calm until now, after obtaining that kind of ability. Everyone shuddered. Uncle Wu, Wanse, was so scary. Also, Wu Wanse said again at this time, announced to the whole country, from now on, the 8 major clans and the 2 families of Ping Jiang will declare a full-scale war. No death, no rest. The last 4 words were said word by word with murderous intent. Wanse, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, now is not the time for conflicts among humans. Wu Wannian hesitated. What's wrong? Didn't you hear that it was the 8 major clans and the 2 families of Pingjiang, not Wuxan City and Changshan Shelter? We have already considered the overall situation. What Wu Wannian didn't expect was that it was Wu Yuan who refuted him. Not to mention the sharpening of the knives by the 8 major clans. The Wuxan City is now in an uproar, and the crowd is excited. The 5 people, except Dennis, lived up to Wu Wanse's expectations and publicized the puppet incident after leaving the 8 gardens. News spreads the fastest, and before long, most people in the city knew about it. Suddenly, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Whether it was the citizens or the outsiders, they all pointed their spearheads at Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong. After all, the ability to use living people as puppets was really creepy and fearful. Have you heard? The Ping and Jiang families actually attacked the head of the Qi family. How could you not have heard? Not only did they attack, they even wanted to use the head of the Qi family as a puppet to seize our infinite city. Damn it, I said the Ping and Jiang families were not good people. The vicious woman who escaped from the capital and killed thousands of us was from the Ping family. From this, it can be seen that the Jiang family, who is in the same boat with the Ping family, is not a good thing either. Did they only start doing bad things from then? Let me tell you, when we were in the capital, the government people often targeted our Silver Star Sky. At that time, wasn't the government controlled by 2 old foxes, Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong? Not only that, I got news from the Zhao family. Haven't you ever been surprised that the Zhao family has hundreds of people, and the 8 major clans with 8 surnames have only so few people? Why? They were all killed by Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Is it a lie to you that there are contribution points or contribution values? Okay, stop being funny. Tell me what's going on here. Do you know the 12 meritorious generals who founded the country? I know, we are not cavemen. You will be shocked when I tell you that among the 12 meritorious generals, except for the 2 old foxes Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, the former patriarchs of the Zhao family, the rest are all from the 8 major clans. Is it true? Of course it is true, but Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, those 2 crazy people, killed 9 meritorious generals. The 9 were the previous patriarchs of the Zhao family and the 8 major clans. The only one left is the current patriarch of the 8 major clans, the mayor of our infinite city. This is a blatant exclusion of dissidents and greed for power. Not only that, they still refused to stop after doing so, and killed all the mainstays of the other 7 families except the Wu family. That's why the patriarchs of the 7 families are younger than each other now. This is simply. It turns out that the 2 old foxes were already cancer before the end of the world. It's a blessing for them to be alive until now. That's right, God is really blind. Why didn't he let those 2 people become zombies? Maybe the reason why we failed in the island circling campaign against country R before the end of the world was because of the obstruction of those 2 old foxes. It's hard to say. The economic crisis a few years ago that caused a large number of people across the country to lose their jobs might have been caused by their inaction. Here, the citizens are blaming Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang for all the bad things that happened in country Z before the end of the world, but the outsiders are more anxious than them. Hurry up. Captain, is it necessary to be so anxious? What do you know? The top leaders of Qianxuan have taken action against Infinite City. What are we, small shrimps? I don't want to be an innocent bystander. If we don't run now, when will we run? On the other side, Captain, we are still a little short of our mission this time. We have already paid the entrance fee. Are we going to let it go to waste? Okay, I know you care about those brain cores. I will replenish them for you when we go back. Really? But, Captain, I don't think we need to rush back at all. Although that kind of puppet ability is quite frightening, we have no grudges against Qianxuan and S City. You don't understand. Ambitious people like Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang only see benefits. As for grudges, if we really want to fight, it's not easy to find excuses. Chapter 303 Reactions from several parties. S City Shelter Director, Zheng Minglian called out cautiously, looking at Ran Ruoqian who hadn't said a word for half an hour. A questioning nasal sound. Meeting Ran Ruoqian's questioning eyes, Zheng Minglian's body stiffened, and he secretly encouraged himself, and said with a stiff face, should we quickly purge the top leaders of S City before the other party reacts? When the Infinite City's contact signal sounded, he was next to the director, so he heard the Infinite City's notification clearly from beginning to end. Since the end of the world, he has seen countless strange and bizarre superpowers, some of which are powerful, some have strange effects, some have practical abilities, and some are incredible. The superpowers of their director, which are considered strange among the weird superpowers, are enough to surprise him. Today, he doesn't want to hear about such terrible and sinister superpowers that make people shudder just by imagining them. In the end of the world, what people fear most is not death, but zombies that become walking dead. And becoming a puppet controlled by others and used to hurt relatives and friends around them is even more unacceptable to them. As any strong man who has gone through the storms of the end of the world, you can defeat him, kill him, but you can never insult him. And the reminder from the Infinite City, Zheng Minglian's heart trembled, and he must not let such a thing that would make his relatives sad and his enemies happy happen. Ran Ruoqian's eyes fell steadily outside the window. After an unknown amount of time, he said lightly, let's make this public. Director. Zheng Minglian shouted disapprovingly. Go. Ran Ruoqian took a document from the desk and said casually, as if he suddenly thought of it. In addition, notify the people in the shelter to pay attention to whether their relatives and friends around them are different from usual. Even if it is just an inexplicable feeling, you must report it. Zheng Mingliang, who walked to the door, was stunned at first, and it took him a long time to react to the other party's intention. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Kimoki in disbelief, but the latter seemed to be unaware, and lowered his head to carefully and attentively flip through the documents in his hand. The director's words seemed to be nothing, just a casual reminder, but out of admiration for the director, he thought that every seemingly unintentional word of his had a deep meaning. He habitually thought about it carefully, and he really figured it out. That casual remark is of no use to ordinary people, but what about people who are already puppets? From the news from Infinite City, it is known that, after becoming a puppet, except for the change of the object of loyalty, the original things such as ideas, IQ, and temperament will not change. So, out of the idea of preventing trouble, will they take action to deal with their relatives and friends around them? Yes. Even if not all puppets, at least some of them will have such an idea. After all, even if they become puppets, no matter how exactly the same as before, the changes in physical and emotional aspects will still be discovered by relatives. In the past, there was no concept of puppets, so they would not think too much, but now it is different. And as long as they move, whether they act openly or secretly, they will always reveal clues. In this way, wouldn't it be a trap for themselves? If I hadn't followed the director for several years and knew a thing or two about his methods, I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of this. Yuhei Shelter rubbing the still warm communicator in his hand, Crossing Kemming pulled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and a frightening bloodthirstiness flashed in his sharp eyes. Master Crossing? The young man next to him was a little apprehensive. He suppressed the fear in his heart and asked in a steady voice. Master Crossing has a cruel personality. He never takes low-level psychics like them seriously, but he has never deliberately made things difficult for them. But I don't know what happened today. He has been like this since he received the previous contact. The suppressed anger keeps overflowing from him, making people breathless, as if he is extremely angry. Go call Du Fu and the others. A hoarse, low, and solemn voice sounded in his ears. The young man bowed, as if he had been pardoned, and quickly retreated from the room, after answering the words. Boss, why are you calling us back in such a hurry? I was interrupted while drinking. It's really unpleasant. In less than 5 minutes, a strong man ran in, followed by 6 men and 2 women. Panding, Du Fu, Ling Yuan, Yuan Xiaoguang, Liu Bin, Miao Dong, Hua Xiaoxi, Song Kai, Jin Zeni. These 9 people plus Crossing Kemming are the 10 strongest people in charge of the entire Yuhei shelter. These 10 people may have outstanding appearances, such as Crossing Kemming, Yuan Xiaoguang, Liu Bin, Hua Xiaoxi, Song Kai, Jin Zeni, or they may not look good, such as Panding, Du Fu, Ling Yuan, Miao Dong, but they have one thing in common. They all have a ruthless aura. These 10 people are not immutable. Anyone in Yuhei can replace them, as long as they defeat one of them. Since the establishment of Yuhei Shelter, the people sitting in these 10 positions have been constantly changing. Of course, there are also some who have maintained their evergreen record for years. For example, Crossing Kemming, who has been in first place since 2 years ago. Du Fu, who has been in third place since the establishment of the shelter. Panding, who fought from 10th place to 2nd place, and Hua Xiaoxi, who has a special liking for 8th place. However, in the past 2 years, the strength of the shelter has gradually stabilized. For example, their current team has not changed for half a year. I believe that it is not easy to shake the position of these 10 people. After all the saint-level powerhouses in Yuhei shelter are 10 of them. Crossing Kemming ignored Panding's complaints. He swept his sinister eyes over everyone and smiled softly. Today, Infinite City contacted me. The 9 people keenly discovered that, although he was laughing, there was no smile in Crossing Kemming's eyes, which gave people a very dangerous feeling. They couldn't help but wonder if the people in Infinite City said something to anger the boss. And what Crossing Kemming said next caused a storm in the hearts of the 9 people. No wonder the boss is angry. Even they, Fu Yi, were furious when he heard about this, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. As saint-level strongmen who have earned a place in the Yuhei shelter by their own strength, you can imagine how proud they are. If they had learned about a powerful superpower today, they would be curious, excited, and eager to have a fierce battle with the other party. But the puppet power, this almost despicable superpower, can only arouse the raging anger in their hearts. When crossing Kemming, said the reminder of Infinite City, the faces of the 9 people changed completely, and there was a hint of suspicion and vigilance in their eyes when they looked at their companions around them. They did not suspect that Infinite City was instigating discord and exaggerating. It was not that they trusted Infinite City so much, but that everyone had such suspicions in their hearts recently. They assembled a team to hunt for mutant plants with strange abilities reported from below, but when they arrived, they found that someone had gotten there first. They discovered a rare but vital copper iron ore, but when they were about to start mining, they found that the vein had been dug out long ago. The warm supplies purchased from Infinite City and secretly escorted back were intercepted halfway. Jin Zhenyi was ambushed and attacked many times during her journey back to the shelter in S City, and she escaped at the cost of an arm. Later, she was escorted by Huazai to Infinite City for treatment. There are countless similar situations. Even if they are fools, they can't think that this is a coincidence. What's more, they just don't like to play tricks, but there is nothing wrong with their brains. It's just that they used to have no clues and couldn't investigate anything, so they had to attribute it to their bad luck. The reason why crossing Kemming was so angry today may not be without these events. Just as everyone's thoughts were turning rapidly, a scream suddenly sounded in the room. Run, why don't you run? Crossing Kemming came down at some point, grabbed Song Kei's collar, and lifted him up. Half of Song Kei's body disappeared at some point, leaving only the part above the waist. Now he was lifted up by crossing Kemming, looking very funny. Song Kei, it's you. Panding's voice was full of shock and anger. Everyone else was silent, but the look in their eyes when they looked at Song Kei was icy cold, as if they were looking at a dead person. Even though his eyes were blurred by the pain, Song Kei still did not miss the cruel and evil smile on crossing Kemming's lips. He endured the severe pain from his waist and abdomen, and said angrily, "Boss, why did you suddenly attack me? Are you still hoping for luck?" Crossing Kemming sneered. Everyone else is on guard against sudden attacks by people around them. Only you are preparing to escape. As soon as the voice fell, he lifted Song Kei's head and slammed it against the wall. Bang, accompanied by a dull collision sound. Bright red blood, half-colored white brain matter burst out from Song Kei's cracked brain. Dang, with a crisp sound. Suddenly something fell to the ground along with the brain matter. Huazai suddenly asked in surprise. What's wrong? The others looked at her. That's the brain core. Why is it so dirty? Huazai thought about it and finally found a more appropriate adjective. Everyone looked at it, and sure enough, the wine-type brain core on the ground, which should have been cyan, was dotted with ugly black filth. Du Fu narrowed his eyes, and his eyes, which were originally squeezed out of sight by the fat on his face, became completely slits. Could it be that this is the energy left by the so-called puppet power? Qianxuan shelter cough. Ping Jiangwei coughed up a mouthful of black blood. He stretched out his hand to wipe the stains from the corners of his mouth and said fiercely, "Damn it, what's going on?" Not only did the puppetry he used on Kimoki fail, but Yuhei's important puppet was also broken. Jiang Zhang, who was standing aside, had an equally ugly expression, but he felt a little gloating in his heart. He had actually been very jealous of his old friend's power for a long time. Although his own power was also very practical, it was still slightly inferior to He Jiangwei's. Now seeing him being humiliated, he naturally felt a little happy in his heart. Because there was no notification from Infinite City, they did not know that their deeds had been exposed at this time. Otherwise, they would not be so relaxed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 approaching. After the puppet incident was widely publicized, Z country was in a state of panic. Not only did the 4 major forces feel in danger, but even those settlements and wandering adventurers began to reduce going out as much as possible, waiting for the 4 major forces to move. The most fearful place was not Infinite City, not the S-City shelter, and certainly not the Yuhei shelter, but the Qianxuan shelter, where the Ping and Jiang families were located. There were many people in the Qianxuan shelter, and because of its stable development, most of these people established the shelter under the leadership of the Zhao family at the beginning of the end of the world. They did not all play important roles in it, and most of them were just the most inconspicuous labor force. Some time ago, when the Ping and Jiang families revealed the news that the Zhao family rebelled against Qianxuan, they were not unaware of the water in it, nor did they have no doubts. It was just like the common people watching the national election before the end of the world, just watching the excitement. It was not their turn to make the real decision. The little people also have the self-knowledge of the little people and do what they can, so they just watched quietly, kept silent, and never expressed their thoughts. But things were different after the puppet incident was revealed. In the past, they didn't understand the power struggle between the superiors, and they didn't care. The Zhao family lost to the Pingjiang family, and they just thought that the Pingjiang family was better. Anyway, it didn't affect their lives, so they didn't take it seriously. But it was different after learning about the existence of puppet abilities. Could it be that the Pingjiang family used the puppet ability to drive the Zhao family out? And will they start to turn other people in the shelter into puppets? Or maybe someone around them is already a puppet? Similar thoughts flashed through the minds of many people, especially those high-level psychics, who were conceited with their strong strength, and were extremely worried that the Pingjiang family would take action against them, and they were like frightened birds every day. As a result, the entire Qianxuan shelter was in a panic, and they avoided the location of the Pingjiang family as much as possible, treating it as a plague. Even those who were loyal to the Pingjiang family had doubts in their hearts and were worried about their future fate. Loyalty is one thing, and losing yourself is another. For a time, the entire Qianxuan shelter was in turmoil. There was no more liveliness and vitality. The houses and streets were quiet. Everyone began to keep silent, and even spoke in a low voice, afraid of disturbing something. Ordinary people in Qianxuan shelter knew about it, and Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhan naturally knew that their plot had been exposed. Ping Jiangli was shocked and angry, and there was still unstoppable fear in his heart. With his shrewdness, he could naturally guess what they would face after the deeds were exposed. It can be said that the exposure of the puppet's supernatural power put the Ping and Jiang families on the opposite side of all mankind. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not resist the will of all mankind. Jiangzhan was also sitting on pins and needles at this time. At this time, he had no intention of gloating. The two families were basically trapped on the same rope, and no one could escape. Unless, find a way to push everything onto the Ping family and clear his own family. As soon as this idea came up, Jiangzhan dispelled it. It was not that he had a conscience, but that he had been with Ping Jiangli for most of his life. He had a deep understanding of Ping Jiangli, not to mention whether there was a way to clear his family. Even if he could, Ping Jiangli would not let him be alone with his vicious mind of taking revenge for any flaws. He would definitely do everything he could to drag the Jiang family into the water. Even if he really escaped by chance, the power of the Jiang family would inevitably plummet, and there were still the 8 powerful clans next to him. Instead of the 2 of them turning against each other and letting outsiders take advantage of the situation, it would be better to work together, and maybe they could still fight for a glimmer of hope. However, this is difficult, very difficult. Before the end of the world, doing things still required evidence, but this set of evidence would not work in the end of the world. Only power is the capital to speak. Even if there is no definite evidence, they will definitely adhere to the principle of rather killing by mistake than letting go. Damn it. How could the 8 clans know the puppet's ability so clearly? Ping Jiangli could no longer maintain his usual kind face and said angrily. In fact, this was the most puzzling thing for the 2 of them, and it was also the reason for their defeat. Ping Jiangli dared to use his superpowers on Qimoki so blatantly, not without support. With his scheming, how could he not understand the harm after the puppet's superpowers were exposed? Therefore, except for Jiangzhan, even his own children did not know his specific superpowers, and only vaguely guessed that it should be very powerful. As for Qianxuan, it was not that he trusted him so much, but he was sure that he could deter Qianxuan from revealing it. But he didn't expect that when Fu Yi attacked the 8 clans, his old bottom was turned upside down by the other party. Originally, he thought that even if he failed, the 8 clans would not be able to find any clues, and at most they would think it was a mental attack. After all, so far, he has never found any other puppet's superpowers besides himself. Moreover, he had also done a lot of experiments in secret. Even those with higher ranks and stronger abilities could not fully discover his abilities. As for the possibility of a puppeteer like him appearing by chance, he had not thought of it, but he was sure that, even if the other party saw it, he would keep silent for self-protection. That was why he was always fearless. Unfortunately, Qianxuan's existence gave him a blow, and he almost knocked him into the mud. He lost inexplicably, unconsciously, without any resistance, and at the same time he was very unwilling. He thought he had calculated everything, without any omissions, just like the calculations in the past decades, but he did not achieve the previous success. What went wrong? He pondered over it. He was full of resentment as he watched the infinite city, which was within his reach, slip away from his hands. Could it be? Ping Jiangli had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Could it be that there was also a puppeteer in the infinite city? Was that person from the 8 major clans? But that was not right. Based on his understanding of Wu Yun, the 8 clans were very protective of him. Even if they were to deal with him, they would not be willing to sacrifice any of their clansmen. Or was it related to the various unconventional phenomena in Infinite City? Ping Jiangli vaguely guessed the reason, but he was not relieved, but even more unwilling. Greed was uncontrollably bubbling from his heart, making his eyes flash with a frightening cold light. Qianxuan, who was standing by, saw it inadvertently and couldn't help but retreat half a step, with a bad premonition in his heart. No one knew what Ping Jiangli and Qianxuan said at the time. They only knew that when Qianxuan came out, he was sweating all over, and his body was trembling slightly. This abnormality attracted the attention of the people of the Ping and Jiang families, but Qianxuan did not scold and rebuke like before, but walked away quickly, as if he was running away from something. Afterwards, even if he found that his puppets had disappeared one after another, Ping Jiang's expression did not change. There was a weird smile on the corners of his mouth stained with black blood, and his eyes were calm with extreme madness, which made people shudder. In Infinite City, the 8 clans began to prepare for war in full swing, and various war materials began to be stockpiled in large quantities. Because according to their understanding, the Ping and Jiang families would definitely drag the entire Qianxuan shelter into the water, so war was inevitable. When everyone in the city mobilized to prepare for the war, Qianxuan was not idle either. During this period, she was busy with a detailed inspection of the magic circle of Infinite City. Because Kimoki was busy sorting out and analyzing the intelligence handed over from all over the country, she acted alone. In addition, she recently began to study the dark puppetry in her spare time. Fortunately for her, the Zuofan family is a behemoth that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. The long-term inheritance of the inheritance world has only been in and out, making its collection even more jaw-dropping. In this way, after spending some effort, Qianxuan finally found books about dark puppetry in the mountains of books and secrets. Not only herself, she pulled all the people from the 8 clans to study, not seeking to study thoroughly, but only to grasp and understand roughly, to prevent Ping Jiangli. In addition, a discovery in the genealogy of the Zuofan family made everyone feel relieved. The Zuofan family is indeed a giant family that has produced hundreds of god-level strongmen. When the ancestors of the Zuofan family first selected the family-specific magic contract, they took into account the existence of dark puppetry. So, in fact, except for the 8 major clans, the citizens of Infinite City do not have to worry about being turned into puppets. The previous worries of the people were just false alarms. But there was one thing that made them feel strange. Among the Zhao family members who escaped from the Qianxuan shelter, none of them was a puppet. In fact, this is not difficult to explain. The 8 major clans had discovered the Zhao family's poor strategy. How could Ping Jiangli and Qianxuan not find it? And Ping Jiangli's puppets are limited. How could he be willing to waste them on those people in the Zhao family who he thought were vulnerable? From this point of view, the Zhao family's simple mind is wrong, which allowed them to escape. Recently, the contacts between Infinite City, S-City Shelter, and Yuhei Shelter have become more frequent. As for the reason, I believe everyone can guess it. That day, after inspecting the last magic circle, Qianxuan walked home briskly and ran into Yuanzu, who seemed to be worried. "Brother Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Qianxuan asked with concern. Yuanzu was stunned for a moment, forced a smile, and said, "It's okay." But the smile looked very forced. Therefore, Qianxuan was not only not relieved, but also more worried. Yuanzu seemed to have noticed this, and rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. "I don't know what's going on. I've always felt uneasy lately, and it's getting stronger as time goes by." This time it was Qianxuan's turn to be stunned. "You too?" Yuanzu raised his head, puzzled. "I've had this feeling recently, as if something bad is approaching quietly." Chapter 305. He wants him to die. When Kimoki came out, he saw Qianxuan and Yuanzu staring at each other in a daze. He immediately felt uncomfortable and walked forward to hold Qianxuan in his arms possessively. Qianxuan was startled by the sudden instability of her body. She felt relieved when she felt a familiar temperature behind her. She looked up and said, "Aki, Moki." Yuanzu also greeted him. "Yeah." Kimoki responded, lowered his head, and kissed Qianxuan's forehead and said, "I heard your voice in the house, so I came out to see what you were talking about." Hearing her words, Qianxuan frowned and told her what they had just discovered. Kimoki had heard Qianxuan talk about her recent uneasiness before. He just thought she might be in danger recently. After all, her intuition has always been very accurate, so he told her not to go out of the city recently. If it is really unavoidable, she should tell him and let him go with her. Now it seems that it is not the case. Qianxuan's intuition is very accurate, and Yuanzu, he has a very high predictive ability. In any case, when the two of them began to feel uneasy, it was a warning with a high degree of credibility. Moreover, such a warning is very likely to be aimed at the entire 8 clans, or even the entire Infinite City. Let's go to the Wu family. Kimoki's mind turned quickly, and he had already made a decision. When he saw Kimoki, Qianxuan and Yuanzu coming together, Wu Kanming, who was holding a laptop and biting a popsicle, was stunned for a moment. "Why did you come together? Third brother, why are you at home?" Qianxuan was also very surprised. These days, her brothers were all very busy, and they shouldn't be at home at this time. Hearing this, Wu Kanming finished the remaining popsicles in a few bites and said with a distressed face, "It's not your third sister-in-law. She has been suspicious these 2 days and is particularly abnormal. I went to the hospital for a checkup and there was nothing wrong, and she was not pregnant." In his opinion, if a woman is not right, she is either pregnant or has her period. Suspicious? Kimoki raised his eyebrows. Wu Kanming nodded and sighed. "That's right. She can't explain it clearly when asked. She just said that she has a sense of crisis." Qianxuan and the other two looked at each other and understood. "Look at your appearance. It seems like you know something." Wu Kanming keenly noticed the 3 people's strangeness and narrowed his eyes. Qianxuan did not hide it either, and briefly explained the situation. After listening to Qianxuan's narration, Wu Kanming's face also became solemn. Not to mention that Qianxuan's intuition has been extremely accurate since childhood. The last time they relied on Qianxuan's intuition to escape safely from the capital, he couldn't help but pay attention. "First, we must confirm whether it is aimed at the 8 major clans or the Infinite City. From the current situation, it is definitely not aimed at individuals, so Kimoki said so." "How to confirm?" Yuanzu frowned. "Intuition is something mysterious. How can it be as clear as a radar?" "That's easy." Kimoki's mouth curled up slightly. "Although there are few people with intuitive foresight, there are 5 million people in the Infinite City, and we can always find some. Gather these people. If they don't have the same feeling as you, it is related to the 8 major clans. If so, the entire Infinite City will be implicated." After hearing this, several people thought that this method was indeed effective. "Wait." Qianxuan suddenly said, "By the way, let's use the communicator to test S-City and Yuhei." Kimoka's eyes sank. Yuanzu widened his eyes in disbelief, and Wu Qianming's face changed immediately. You are suspicious. Qianzuan nodded. I suspect that this time it may target all humans. You, how can you have such an idea? Yuanzu found it incredible. Qianzuan rubbed his face and smiled bitterly. If possible, I also hope that I'm worrying too much. But the bad premonition in his heart became heavier. Because this kind of thing is not within the scope of Qianzuan, Kimoki and Yuanzu's rights, Wu Qianming went to find Wu Wanyan and Wu Wans, and they waited for news in the living room. Qianzuan was also hungry at this time. Since she was at her mother's house, she would not be polite. She asked the opinions of the two people around her, and ordered the servants to cook for them. When the three of them had eaten and drunk enough and the servants had cleaned up the leftovers, more than an hour had passed, but the three of them were not in a hurry. They knew that this matter would definitely take some time, and would not be so fast. Speaking of which, the weather is probably going to get cold again. Qianzuan glanced at the calendar on the coffee table and said casually. Yuanzu nodded. It's October now, it's really going to get cold. Qianzuan pouted a little unhappy. Although, with the increase of strength, her ability to withstand cold is no longer the Wuxia of the past, she still doesn't like winter. Speaking of which, the intelligence unit has made very gratifying gains in the past 2 days. Seeing Qianzuan's dissatisfaction, Kimoki changed the subject. After eating, Qianzuan was a little listless, and only made a vague nasal sound. Kimoki took her in his arms, let her lean on his shoulder, stroked her back and said, that puppet ability should be Ping Jianglei's. Are you serious? Qianzuan's consciousness, which was confused by the shock, immediately woke up, sat up straight, grabbed Kimoki's arm, and then suddenly thought of something, and asked curiously, how did you know? Yuanzu also looked over curiously. Looking at Qianzuan's wide eyes, Kimoki was in a good mood, and leaned over to kiss her eyelids. Seeing that she subconsciously closed her eyes like a frightened animal, he chuckled and said, as long as we are sure that Jiangzhang's ability is not a puppet ability, Ping Jianglei's ability will naturally be clear. You know Jiangzhang's ability? Qianzuan exclaimed, and then threw herself on him. Tell me quickly, what is his ability? Is it more terrifying than the puppet ability? Then you may be disappointed. Kimoki gently circled her waist and smiled. Jiangzhang's ability is also very strange, but it is slightly inferior to He Jianglei. What is it? Don't keep me in suspense, tell me quickly. Qianzuan pressed all the weight of her body on him, and rubbed her head against his neck. Kimoki's interest in keeping him in suspense was completely distracted by her, and his heart was softened. Reluctantly, he reached out his hands to hold her head, and compromised. Okay, I'll tell you. Jiangzhang's ability is absolute control over the Jiang family. Absolute control? Qianzuan was stunned. Is that what I mean? Kimoki nodded, stretched out his hand to lift her up, and sit on his lap, combed her hair and said softly, anyone with Jiang family blood is controlled by Jiangzhang. He has the power of life and death, and even their thoughts cannot be hidden from him. Then Qianxuan. Qianzuan suddenly thought of that brief meeting, the dazzling red bead, and the resolute back. Kimoki was a little unhappy when he heard Qianzuan mention that man, but he didn't show it on his face. He just said lightly, Qianxuan is also included, so Jiangzhang can easily learn about his supernatural power and find him again and again. However, Qianxuan is not an easy person to deal with. The Jiang family has found him dozens of times, but they have never really caught him. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the distance is far, and Jiangzhang's control over Qianxuan will become very limited. Apart from getting some information, I'm afraid he can't do whatever he wants to him. You know, the lives of other people in the Jiang family are firmly in the hands of Jiangzhang. Is it the same for Jiangxuan? Qianzuan hadn't expressed her opinion yet, and Yuanzu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interrupted. Of course. Kimoki replied indifferently. Hearing this, Yuanzu lowered his head, and the slightly long bangs on his forehead cast a shadow under his eyes, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. Brother Yuan? Qianzuan called out cautiously. I'm fine. Yuanzu smiled lightly, but his eyes were obscure. Qianzuan moved her mouth, but still said nothing. Yuanzu was not Yuan Chang, and he could not hide his worries. She didn't know what Yuan Zhu was thinking at the moment, but she intuitively felt that he was not calm. There was no way to comfort him, and casual words would not help, so it was better not to say anything. With Yuan Zhu's carefulness, he naturally discovered Qianxuan's worry about him, but his mind was used to suppress the turmoil in his heart at this time, and he had no time to take care of her. Moreover, I believe that Qimoki will comfort Qianxuan with his concern for her. When they met again a few years ago, Qianxuan told Yuan Zhu about what she found in Qianxuan during the trip to the granary. However, he did not comment. He was not Qianxuan, and his thoughts and views were different from Qianxuan. Qianxuan questioned the existence of love, and avoided the existence of love, but in her eyes, love was very pure. Love is love, and not love is not love, just like her and Qimoki. Unlike Qianxuan, he never doubted Qianxuan's love for his sister, but not everyone's love is pure. No one stipulates that use, hurt, abandon, these words cannot be mixed in love. Just like Qianxuan treats his sister. Why did Qianxuan pursue his sister? Qianxuan used the reputation of the Yuan family to have a smooth career in the military. Before his sister died, Qianxuan had been deceiving himself and refused to admit his love for his sister. He has always seen all this clearly, and his sister sees it even more clearly. That's why his sister chose to die in that disaster, and chose to use death to retaliate against Qianxuan. His sister, who seems to be gentle and lively and ignorant of the world, sees everything clearly. She loves wholeheartedly, so she is so painful for Qianxuan's 3 hearts and 2 minds. In the end, the strong in her bones made her make such a decisive choice. His sister used her death to force Qianxuan to admit his love for her, but he regretted it. The guilt and the pain of losing his lover were like a thorn in his side, making him feel miserable. But whether it was guilt, pain, or the desire to die to be freed, what did these have to do with him? He hated Qianxuan very much. No matter how painful his life was, no matter how bad his life was, in Yuan Zhu's eyes, he was not worthy of living. He wanted him to die. Chapter 306 Crossing Kemming's Notice. That's not right. Almost another hour passed. Qianxuan was playing with Qimoki's fingers out of boredom. Suddenly, she thought of something, and put her hand on his shoulder and said, I didn't even catch a shadow of him before. How come you know Qianxuan's ability so easily now? Huh? Qimoki carelessly pinched her hair and said casually, before the end of the world, I had a lot of connections. Now I have at least 2 or 3 kittens left. Now, it's working. Back then, because he was busy looking for Qianxuan, the game that had been prepared for several years was left unfinished, but the forces that were buried were just hidden. The previous intelligence gap in the puppet incident dealt him a heavy blow. After thinking about it, he set about gathering those forces back. Although there are not many left, because of the end of the world, fortunately, they are buried deep, and can play a big role. Oh. Qianxuan nodded indifferently. Originally, she just asked casually to kill time. Why hasn't third brother come yet? Qimoki reached out, and adjusted her position, letting her lie comfortably half on him. If you are sleepy, go to sleep. I'll call you later. No need. Qianxuan turned over in his arms, and said to him, instead of being woken up in the middle of sleep, it is better to get enough sleep once you go back. Qimoki also listened to her, put his arm around her waist, and chatted with her softly. Qianxuan responded intermittently, occasionally poking him with her hand, pulling his hair and clothes. Yuan Zhu smiled as he watched from the side. Only to Qianxuan would Qimoki be willing to say those nonsense, and indulge her like a child. The atmosphere among the 3 was warm, and there were slightly hurried footsteps outside the door, and it sounded like there were quite a few people. In less than 3 seconds, the door was pushed open, and Wu Yun, Wu Wanxing, Wu Wancheng, Wu Wanian, Wu Wans, Wu Qianfang, Ruan Ming, Wu Qianming, including Zhuang Yuan, Zhu Shasha, Zhuangze, Shi Beimin, Shi Quan, Shi Lei, Zhuang Luo, Zhu Yan, Zhu Qianqian, Imoshi, Emma Wang, Yuan Chang, Lu Ju, Lu Chen, Lu Zhi, all 8 families gathered. Not long after, Wu Wanli, Zhaolin, Wu Wanhao, Wu Qian's Hang and other people who had been living in the barracks recently also came back. wearing dirty military uniforms that they had not taken off after training. One after another, Zhang Huhu, Zhu Chun, Li Ziyu and other people who were equally busy with work also rushed over. This is. Looking at the huge crowd that suddenly filled the entire living room, Qianxuan was a little confused. The situation is not good. Wu Wancheng ripped open his collar with rare boldness, sat down and drank a large glass of water. All the intuitive foresight psychics have sensed the approach of danger. Qianxuan widened her eyes and looked at Wu Qianming beside her. Wu Qianming nodded weakly and said, including the intuitive foresight psychics in S-City and Yuhei. Qianxuan was shocked and then fell silent. Zhu, have you predicted anything? Wu once turned his head and asked Yuan Zhu. No, it's no different from before. Whether it's necessary or not, he predicts once a day. Wu Wance's face relaxed a little. In this case, at least it means that there will be no trouble in the next 3 days, and we still have time to make some preparations. Yuan Zhu can predict the situation for 3 days. Prepare? How to prepare? Wu Wanhao said depressedly. We don't even know what will happen. Are we busying ourselves? The faces of the others were also gloomy. It felt terrible not to know anything. Exhaling, Wu Wance tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers and said slowly, this is actually not difficult to guess. Since the end of the world, the threats to us are nothing more than natural disasters, alien species, and human factors. From the perspective of threatening all mankind, it should be the first two, and there are only a few preparations that can be made. It will be a long time before Wu Wance knows how wrong his thoughts were at this time. He underestimated the limits of human selfishness and the terribleness of ambition and desire. Of course, he didn't know it at this time. Seeing Wu Wance so calm and confident, the faint panic in everyone's heart slowly dissipated, and they focused on overcoming the upcoming difficulties. Speaking of which, is there no useful news from S-City and Yuhei? Zhao Lin suddenly asked. Hearing her words, thinking of someone's previous notification, Wu Qianming and Wu Wanyan looked depressed. Wu Wanxing and Wu Wancheng's faces twitched, and even Wu Wance's face rose. What's wrong? Seeing that her words caused such a strange reaction from several people, Zhao Lin was a little confused. Don't mention it. Wu Wancheng waved his hand. Yuhei's crossing Keming is simply speechless. What did he do? Qianxuan asked curiously. Wu Wanyan smiled bitterly. He said he planned to take the entire Yuhei shelter to Wuxan City for refuge. Huh? Qianxuan was stunned. What do you mean? Let me tell you. Wu Qianming said with a bit of a smile. He said that the winter supplies they bought from Wuxan City were robbed by Qianxuan because of the puppet spy, and there were also considerable losses in other supplies. They can't survive this winter. Seeing Qianxuan's incredible face, Wu Wanxing said, from this, it can be seen that crossing Keming is not a person who has strength but no brains. What do you mean? Wu Wanhao asked with interest. Although he did not agree with some small details of the Yuhei shelter, where the strong are respected, such as the behavior of eating children a few years ago, he still yearned for their code of conduct of solving problems with violence. Wu Wanxing naturally knew what kind of character his younger brother was, and he did not see through him. As we all know, Yuhei shelter is the worst among the 4 major forces in terms of construction and defense, and cannot withstand any major disasters or sieges by alien species. Therefore, Yuhei shelter will most likely not be able to withstand this disaster. Compared to being displaced and being favored by us, his current decision is not bad. Not only does he seize the initiative, but he also maintains an equal alliance with us. After all, when the disaster is about to come, we will never turn away a powerful ally like Qianxuan with tens of millions of combat power. Good guy. A seemingly random and rogue decision actually has so many considerations and calculations. In the end times, you really can't underestimate anyone, even if the other party comes from Qianxuan shelter, which is known for its strong limbs and simple mind. Even Wu Wanhao, who has always been suspected of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, has to admire it now. Not to mention the simple-minded Lu Ju, Shiquan, Shilei and others, who are already surprised at this time. In other words, we are now preparing to welcome the arrival of people from Yuhei shelter. Zhu Shasha was a little dumbfounded. This is no small matter. We were already struggling to accommodate less than 3 million people before, let alone tens of millions. Zhu said worriedly. If we only talk about accommodation, Infinite City is more than enough, but what can people lack in food, clothing, housing and transportation? The scale of Infinite City's current commercial and production areas is not small, but it will definitely be overwhelmed to suddenly bear several times the demand. In addition, the number of law enforcement teams to maintain order in the city is also a bit tight. There is another point. This time, the news will always leak out. Even the people in Yuhei shelter have come to Infinite City to take refuge. Will those settlements and wandering adventurers be safe? Wu Wancheng said helplessly. Now, everyone felt that it was difficult and subconsciously looked at the most reliable Wu Wanse. Wu once lived up to everyone's expectations. He looked calm and composed, saying calmly, these people will not become citizens of Infinite City, and they are not even considered as non-residents. It is good enough that we exempt them from the entrance fee. As for the rest, just treat them as ordinary outsiders. Daily necessities are limited products, and all chemical items are not sold to the public. If food is really insufficient, use the plain trading instrument to exchange them, and let them exchange brain cores and insect essences. Anyway, they can't eat and drink for free. Yes, why didn't they think of it? Isn't it a bit unfair? Yuan Chang said hesitantly. You know, in winter, the alien species will not come out of the ground, and it is very dangerous to clear out the insect nest. Come on. Lu Chen said indifferently, do you think our supplies fell from the sky? We don't know how long the people of Yuhei will stay in the city. You know, if there is a natural disaster like an earthquake, the Yuhei shelter will definitely be destroyed. Are we supporting them for nothing? With our ability, it's not that we can't afford to support them, but who would be willing to do such a thankless task? Yuan Chang blushed and was speechless. Okay, in fact, you don't have to argue. The people of Yuhei are originally battle maniacs. Even if they don't need brain cores and insect essences, they will go to the insect nest to hunt. Our decision doesn't really affect them much. Wu Wannian said. What about S-City? Did Rang Ruoqian say anything? Zhang Huhu asked. Wu Wanxing shook his head with a gloomy face. No, but he said he would contact us tomorrow. Then wait for him to contact. He said so on purpose. It shouldn't be a small matter. Wu Wanli said lightly. After that, everyone discussed the precautions and preparations for welcoming the arrival of the Yuhei people, and the allocation of personnel. Speaking of which, I don't know what's going on in Qianxuan, and I don't know if they've noticed it. Wu Qianfang suddenly remembered. They have declared war on the Ping and Jiang families, so naturally they won't contact them. City S and Yuhei will not contact Qianxuan shelter, because they found out about the puppet spy. Wu Yuan frowned when he heard this. Given the temperament of General Ping and Jiang Zhang, and the previous puppet incident, if they find out about this, they will definitely take advantage of the situation, and take the opportunity to resolve everyone's hostility towards him, and then plot against him. Now, it's a little abnormal. Maybe they haven't noticed anything yet. Seeing his doubtful expression, Zhang Huhu comforted him. Wu Yuan shook his head and said nothing. This possibility is not very high. He had a vague feeling in his heart. Chapter 307, Crossing Kemming's personality. Originally, the people in the entire Yuhei refuge would disturb Wuxan City for a while, and related matters had to be negotiated in advance. The 8 major clans also planned this, but Yuhei didn't understand this. Only one night later, when Zhang Huhu contacted Crossing Kemming early in the morning, she found out that they were already on the way. Zhang Huhu was stunned, and it took her a long time to react, find her voice, and explain her purpose. As a result, Crossing Kemming was surprised. There was still a negotiation. Zhang Huhu was stunned, but Crossing Kemming said again that, as long as they were given a place to shelter from the wind and rain, they would not be picky. Then, without waiting for Zhang Huhu to respond, he cut off the communicator. Zhang Huhu was full of black lines on her head. Who wants to talk to you about this? What we are worried about is that your big bad wolf in Yuhei will lead the little white rabbit in Wuxan City astray. It's no wonder they have such concerns. Among the 4 major forces, each has its own characteristics, not to mention Infinite City. Qianxuan style is more conventional, whether it is people or facilities, relatively peaceful, and the Zhao family's auxiliary supernatural works are also a major feature. The style of S-City is very official and business, with strict hierarchy and rich entertainment industry. Yuhei's style is free and bold, and it is also crazy. Fighting is commonplace, and no one cares if someone dies. It is especially famous that people there do not care about meat and vegetables, and homosexuality and promiscuity are everywhere. They can't imagine seeing such a corrupt and chaotic scene on the streets of Infinite City one day. Will they want to die? When Zhang Huohu notified Wu Wanli and his brothers about this, they were also shocked when they learned that the other party was on the way. Isn't this too unrefined? Apart from anything else, aren't they afraid that Infinite City will shut them out if they come to the door without prior agreement? Although they really can't do such a thing, Crossing Kemming and the others don't understand them at all, right? Before long, the people of the 8 clans knew the news. They were surprised and curious about what Yuhei was thinking. Of course, such emotions only flashed by. After all, it would take several days to get from Yuhei to Infinite City with the burden of low-level psychics. They could not get the answer immediately. Unexpectedly, Crossing Keying and others gave them another shock. At that time, just after dinner, everyone gathered in Punal to discuss the progress of stockpiling various materials. As a result, Wu Wancheng received a call from the city guard room halfway through the conversation. "What did you say? Yuhei's people have arrived?" Wu Wancheng shouted at the phone. Now, everyone knew what was going on and was shocked. What's going on? The distance from Yuhei to Infinite City is not a little far. Although they don't know when Yuhei's people set out, the earliest was yesterday afternoon. It has been less than 20 hours since then. Not to mention ordinary psychics, even 9th level psychics have to work non-stop to arrive. Originally, they guessed that the other party should have run here on 2 legs. If they drove, it would be a waste and unnecessary. After all, the speed of the psychic is not slow. The 3rd level can be comparable to the speed of ordinary cars. Now it seems that they are wrong, but it is not right. Even that kind of racing car, the speed is at most the same as the early stage of the 4th level, not to mention the 9th level. Everyone was puzzled, but they did not delay their actions. Soon they arrived at the gate. Seeing the 9 people standing out in the middle of the city gate surrounded by the city defense soldiers, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then embarrassed. Could it be that their memory is so bad that they confuse the single digits with the 8 digits? The eyes of the city defense soldiers are very sharp. When they saw them, they immediately made way. A soldier cleverly ran to Wu Wan's, put up a soundproof barrier, and quickly explained the situation. This buddy happened to be a barrier psychic. Speaking of which, these city defense soldiers surrounded these 9 people, not to overwhelm them or anything. In fact, these 9 people looked too dangerous, and they were full of murderous aura. They were also somewhat knowledgeable. They were afraid that, if they were not careful, they would accidentally let one of them in, which would cause a big mess. Led by Wu Wanli, everyone walked into the encirclement. The 9 people also noticed their arrival and cast their eyes over. After approaching, Wu Wanli coughed twice and said, "I'm Wu Wanli from the Wu family of the 8 clans. May I ask who you are?" Although they had contacted each other several times through the communicator, they had never really met. Being surrounded like a monkey for so long, Crossing Keying had long been impatient, and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, "I'm Crossing Keying. I'm Panding, and Yuhei is second." The tall and strong man said carelessly. He has an ordinary appearance, but he is very masculine, and he exudes a boldness from head to toe. "My name is Dufu, and I'm the 3rd seat of Yuhei." Dufu is a middle-aged fat man. His facial features are squeezed together and a little deformed. It's hard to tell whether he's good or bad. His body is almost the same horizontally and vertically, like a ball. Look, Wu Sansi and Mo Wei, who came to watch the fun, were surprised, as if to say, how can someone be so fat? Ling Yuan, the 4th seat. Ling Yuan is an ordinary boy with a plain appearance. His words are concise, but he is not the cold type. On the contrary, he has a bad temper. Yuan Xiaoguang smiled. "I'm Yuan Xiaoguang, the 5th seat of Yuhei. Nice to meet you." He is a shy and handsome boy. If it weren't for his eyes that contain sharpness, it would be difficult for people to confuse him with his companions. I'm Liu Bin, the 6th seat of Yuhei. I'm sorry to bother you from now on. The speaker is a polite young man with a pair of very affectionate peach blossom eyes, but the emotions in them are cold and indifferent. I'm Miao Dang, the 7th seat. I'm sorry to bother you this time. He was a simple and honest middle-aged man, but he had a fierce aura. The tall and bright short-haired woman smiled generously. I'm Huaxiaoxi, the 8th seat of Yuhei. Please take care of me in the future. Hello everyone, I'm Jinzeni, the 10th. Oh, the 9th seat. Jinzeni is a cute girl about 15 years old, with black hair and blue eyes, very white skin, a vague pronunciation of Chinese, and a slow speaking speed. She speaks timidly. She should be a mixed race girl who probably grew up in a foreign country. They introduced themselves, and Qianxuan also introduced everyone. During the process, everyone found that Crossing Kemming's face became more impatient, and his eyes began to glow fiercely. However, they found that it was difficult for them to feel afraid, even though they knew that the man in front of them was a top-level saint-level strongman, because this man was really too beautiful. It may not be appropriate to say that a man is beautiful, but they really can't find other more appropriate adjectives. Fortunately, although his facial features are delicate and evil, they are sharp and aggressive, and do not make people feel feminine at all. Excuse me, are there only 9 of you coming from Yuhei? Wu Wangxing asked, after thinking for a while. Hearing his words, Du Fu and the other 7 people, except the thick-skinned Panding, suddenly felt a little hot on their faces. However, Crossing Qiang did not think so at all. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, the others are too slow and are still behind. He did not feel embarrassed at all for abandoning the entire Yuhei people. He was so frank. Du Fu covered his face and said, boss, can you be a little self-conscious? You are representing the entire Yuhei refuge this time, and your status is equivalent to that of a leader. Have you ever seen a leader abandon his subordinates just because he dislikes their slowness and goes ahead? Although they are indeed too slow. No, that's not the problem. The key is that you have embarrassed yourself and thrown everyone outside. Don't you feel ashamed at all? Huaxiaoxi and others were also a little ashamed. They were also very distressed to have such a boss who does his own thing. Although I know that you, boss, have always been very individual, you don't need to show it in such a serious matter. Only Panding was unaware and didn't pay any attention to the conversation between the two parties. His eyes looked at the beauty opposite him like a searchlight and received a warning look from Kimoki, a bloodthirsty smile from Zhuang Yuan, to cold eyes from Zhuang Zhe, a chilling glance from Zhuang Eluo, a gentle threatening smile from Lu Chen, and a poisonous wink from Zhu Zixi. In less than 2 seconds, Panding shrank his chilled neck with lingering fear. Are the beauties of the 8 clans too cruel? Either they have a flower-guarding messenger who cannot be underestimated, or they themselves cannot be underestimated. Qianxuan and others twitched their eyes. What a powerful reason. Is this kind of individualism that makes people look up to him also a characteristic of Yuhei? Wu Wancheng reluctantly adjusted his expression to be sincere and said, then, may I ask if you will stay and wait for the rest of the people or ignore them? Although he could probably guess the other party's choice, he still had to say something polite, didn't he? It's not like they don't know the way. What are we waiting for them to do? As expected, Crossing Kemming answered without hesitation. Du Fu was about to cry, boss, take it easy, don't be so direct, you have to find a plausible reason. Worried that Crossing Kemming would continue to make shocking remarks, he quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, this. He suddenly realized that he didn't know how to address the other party. Crossing Kemming didn't care about being robbed of the right to speak by him. Anyway, he was not keen on socializing. As you like. Wu Wancheng said casually. He didn't care much about the address. Even if he was called by his name, it didn't matter. Anyway, in the end times, strength is respected, and age is no longer important. Mr. Wu. Du Fu still chose a conservative address. There are many people in this world who are easygoing on the surface but petty inside, and he dare not take the other party's words seriously. Do you think we can find some time to discuss the relevant matters of our visit to Infinite City? Guessing the other party's concerns, Wu Wansheng laughed at his address, raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course, this is what I was going to bring up. Quite sensible. It seems that Yuhei still has smart people." Chapter 308, Crossing Kemming's Superpowers. Originally, Wu Wansheng thought that he and his people would have to spend a lot of time to convince Yuhei to abide by the laws of Infinite City. After all, the people of Yuhei have always been free and unrestrained. However, Du Fu nodded and agreed after less than half a minute of consideration, which made all the words he prepared in advance useless and surprised him. He couldn't help but start to worry whether the fat man in front of him would count. However, seeing that Uaziaxi and others beside him, including Crossing Kemming, did not object, and their expressions did not show any abnormality, he could not say much, so as not to make the other party angry because of his doubts. He only thought secretly about asking the law enforcement team to pay attention. In fact, he didn't know that the people of Yuhei were indeed free and unrestrained, and loved to fight and cause trouble. However, the reason was that except for a few people who were innate, most of the others were too bored. Usually, they went out hunting, ate and slept. At the beginning of the end of the world, they fought for supplies, but later, it became a pastime and a habit. There was no other way. Yuhei's conditions were simple, and even the shops were rare, not to mention other entertainment facilities for people to kill time. Although most of the 9 people in Yuhei had never been to Infinite City, they still knew something about Infinite City through the revelations of their companions and those wandering adventurers. For example, various bars, casinos, shops, restaurants, amusement parks, game halls, supernatural training grounds, physical training grounds. These things were enough for them to kill time. So at this moment, when they heard the request made by Wu Wansheng, they had no objection. Of course, this was also because the legal provisions of Infinite City were generally very fair and reasonable, and there were no regulations on class privileges. After that, Wu Wansheng talked about some precautions, and the two sides reached a certain consensus, and then took them to go through the entry procedures. Because Yuhei's people would probably stay in Infinite City for a long time, Infinite City created temporary residents in addition to formal residents and non-staff residents for them. Their identity watches were red and white, and their access rights in the city were lower than those of non-staff residents, but higher than those of outsiders. As for where to live, it was naturally in the Gemini district. After all, although they had the title of temporary residents, they were actually just guests. The Gemini district was the largest of the 6 residential districts, and it was also the only one that was fully furnished and not bare brick. This way, it was cheaper and more convenient for the people of Yuhei. As for the rent, it was reduced by 20% from the original price, just as a discount for their long-term rental. Speaking of which, the people of Yuhei really had a lot of money, especially the 9 people standing at the top of the Yuhei pyramid. They came here this time without any other luggage, and each of them carried a shoulder bag. When they opened it, they saw that there were all brain cores in all colors, and they were all above level 6. Zhang Hu was left to take them to the Gemini district, and everyone returned to Punal. Speaking of which, the highest authority in Yuhei is too unconventional. Wu Wanxing sighed as soon as he sat down. Everyone smiled. Indeed, they were all startled, but fortunately it was harmless. However, it seems that we have to quickly arrange personnel to welcome Yuhei's next troops, Wu Wanyan said. Everyone immediately understood what he meant. Since the people above have taken the lead and left the others first, the high-level psychics below will naturally not accommodate the speed of those low-level psychics. It is believed that it will not be long before Yuhei's 9th level psychics will appear outside the city gate. Wu Wanli nodded and then said, "This is good. With waves coming, we can also have a buffer and rest time. If tens of millions of people come at once, the whole Infinite City will be busy." After sighing, he turned to Wu Wanyan and asked, "We have started to stockpile supplies since the first half of this year. How much do we have now?" Originally, if there were only people from our Infinite City, those supplies would be enough for about 5 years, but now that people from Yuhei have flowed in, 1 year is a bit of a stretch. Wu Wanli did not show that he cared too much. As long as they had brain cores, they could exchange any supplies through the plain trading instrument, and the price was very cheap. After all, supplies are very precious to the suffering Earth today, but not to other planets. Even before the end of the world, no one cared about those supplies. Wu Wanli was about to talk about the military training in Infinite City today when he saw a teenager in a silver starry sky uniform running in and handing a communicator to Wu Wan's chief of staff. This is a call from the director of the S-City appearance office. He had to swallow the words back. Wu Wan's nodded, sent the teenager out, and went to the next door with the communicator. Everyone didn't care. They knew that Wu Wan's was worried that the children next to him would disturb them. Seeing this, they began to discuss in a low voice the 9 people of Yuhei who had seen them before. When Wu Wan's came back, everyone quieted down at the same time and looked at him. Wu Wan's face was a little strange, and after a long time he sighed and said, "Let's get ready. S-City will also take refuge in Infinite City. We will be busy next." No way. Could it be that S-City's winter supplies have also been intercepted by Qianxuan? Zhu Shasha said in astonishment. No. Wu Wan's shook his head. There is a fortune teller in S-City who has predicted that the shelter in S-City will not be able to survive this disaster, and the chance of survival lies in our Infinite City. Divination? Wu Qianming looks strange. There is such a supernatural power. And is it accurate? Since Ran Ruoqian believes it so firmly, it should be very accurate. Zhu Shasha said casually. Kimoka's face turned half black. He hated that man, and he hated that man appearing in Qianxuan's sight even more. Qianxuan, who was standing aside, also guessed his thoughts. She felt that if she deliberately asked to guarantee something, it would seem like she was trying to cover up the truth. So she held his hand under the conference table. Kimoki was stunned when his palm was suddenly held by a soft little hand. He turned his head to meet Qianxuan's focused gaze, and his heart warmed up, and his face couldn't help but look much better. Did the fortune teller predict what the upcoming disaster will be? Zhaolin asked. No. Wu Wan's sighed. It is said that the price of divination by a fortune teller is very high. This time, he lost half his life, just for the result I mentioned before. As for the specifics of the divination disaster, 3 higher level healing superpowers worked together to rescue him, and barely saved his life. Now he is still unconscious and dying. Is that so? Zhaolin was disappointed. Why does divination cost a price? Yuanzu was a little surprised. Obviously, my superpowers don't require that kind of thing at all. In his opinion, there is not much difference between divination and prophecy. This is not difficult to guess. Wu once said lightly, what you predicted is just a process, and there is a time limit, while the fortune teller predicted a result, which has no time limit. I think, for divination on small matters, he should not need to pay a price, but this time it concerns the entire human race, so he is unable to do it. People from City S are here too. Are there enough houses in the Gemini district? Mina asked with some concern. Wu Wannian pondered and said, as long as there is no large-scale waste of indoor space, it should be more than enough. Yuhei has more than 10 million people, S-City has more than 15 million people, plus the number of outsiders maintained at about 100,000, and the Gemini district can accommodate nearly 60 million people in total, so it seems that there is still room for improvement. However, the waste of indoor space is inevitable. If the economic situation permits, many people will rent houses that exceed their needs. For example, there are many things like only one person living in a 2-story villa, or one person living in a room with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Fourth brother, before the next wave of people from Yuhei arrives, as a precaution, you should draw up a suitable charter. I think that when the 2 major shelters take refuge in Infinite City, those settlements and wandering adventurers will also take action. Wu once thought for a while and said. Wu Wannian nodded in agreement. Anyway, he had this plan in mind. By the way, there is something I think everyone needs to know. At this time, Kimoki suddenly spoke. Kimoki has always been the kind of person who doesn't speak unless there is something to say, so when he spoke, everyone paid attention to him. Remember the crossing Kemming we met before? Seeing that everyone was speechless, Kimoki guessed what they were thinking of, and raised his eyebrows and said, don't look at his appearance, but he is definitely a character worthy of attention. Even if we don't mention his courage, to make a quick decision, to avoid the infinite city. His own strength cannot be underestimated. We know that he should be a saint level powerhouse. In addition, is his ability very special? Shibaemin supported his chin and said lazily. Indeed. Kimoki's expression was solemn. Although his ability is not a weird ability, its terrifying degree is definitely not inferior. Everyone knew that Kimoki was not a person who would exaggerate, and when they heard him say this, their expressions became serious. What ability is it? Luchu asked impatiently. Decomposition ability. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Kimoki explained. Any living creature is composed of element, and crossing Kemming's ability is to restore them. You mean, he can decompose living creatures into element? Lu Chen's voice was sharp and high-pitched, full of horror. Everyone was also full of disbelief, looking at Kimoki expectantly, as if hoping that he would deny it. Under the attention of everyone, Kimoki nodded slowly. Crossing Kemming's strength and terrifying ability give him an extraordinary status and majesty in Yuhei. That's why, even though many of his behaviors are not in line with his identity as a leader, no one dares to complain, and no one dares to think about undermining him. Hearing this, everyone felt understood. Crossing Kemming's ability is no longer just a terrible problem, but also a spiritual destructive blow. Restoring it to an elemental state is like denying and erasing a person's existence, which is something no one can accept. Chapter 309, Amidst. It was almost 10 o'clock when they came out of Punal. Although they would be too busy when the people from S City and Yuhei arrived, they were still relatively free at the moment. Speaking of which, Arki, do you know the abilities of the remaining 8 people except crossing Kemming? Qianxuan asked briskly, while stepping on the pattern on the cobblestone path. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yuan, Zhuang Ze, Zhu Shasha, Shibaemin, and Zhuang Eluo also looked over. I know. Kimoki pulled Qianxuan to his side, to prevent her from bumping into anything due to her unstable footing. But among the 9 people, only crossing Kemming is worthy of our attention. Since he said so, Qianxuan did not continue to ask, and changed the subject. By the way, if the people from S City are coming, then won't the Tang family also come? Although the Tang family's behavior did not really cause them irreparable harm, she still had a lot of resentment towards the Tang family, because of the 8 clans that were forced to starve, and her second brother whose spirit was almost shattered. Kimoki naturally guessed what she was thinking. He reached out and touched her smooth and delicate cheek and said softly, "Don't worry, the Tang family ceased to exist 2 years ago." How could it be? Qianxuan was stunned. She guessed that the Tang family would probably be suppressed by the Ran family and thus fall, but she never expected that the result of the Tang family would be more tragic than she thought. Kimoki raised his eyebrows and said, "Nothing unexpected. Ran Ruoqian is cunning and cruel, and doesn't like to give his enemies room to breathe, which will cause endless troubles. Putting on eye drops or something." Qianxuan didn't say anything after hearing this. Anyway, she and Ran Ruoqian were not familiar with each other. Besides, as a child of aristocratic family, the other party's behavior was also in line with the family's principles. If Kimoki knew what Qianxuan was thinking, he would definitely be very happy, but unfortunately he didn't know, so he was gritting his teeth at someone in his heart. Ran Ruoqian looks gentle and elegant, but his methods are so cruel, which is surprising. Qianxuan didn't say anything, but Zhu Shasha next to her side. Qianxuan looked at her strangely. "We are not familiar with him. How can there be any surprise?" Zhu Shasha choked. "I'm not familiar with him, but you are not familiar with him." "No, it seems that you are not familiar with him either." As far as she knows, Qianxuan seems to have met the other party less than a hand, and as for liking him, that is also wishful thinking on the other side. What is the connection? Depressed. After hearing Qianxuan's words, Kimoki was happy and felt relieved. After walking a distance from Punal, the few people were about to say goodbye, but they saw Wu Yuan walking towards them from the opposite side with a heavy heart. When they met them head on, he didn't even notice them, a few living people, which shows how distracted and absent-minded he was. "Grandpa, are you going to Punal?" Qianxuan took the initiative to greet him. Wu Yuan seemed to be startled and subconsciously put on a vigilant posture. When he found out that it was them, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a dull look, "I have something to do with your father and the others." "Grandpa, shall I take you there?" Qianxuan suggested. She always felt that her grandfather seemed to be in a dilemma. Wu Yuan waved his hand and refused. "No, I can go by myself. It's not like I don't know the way." Seeing him say this, Qianxuan couldn't insist. The old man had a stubborn temper. When they got home, it was not yet 10 o'clock, and there was still plenty of time for dinner. Thinking that he would be busy again in 2 days, and he might not be as comfortable as usual when eating, Qimoki planned to enrich the dishes in the next 2 days, especially to make more of Qianxuan's favorites. Qianxuan said that she had no objection, and the two of them got busy. Qianxuan was not good at dishes other than soup and roasting, so Qimoki cooked over there. She took 2 processed old ducks and paired them with the previously pickled bamboo shoots. She planned to make bamboo shoots and old duck stew, which was very effective for nourishing the stomach. After adding the ingredients and water and adjusting the fire, Qianxuan turned around and saw Qimoki washing the hairy crabs with a brush. "Oh, are we having crabs today?" Qianxuan likes delicious dishes, so seafood is her favorite. Hairy crabs are river seafood, but they are delicious and fragrant, so she naturally loves them. "Yeah." Qimoki brushed the mud off a hairy crab, threw it into a clean basin beside him, and picked up another one to brush it. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. "Then I'll make the dipping sauce." After saying that, he ran to the cupboard to get the dipping sauce plate and various seasonings. Qimoki chuckled and continued to wash the hairy crabs in his hands. Qianxuan was very satisfied with this meal. Steamed sori 3 fresh stew, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried broccoli, steamed hairy crabs, and stewed duck with dried bamboo shoots were all her favorites. In particular, Qimoki eats fast. After eating, he concentrates on picking crab meat and digging crab paste for her, piling her bowl high. However, she ate comfortably, but not long after the meal, she began to suffer. "What's wrong?" Seeing Qianxuan with sweat on her forehead and pale face, Qimoki was anxious. Covering her stomach, that was a little painful, Qianxuan said in a crying voice, "It seems that I ate too much, and my stomach hurts a little." She actually forgot that crabs are cold in nature and cannot be eaten too much. She used to suffer because of greed. Seeing that Qimoki was sweating anxiously, she comforted him. "It's okay, I'll drink 2 sips of the creation spring water." As she said, she took out a small bottle of creation spring water with some difficulty and drank a few sips with Qimoki's help. Sure enough, after a few sips, her lower abdomen felt warm and the pain slowly disappeared. Qimoki breathed a sigh of relief and held Qianxuan in his arms. His warm palms gently stroked her lower abdomen to help her relieve the lingering pain. Perhaps because of the sweat from the pain, Qianxuan felt a little tired. She leaned in Qimoki's arms. Her eyelids began to feel heavy, and she fell asleep soon. Did the pain just now seem familiar? Before she lost consciousness, this thought vaguely flashed through her mind. Hearing the even and long breathing beside his ears, Qimoki carefully picked up Qianxuan and carried her into the bedroom, carefully putting her on the bed. After thinking about it, he still felt a little worried, so he put on his coat and went out. Wu Wanyan, who was forcibly pulled over by Qimoki, felt a little helpless. Although he was very pleased that his niece-in-law cared so much about his niece, he was busy at the moment. What was it about him to pull him over, just because Qianxuan had a stomach ache? Take a look and see if Qianxuan will have a fever later. Qimoki took Wu Wanyan to the bedside, sat on the opposite bedside, and looked at Qianxuan sleeping with a slightly frowned brow and said worriedly, if he remembered correctly, if the stomach upset was not treated properly, she might have a fever later. Wu Wanyan shook his head, took out the stethoscope to check it, and was about to speak out the results, but felt Qimoki's urgent gaze beside him, sighed and put his hand on Qianxuan's wrist. 2 seconds later, his originally careless expression became solemn. Qimoki on the side became a little nervous when he saw this, and was about to ask, but Wu Wanyan spoke. You just said Qianxuan had an upset stomach. What did she eat? Noticing the strangeness in his tone, Qimoki was flustered for a moment, frowned slightly, and said, she ate 9 crabs. Wu Wanyan's eyes flashed with a hint of as expected, and he took out a small electronic instrument and pressed it on Qianxuan. With a ding sound, the red indicator light on the instrument turned to a light green. This. Kimoki opened his eyes wide and looked at the electronic instrument in Wu Wanyan's hand. Is this a BO wave detector? Wu Wanyan nodded slowly. Then Qianxuan is pregnant? Kimoki said in disbelief. Wu Wanyan nodded again and smiled. Congratulations, you will be a father in less than 10 months. He witnessed the despair of his niece after losing her child and how she grew up and withered in the baptism of pain. Therefore, he was sincerely happy and joyful about the arrival of this child. Kimoki was stunned, staring blankly at Qianxuan's belly under the quilt. He was going to be a father, a child, his and Qianxuan's child. At this moment, he suddenly understood the source of Qianxuan's pain. Even though he was so cold and cruel, he felt a little soft in his heart when he learned about the existence of a child who carried his and Qianxuan's blood. Father and son, mother and son, blood is naturally rooted in the human soul. What's more, this child was conceived by Qianxuan for him. However, he was still the cold-hearted Kimoki who only cared about Qianxuan. In an instant, his emotions returned to calm, thinking of Qianxuan's previous abdominal pain. You said Qianxuan was pregnant, so what happened to Qianxuan's stomach just now? Wu Wanyan looked at the couple with some reproach. You are really stupid. You haven't gone to the BO wave detection gate for such a long time after getting married. If Qianxuan hadn't drunk the water of good fortune in time today, even if she didn't lose the child, it would be very bad for the child's future health. Seeing that Kimoki's expression was already a little impatient, he hurriedly said, crabs are cold in nature and can easily cause miscarriage in pregnant women. Fortunately, Qianxuan is in good health and measures are taken in time, so there is nothing serious. Just take good care of it for a while. Hearing him say this, Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he suddenly wanted to cook crabs for Qianxuan, and then he was glad that the child was fine. He couldn't imagine how much of a blow it would be to Qianxuan if he lost another child. Maybe she would be discouraged and never recover from it. Fortunately, Wu Wanyan put down his work at last and came here. Seeing that Qianxuan was fine, he told Kimoki some precautions and left in a hurry. When he and Qianxuan were the only ones left in the bedroom, Kimoki was stunned for a long time before he carefully took Qianxuan's hand and gently rubbed it against his cheek. After a while, he reluctantly let it go and leaned over to kiss Qianxuan's forehead, eyes, nose tip, cheeks, lips one by one, trying his best to control the urge to continue kissing. Kimoki reached out to help Qianxuan tuck in the quilt. After a long while, he hesitated and carefully put his right hand through the quilt to Qianxuan's lower abdomen. He smiled slightly. Here was his and Qianxuan's child. Chapter 310 Visit. When Qianxuan woke up, it was a little dark. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening. She lazily opened her eyes a little, moved her lips, and for a moment she didn't know where she was. Her confused mind began to work slowly. She seemed to have a stomachache, and now she looked around. She was in her bedroom. Archie must have carried her up. Just when she thought of this, a slight click sound was heard, and familiar footsteps were heard. She looked up and saw Archie closing the door with his back to her. Qianxuan, you're awake. Turning his head to meet her gaze, Kimoki's eyes lit up with joy. He walked forward, put the tray in his hand on the bedside table, gently helped her sit up, put a pillow behind her waist so that she could sit comfortably, and helped her smooth the messy hair on her forehead. Although Kimoki was gentle and attentive to her, he was not so cautious. Qianxuan was a little uncomfortable for a while and moved her waist. Archie. Kimoki responded, holding a hot towel in his hand to wipe her face, and then wiped it again with a dry towel, and then took out an ivory comb and carefully combed her hair. Qianxuan was about to speak, and a cup of grapefruit water for rinsing her mouth came to her mouth. She lowered her head and took a sip. After a while, another empty cup was handed over. She lowered her head and spit it out. Another cup of water was handed over. She had to take another sip and spit it out again. Archie, am I going to die soon? Finally having the opportunity to speak, Qianxuan half jokingly and half askingly asked. Kimoki paused and glared at her angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? After a pause, he said with some smile, you are just pregnant. With his hands, he gently put a warm blanket on her. Qianxuan was embarrassed. It was too exaggerated. She was not a critically ill patient, making her look so fragile. No. Pregnant. Qianxuan suddenly grabbed Kimoki's hand and asked with trembling lips, "You just said." The tone was filled with fragile expectation. Kimoki's nose was sour, and he stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms and said in a gentle and tender voice, "You are pregnant with our child." Child. Qianxuan repeated in a daze, and her little hand unconsciously touched her lower abdomen. "My and Arki's child?" Kimoki nodded heavily, and his big hand covered Qianxuan's hand. "Our child, the child who will call us dad and mom." His voice was low and slightly hoarse. "Child." Qianxuan murmured gently. A soft and beautiful smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes brightened little by little, but tears fell like strings of crystals. Kimoki sighed for a long time, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed her back, as if comforting a child. "Cry, cry, cry out all the pain in the past as tears, and in the future, I will make your life full of happiness." Half an hour later, Qianxuan wiped the tears from her face somewhat embarrassedly, and said hesitantly, "Aki, I'm hungry." Kimoki smiled gently, took the insulated soup pot from the tray with a towel, opened the lid, and inside was the delicious and fragrant old hen soup. The rich aroma made people's appetites grow. Kimoki filled a small bowl for her, put a towel on the outside, and made sure it was not hot, before handing it to Qianxuan. He actually wanted to feed her, but thinking that Qianxuan would probably feel uncomfortable, he had to give up. Seeing that Qianxuan was eating comfortably, Kimoki also filled himself a bowl and started eating. He himself hadn't had dinner yet. Although the soup made from the old hen is nourishing, the meat is dry and hard to bite. In the end times, they naturally couldn't waste food, and Kimoki couldn't bear to see Qianxuan suffer grievances, so he ate all the chicken and left most of the soup for Qianxuan. When the pot of chicken soup was finished, Kimoki took out another pot of fish porridge and filled a bowl for Qianxuan. "I heard that pregnant women can't stand the smell of fish. Although you don't feel that way now, you may not feel that way in the future. You love fish, so eat more before you have a reaction." I was very careful when handling these fish, and I removed all the bones. Kimoki took out another plate of egg tarts. "In addition, I heard that eating more marine fish in the first 3 months is good for the baby's brain development, but marine fish is fishy, and even if the fishy smell is removed, pregnant women may still smell it, so I only put a little bit. And this fruit egg tart uses fruits from the inheritance world, which are rich in energy and nutrition, and are good for babies." Listening to Kimoki's chattering, Qianxuan felt unprecedented happiness. "By the way, Aki, have you informed my parents about my pregnancy?" After dinner, Qianxuan suddenly asked Kimoki, who was cleaning up the dishes. Kimoki was stunned and said unnaturally, "Fourth uncle knows, he should have informed others." In fact, he had been watching Qianxuan for a long time, and didn't think of this at all. Qianxuan saw something from his expression, nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At night, when falling asleep, Kimoki avoided Qianxuan's abdomen, carefully held her in his arms, and worriedly said, "You slept for a long time during the day, will you be unable to sleep now?" Qianxuan shook her head. "No, isn't it said that pregnant women are more sleepy?" She knew that if she said she couldn't sleep, Aki would definitely accompany him, and she didn't want him to be tired. Afraid that Aki would say more, Qianxuan changed the subject and said, "Speaking of which, how old is the baby?" Kimoki thought about it. The green color on the BO wave detector was very light before. Probably just a few days. Qianxuan nodded, then frowned and said, "Yuhei and the people from S City are coming. In my current situation, can't I help you with anything?" Although she didn't ask, she still knew that the stomach ash at noon was a sign of bad fetal health. What's more, pregnant women who are less than 3 months pregnant should be careful. "It's okay." Kimoki pulled the quilt over her carelessly. "You are not the only one. But what if the key gate is opened? You are the only one who has to take care of the intelligence. How can you handle it?" Qianxuan was still worried. Kimoki thought for a while and said, "Find other people to help. Anyway, the 8 city gates cannot be opened at the same time. There will always be someone idle. Besides, this time is different from the last time. It's just to handle the temporary resident procedures. The procedure is simple and there is no technical content. It doesn't matter if we are not here. After hearing what he said, Qianxuan was relieved. Then, the two talked about some things about children. I don't know how long it took, but when I heard Kimoka's slow and even breathing next to me, Qianxuan sighed and began to struggle. Speaking of which, since she got married, she has been ready to have her own children. And the reason why she has not been to the BO wave detection gate is not because she is careless, but there is a reason. At the beginning, after the eldest sister-in-law became pregnant, the fourth aunt and the sixth aunt studied the reason why there were no newborns in the end of the world. It was not because there was no conception, but because the fetus did not get enough energy for growth. But in fact, it is an indisputable fact that human beings have a declining ability to conceive, and the stronger they are, the more so. Since both she and Archie are saint-level strongmen, she naturally would not have thought that they would have children so soon. Therefore, she did not have time to implement her original plan. Since she had clearly faced Archie's possessiveness of her a few years ago, Qianxuan vaguely guessed that Archie's character would not allow her to have multiple children that would disturb their lives in the world of two people. Perhaps one was already his limit of tolerance. But it was not that she wanted to have more children. This was like a child in the rebellious period, when parents strictly told them not to do something. Even if they did not intend to do it, they were provoked to want to sing the opposite tune. Qianxuan was in this state. Of course, she herself had not yet realized her childish mentality, which was actually spoiled. Therefore, originally, Qianxuan planned to exchange the high-tech plain fertility drug through the plain trading instrument. This fertility drug not only has the effect of increasing the pregnancy rate, but also has a great chance of allowing women to conceive multiple babies. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. She did not expect that she would get pregnant so soon. But Qianxuan touched her belly, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. This result is not bad. After Qianxuan fell asleep, Kimoki, who was already asleep beside her, suddenly opened his eyes, bent down and kissed her forehead, tightened his hands around Qianxuan's body, and then closed his eyes again. The next morning, when Qianxuan opened her eyes, it was already past 8 o'clock. She looked at the empty seat next to her, and was a little speechless. Could it be that pregnant women are really more sleepy? But it was obviously not like this the day before. Why did it change as soon as the pregnancy was found out? It's really strange. Qianxuan was about to move, but her body suddenly froze. She had heard Archie say yesterday that she had eaten too many crabs and had a miscarriage. She had to take good care of herself, but he didn't say what the specific taboos were. So could she move now? Thinking of hearing that before the end of the world, someone had a miscarriage and could only lie in bed until giving birth. If she got out of bed, the baby would be miscarried. She was a little terrified and didn't dare to move. Zhu Shasha, Shibaemin and Zhuang Eluo, who came to visit upon hearing the news, pushed the door open and walked in, and saw Qianxuan lying there with her eyes wide open, a frightened expression on her face, and her body stiff. Zuan, what's wrong with you? The three were startled, thinking that she was uncomfortable, and hurried forward to ask. Seeing them, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then briefly explained the matter, and then asked, "Can I get out of bed now?" She did take care of her pregnant sister-in-law, but her sisters-in-law were in good health, and had not had miscarriages due to accidental ingestion, so she could not give her a reference. Unfortunately, she asked the wrong person, and the three in front of her were worse than her. I heard that people can't get out of bed during confinement. You should be the same, right? At the end, Shibaemin's tone became more and more uncertain. Zhu Shasha frowned. No, can confinement be the same as pregnancy? I clearly heard that pregnant women should exercise more, otherwise they will not have the strength to give birth. I don't know. Zhuang Eluo was more straightforward. None of them are reliable. Qianxuan rolled her eyes. Well, she must be crazy to ask for their opinions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, The relationship between cow and grass. After Zhu Shasha and the other two, many people came to see Qianxuan. Because she was busy with military training, Zhaolin, as a mother, only looked at her once and left after making sure she was in good condition. Fortunately, from childhood to adulthood, Qianxuan has been accustomed to her mother not being able to take care of her because of work, and she didn't take it to heart. The same is true for Zhang Huhu, Minna, Zhu Chun, Lian Shengsheng, Li Yuzia, Kang Ruofei, Ruan Ming, Xin Shishi, and Yan Zhu took some time out of their busy schedules to give her some precautions for pregnancy and talked about their own experiences. Several uncles and brothers also came to see Qianxuan, but they were men, and apart from a few words of concern, they couldn't help. In addition, Lu Zhi, Lu Chen, Zhu Qianqian, Zhu Yan, Emoshi, Mo Wang and others also came to visit her. In addition, several nephews also came, especially Qianxuan, who was kept by Qianxuan, and had dinner together. Qianxuan also played building blocks with him, and taught him a few new words. During afternoon tea, she coaxed him to drink a cup of hot milk and half a box of cookies, and then played puzzle games with him for a while. Although Qianxuan loved Qianxuan very much before, she didn't have the patience to play those childish games with him. Now, maybe because she has her own child and the mother's love is overflowing, she is not impatient at all. Qianxuan was also very happy to get the company of his aunt for a whole day. His little face was rosy and his eyes were shining. When Kang Ruofei came to pick him up, he was still reluctant to leave. However, this child has always been quiet and well behaved. He didn't make a fuss. He just looked at Qianxuan eagerly, which softened her heart. She asked Kang Ruofei to send him over tomorrow. He smiled happily and was led away by Kang Ruofei. However, compared with Qianxuan's good mood, Kimoka's mood was a little tangled. Regarding Qianxuan's pregnancy, his mood was a bit complicated and hard to describe, but generally speaking, he was still happy. But now, looking at Qianxuan who was having fun with Qianxuan, he was a little uncertain. Qianxuan could take away most of Qianxuan's attention. Then when their child was born in the future, wouldn't Qianxuan have to put her whole heart on the child? Wouldn't his position in Qianxuan's heart have to be moved back? Thinking of such a scene, Kimoka's mood became gloomy. However, he would not show his negative emotions in front of Qianxuan. Isn't it said that the emotions of pregnant women are easily affected by the people around them? He didn't want to bring any bad influence to Qianxuan. 2 days after Qianxuan became pregnant, Yuhei's 9th level strongman arrived outside the Infinite City. Almost at the same time, all of S City, which was closer to the Infinite City, arrived. For a time, the entire Infinite City was in a busy state. Qianxuan didn't see the scene at that time, but Zhu Shasha's description of her later showed how spectacular it was. Naturally, Kimoki also started to get busy. However, in order to take care of Qianxuan, he moved all the official documents back home and remotely controlled Chukuang and others to do things. Fortunately, their bedroom is a suite with a living room, study, and leisure room. He works in the study and will not disturb Qianxuan's rest at all. Afraid that Qianxuan would feel bored lying in bed all the time, he also asked Zhu Shasha and others to take turns to accompany Qianxuan to talk and relieve her boredom. And it was through Zhu Shasha and others that Qianxuan learned about the situation outside. Today, Yuhei's people made a joke, and they were so angry that they almost started a fight with the city defense army. Tomorrow, people from S City and the staff of the city guard room had a dispute, and then Yuhei and people from S City started a quarrel again. In a word, it never stopped. Fortunately, it may be that all parties understand that internal conflicts should not arise now. It is the time to unite as one. Everyone's behavior is relatively restrained. There are constant frictions, but they are all stopped at a certain point and have not developed to an uncontrollable level. At first, Qianxuan was very interested, but after listening to so many stories, she was tired of hearing the same old things over and over again. Instead of listening to that, she might as well watch a comedy movie to have some fun. And on this day, Qianxuan finally heard a relatively fresh piece of news that interested her. What did you say? Luo and Crossing Kemming had a fight? Qianxuan looked surprised. Zhu Shash nodded. Yes, Luo happened to be a guest teacher at the academy and brought a group of little rascals to the supernatural training ground to train their supernatural powers. Then he found out that Crossing Kemming was secretly teasing those children, and Luo was so angry that he picked up the whip and fought with Crossing Kemming, attracting a lot of onlookers. Thinking of the scene at that time, she laughed happily. Qianxuan frowned slightly, but Luo is only at the 9th level, and Crossing Kemming is at the Saint level and has such terrible supernatural powers. Luo didn't suffer any loss, right? Yuhei's people are violent, and they may kill people if they are not satisfied. Don't worry. Zhu Shash waved her hands nonchalantly and said with a smile, how can she suffer? She chased and beat him, but he didn't fight back at all. How could it be? Qianxuan looked incredulous. Crossing Kemming would be so good-tempered? He doesn't look like that. Not only does he not look like that, but he looks like an unreasonable person. Or is he the kind of man who believes in not fighting with women? She didn't believe it herself when she said it. In the end times, if there really is a man who holds such thoughts, he would have died countless times. Well, Zhu Shasha smiled mischievously. Heroes are tempted by beautiful women. The tone was dragged out for a long time, which made people imagine a lot. No way. Qianxuan widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and unconsciously leaned over and asked in a low voice, did they know each other before? Did something happen between the two that they didn't know about? I don't know him. Zhu Shasha answered without hesitation, raising her eyebrows and said, you forgot that there is such a thing as love at first sight in this world. Qianxuan frowned. How do you know they don't know each other? Maybe something happened between the two of them when we didn't know? How can there be so many love at first sight in the world? Crossing Kemming's look, even a blind person can see it. Zhu Shasha shrugged. What does he look like? Zhu Shasha tilted her head. His face was flushed and shy, and he stared at Luo without moving his eyes. His companion named Panding couldn't stand him not fighting back, so he punched Luo. At that time, Crossing Kemming turned around and looked at him with eyes that could kill people. Qianxuan didn't know what to say. This was too dramatic, wasn't it? Zhu Shasha didn't know what she was thinking about, and she laughed while holding her stomach. The funniest thing is that Min teased Crossing Kemming at that time, looking at our Luo like this. Are you planning to be a son-in-law of the banker? Guess what his reaction was? What reaction? Qianxuan asked curiously. Zhu Shasha couldn't help laughing. He thought about it seriously for a few seconds, then nodded solemnly and said yes. Qianxuan looked strange. Is he joking? No matter how unreliable Crossing Kemming was, he would not abandon the entire Yuhei for his children's love. No. Zhu Shash waved her hand seriously. I can't see any joking in his face. After a pause, she said, on the contrary, I think he seems to have made up his mind. Decided to be the son-in-law of the banker? Qianxuan laughed and cried. Hey, don't take it lightly. Seeing her indifferent expression, Zhu Shasha said, I don't think Crossing Kemming is just talking. Qianxuan nodded casually. Who cares? Luo can't be conquered so easily. If Crossing Kemming can really impress Luo, it might be a good thing. She didn't want her friend to live alone like this for the rest of her life. HMM. Zhu Shasha's eyes looked a little strange. Speaking of which, do you know how old Crossing Kemming is? Why did they get to this point? Qianxuan was a little surprised, but she didn't care. She casually said a number that she thought might be more appropriate, 25. Zhu Shasha shook her head slowly. Guess again. 26. Zhu Shasha shook her head again. Qianxuan was a little impatient. No more guessing. Just tell me directly. Zhu Shasha glanced at her faintly. 16. How much? Qianxuan scratched her ears in disbelief. 16. Zhu Shasha repeated calmly. No way. Qianxuan felt horrified. Could that be the legendary premature aging? However, she thought that premature aging usually refers to those who are born with an uncle's face. How could it be a handsome man like Crossing Kemming? Besides, he is younger than Xingxin, Xiaozi and the others. Are you sure? Zhu Shasha scratched her face. It's not premature aging. I think he looks more mature because of his own experiences. How do you know his age? Is the information reliable? Qianxuan asked suspiciously. Do you still remember who is Qianxuan? Seeing Qianxuan nodded, Zhu Shasha continued. Min gets along well with her. I heard it from her. And she looked around slyly to make sure that Kimoki would not suddenly jump out, and then said, I heard that Crossing Kemming not only has never been in a relationship, but is also a genuine virgin. Qianxuan was embarrassed. Why are you asking about this? How could I ask about it? Who was Qianxuan told Min, and Min told me. Zhu Shasha was unhappy. No way. For this kind of thing, let's not talk about whether who is Qianxuan and Min are close enough to say this. That is crossing Kemming's privacy, right? Zhu Shasha guessed what she meant. The environment over at Yuhei is more unrestrained, and this matter is not a secret. Everyone in Yuhei knows about it. I heard that those people often secretly bet on when crossing Kemming will get rid of his virginity. After all, considering the environment in Yuhei, crossing Kemming is considered a weirdo. Qianxuan was speechless. Lalo, is this an old cow eating young grass? No, I think it's young grass eating old cow, but luo doesn't mean that. Or is it a young cow eating old grass? I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again now. From today on, there will be only one updated Qianxuan has to save manuscripts for the new book. Chapter 312 Prelude. Although Kimoki and Zhu Shasha accompanied Qianxuan as much as possible, the boring time of nurturing the fetus can still easily make people feel bored and disgusted, especially for pregnant women who are easily emotional. If it weren't for the painful experience in the past, Qianxuan might also complain and be dissatisfied, but now she only needs to think that she is nurturing a child of her and Arki in her body. As long as it is for him, her even greater suffering is willing to be happy, not to mention just boredom. Ever since Zhu Shasha told her about the dramatic encounter and development between Zhuang Eluo and Crossing Kemming, Qianxuan has been paying close attention to this matter. Not only her, I believe Zhu Shasha and Shibaemin, as well as the other 9 seats of Yuhei and even everyone in Yuhei, and many people she doesn't know, are closely looking forward to the next situation. How will Crossing Kemming pursue Zhuang Eluo? Is it a plunder or a warm offensive? This is what many people want to know. Qianxuan also told Zhu Shasha, Shibaemin and Kimoki to tell her the first news in time. In this regard, the former two expressed their obligation and high morale, while the latter was helpless. Unfortunately, everyone saw the beginning, but didn't guess the end. I thought that, even if it wasn't a hot drama that made people passionate, it would be an idle drama with all kinds of melodrama and jokes, but it turned out to be a bad drama that took a sharp turn. According to Shibaemin, it's a good thing that Crossing Kemming has such an eye-catching celebrity face, impeccable strength and status, and such a domineering personality. No matter how you look at it, he is destined to be the male protagonist, but why did he play himself as a cannon fodder male supporting role? If you use one sentence to describe all of Crossing Kemming's psychological activities, it is, love is in the heart, but hard to say. In other words, Crossing Kemming acted so openly at the beginning. The fact that he liked Zhuang Eluo had long been known to you, me, and everyone, but he didn't realize it, and thought he had hidden it so well. So, he showed all kinds of shyness, clumsiness, and loopholes in encounters and attention. When he didn't know, I don't know how many people had seen his self-proclaimed secret behavior. Putting aside other people's feelings, Qianxuan and Zhu Shasha were just as disappointed as Shibaemin. Kimoki said that he didn't care, while Yuhei Jiuxi was ashamed. Boss, please give me some more strength. Qianxuan put a piece of cantaloupe in his mouth and said disappointedly, I was looking forward to it. That's right. Zhu Shasha said indignantly, you don't know how angry I was when I saw Crossing Kemming pretending to be calm and walked by Luo 16 times but did nothing. Also, he once secretly followed Luo to Ninja Street, but he was so focused on following him that he forgot about the right of way and was directly bounced off the defense circle at the street corner and flew several meters away. How stupid and disillusioned he was. Fortunately, he is still a first-class handsome man. Shibaemin was equally angry. Zhuang Luo, who was standing by, handed a plate of apples cut into the shape of bunnies to Qianxuan, and glanced at the three people calmly. I think no one wants you to look forward to it. Luo, you are so cold. Zhu Shasha complained. You look like you are not involved, but you are obviously one of the parties involved. Shibaemin agreed. Regarding crossing Kemming's passionate pursuit, why don't you tell me what you think? Zhuang Luo looked at the three people opposite with curiosity on their faces expressionlessly, lowered her head, and picked up an orange to peel it. The three people thought she would not answer, and after a while, Zhuang Luo's voice without any emotion rang out. As a young and ignorant 16-year-old boy, we can regard his stupidity as youth. Qianxuan and the other two were surprised and looked at each other. If others said this, it might be sarcastic, but Zhuang Luo was quite tolerant, especially since she was being pursued by the other party. However, considering crossing Kemming's age, it was understandable that Zhuang Luo was more tolerant, and the three people did not think much about it. By the way, Shasha, have all the people from Yuhei arrived today? Qianxuan asked. Today, the Zhu Gate and Lu Gate were opened in Infinite City. Zhu Shasha nodded. Probably. What does probably mean? Qianxuan was puzzled. The people from Yuhei did not arrive in a group. No one counted the casualties of the alien species encountered on the road. I don't know if there are still people left outside, but the number is about the same. Zhu Shasha said, while drinking orange juice. Speaking of which, there has been no news from Qianxuan. Zhuang Luo frowned slightly. Did Brother Qi say anything? Zhu Shasha turned to ask Qianxuan. Qianxuan shook her head and said, he said that it seems very calm over there, no different from usual, as if they don't know that the disaster is coming. But it is obviously impossible. Even if Qianxuan really didn't know, he should have noticed it long ago through the actions of Infinite City, Yuhei and S-City, especially since they didn't deliberately hide it. After more than half a month, Yuhei's people arrived in Infinite City one after another. Of course, this does not mean that Infinite City has been out of a busy state. Just like the foreigners who joined at the beginning, so many people suddenly lived together. Friction and conflict were inevitable. Therefore, the law enforcement team has been very busy recently. In addition, the production and business of Infinite City have made considerable adjustments for this. Although Qianxuan can't see it, she can understand a lot through the narration of Zhu Shasha and others. Now, Qianxuan has been pregnant for a month, and the unstable fetus that was caused by eating too many crabs has been completely stabilized. However, too many people with unknown backgrounds poured into the city at that time, and Kimoki was worried that something might happen, so he never let her go out. It's better to be safe than sorry, especially when it comes to children. Qianxuan will naturally not say anything. Recently, Qianxuan has been very keen on touching her belly, looking forward to sensing the existence of the child, but unfortunately, it has always been in vain. She is always disappointed about this, and she will never get tired of it next time. With the arrival of November, the climate has been getting colder day by day as expected, just like the winter of the previous 2 years. At the same time, people have begun to reduce the frequency of going out hunting. Therefore, Qianxuan, who has always been afraid of cold, did not think of going out of the house without Kimoki's advice. Fortunately, she is still in early pregnancy, so it is not the time to walk around. She is thinking that, when the weather gets warmer next year, her belly will be almost bigger, and she can start various exercises suitable for pregnant women. After 10 months of pregnancy, the baby will be born in July next year. Although the weather is a bit hot, with the existence of a constant temperature system, her confinement days will not be too uncomfortable. In December, there was a heavy snowfall, and it never stopped. The roads of the entire Infinite City were piled with high snow. Fortunately, the construction quality of Infinite City is strong enough, and the giant hornbeams are even stronger. The snow in the 8 gardens is handled by the flying ship system, so they don't need to worry about it at all, and the exotic flowers and plants are still full of vitality. However, even so, with the snow covering Infinite City getting thicker day by day, people's lives have been greatly affected, and their activities are even more limited to their homes. Finally, after the 8 clans said all the good things and made many promises, the heart of Magic City finally compromised and reluctantly opened the defense shield of Infinite City. So, on this day, people living in Infinite City found that the entire Infinite City was shrouded in a layer of white fog, and the snow above their heads was separated by the white fog, becoming out of reach. After the 8 clans announced, people knew that this was the defense shield of Infinite City. From then on, the cold snow would no longer be able to enter Infinite City, and they could not help but put down their growing worries. After everyone gathered together to clean up the snow in the city, Infinite City finally resumed operations and people went out of their homes again. However, they could clean up the snow in Infinite City, but they could do nothing about the white outside the city. There was no way. Now the snow outside the city was as high as a person. If you stepped out, most of it would be buried in the snow. It would take a lot of effort to pull it out of the snow. Even if it was cleaned up, it would soon be covered by the snow falling from the top of your head. As a result, they were trapped in the Infinite City and had no way to get out, let alone hunt. What made Kimoki and the 8 clans most uneasy was that there had been no news from Qianxuan since half a month ago. Of course, they did not tell Qianxuan, who was pregnant, about this. 3 months into her pregnancy, Qianxuan's abdomen finally had some subtle changes. Her waistline increased by an inch, and her lower abdomen was a little hard, which made her secretly relieved. Since she learned that she was pregnant, she was happy and worried at the same time. She suspected more than once that she was not actually pregnant. After all, the discipline of this incident was not high, and she herself did not have any obvious symptoms of morning sickness. When she was 4 months pregnant, Qianxuan's morning sickness symptoms finally came late, with nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, and becoming very picky eaters. At the table, Qianxuan was struggling to eat delicious beef ramen. She just got up in the morning and didn't know why she suddenly wanted to eat beef ramen. God knows, she has always been cold to this kind of strong flavored food, but Kimoki likes it more. But for no reason. She just wanted to eat immediately, and couldn't control herself. This was not the first time that a similar situation had happened. Just 2 days ago, she actually ate the mutton she hated the most, and she still felt unsatisfied afterwards. When she realized her abnormal behavior, she was scared and cried while hugging Aki. Seeing Qianxuan drink the last mouthful of noodle soup, Kimoki put away the empty bowl and observed Qianxuan from the corner of his eye. He was relieved until she didn't show any signs of vomiting after several minutes. Qianxuan's appetite has not been very good recently. She only eats more when she suddenly wants to eat something, and sometimes she vomits as much as she eats. Only fruits and vegetable salads are better. Kimoki saw all the hardships of Qianxuan's pregnancy and felt so distressed that he almost couldn't control himself and said that he didn't want to have a child, but reason prevailed in the end. If he said this, it would only make Qianxuan shocked, angry and scared. He didn't want to increase her psychological burden. Chapter 313 Strength Ranking. This winter seemed to be longer and harder than any other winter in previous years. Especially for the low-level superpowers in S-City and Yuhei, they were too weak and didn't have many brain cores in their hands. In Infinite City, money was indispensable for everything. Therefore, they lived a tight life and looked forward to the winter passing quickly and the continuous heavy snow outside the city stopping quickly. Finally, December, January, February, and March passed one by one. When April was approaching, the university above slowly became smaller and finally disappeared. Only the amazing amount of snow outside the city could prove its arrival. In this regard, the people of Infinite City breathed a sigh of relief, and the 8 major clans breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other reason. When Qianxuan was more than 5 months pregnant, the severe morning sickness symptoms that lasted for 2 months finally disappeared slowly. In the past 2 months, Qianxuan's hard work made all the 8 major clans very worried. The weather cleared up and warmed up, but the gates of Infinite City were not opened immediately. The reason was due to the daunting snow outside the city. It was not a small project to clear it to the point where people could walk normally. Moreover, the water from the melted snow had to be directed to a suitable place, otherwise, the slippery and muddy roads would not be much easier to walk on than the snow. In this way, the top leaders began to operate, and orders for personnel allocation were issued one after another. The army, free hunters, non-staff residents, and temporary residents were all responsible for clearing the snow on the designated sections of the road. When everything was arranged properly, the 4 gates of Infinite City, Yuanmen, Qimen, Momen, and Wumen, were opened at the same time under the orders of the top leaders. At that time, most of the people in Infinite City pushed snowplows, shovels, and dustpans, and were ready to wait for the city gates to open. The city defense forces were even more alert and prepared to maintain order out of the city. However, when the gate was just opened, a crack in the scene outside the crack was clearly visible. The city defense soldiers were silent for 2 seconds, and then, as they had agreed beforehand, they all rushed forward and pushed the gate back with all their might. The staff in the city guard room were stunned, and their hands, that were about to be withdrawn, froze in midair, not knowing whether to continue to withdraw or press the button to open the gate again. From their angle, they could not see the scene outside the city, and they did not know what the city defense soldiers were doing. Those who were a little further away were also stunned. They also did not see the scene outside the city clearly. It was not until the subtle sound of the gate closing that they came back to their senses and questioned the city defense soldiers, hoping that they could explain their actions. But the city defense soldiers did not pay attention to these things at this time. One by one, they leaned against the gate, sat on the ground, or even lay on their backs, panting, looking like they had survived a disaster. Everyone was even more confused, but with their understanding of the city defense army, they would definitely not make a fuss without a purpose, so they did not make a fuss. The city is surrounded by alien species. After a while, the city defense army also recovered, and one of them shouted at the top of his voice. Everyone was stunned by this sentence, and was silent for half a minute, and then there was a bang, and the pot exploded. How is it possible? Shouldn't the alien species be in the insect nest? Yes, and the snow is so thick, won't those alien species be buried in the snow? Are you seeing it wrong? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Thousands of whispers and discussions overlapped, and the voices were deafening. Almost at the same time, Yuanzhu and Yuanchang in Yuanmen, Qimoki in Qimen, Moshi and Wang in Momen, Wuqianzhang and Wuqianming in Wumen all ran to the tower. When they saw the alien team stretching for 10 miles outside the city, the 7 people took a breath of cold air. The 7 people reacted quickly and ran to the nearby towers at the fastest speed to investigate. As a result, they found that the 8 gates of Infinite City were surrounded. To be more precise, the entire Infinite City was surrounded by alien species. Simply put, Infinite City was besieged. Those alien species seem to be just surrounding Infinite City and have no intention of attacking. Yuanzhu said his discovery in a somewhat incredible way on the phone. Indeed, those alien species were very quiet, without the roars or howls that they had from time to time in the past. Otherwise, they would not have been unaware of the abnormality outside the city before opening the city gate. Moreover, they also found that those alien species did not fight with each other and maintained peace, which was very unusual. What was even more incredible was that those alien species stood still one by one, without any movement, just like a disciplined army. Such a thought made their hearts sink immediately. Qimoki first thought of Qianxuan, but he quickly eliminated his suspicion. People with high IQ like Qianxuan usually prefer victory through clever means, rather than facing the enemy head-on without technical content. Moreover, according to the intelligence he obtained, Qianxuan can indeed control alien species, but that kind of control is good at general direction and lacks precision. It is impossible for these alien species in front of him who are afraid to make the slightest movement, as if they are frightened by something. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Wuqianzhang made a quick decision to call Punal and informed the other people of the 8 major clans of the news. In less than half an hour, another order came down, and everyone in Infinite City began to prepare for battle. Soldiers were on full alert on all the towers, arrow towers, and walls of Infinite City. The Griffin troops were all over the city gates. At the same time, the Ground Dragon Cavalry Regiment was also ready inside the city gates. The people in the S-City shelter and Yuhei shelter also began to prepare for the upcoming war in an orderly manner under the command of Ranruo-Qian and Crossing Qian respectively. In this regard, if Ranruo-Qian is said to be capable, thoughtful, and commanding, then Crossing Qian completely relied on his own leadership charm to subdue Yuhei's group of rebellious element, although it is ridiculous that someone like him who does his own thing can have leadership charm, but this is the fact. However, his performance at least pulled back some of his impression points that were about to fall to the bottom in everyone's hearts, although he himself did not realize it at all. Afterwards, the top leaders of S-City Shelter, Yuhei Shelter and Infinite City gathered together for a meeting on the siege. During the meeting, they discussed and formulated a series of plans for various situations. Perhaps because of Wu Wance's name and record of ghost strategy, or perhaps because the guest follows the host's convenience. This time, S-City and Yuhei unanimously handed over the battlefield command to Wu Wance. In response, Wu Wance raised his eyebrows and refused to accept it, which saved him from the means he had prepared in advance. Everyone discussed the unusual silence of the aliens outside the city, and they all felt that the other party wanted to trap them to death in the city. After all, it stands to reason that in the end times, most of the food for humans comes from the meat of mutant animals. Even S-City and Yuhei had no worries about this matter. After staying in Infinite City for so long, they had more or less realized that Infinite City could obtain a large amount of fresh and excellent materials from sources they didn't know. What really made them uneasy was the man behind the scenes who pushed the current situation. From the scarce information available, the man behind the scenes had at least the same IQ as an ordinary person, and she/it, was able to firmly control countless aliens like this, either with superior strength and able to intimidate the same kind of aliens, or with extremely powerful human control abilities. Relatively speaking, they tended to the former, and humans, whether in public or private, she had no reason to do so. In this way, the other party might be an alien whose strength had reached the god level. The fastest way to solve the current crisis is to capture the leader first. As long as the leader is dead, the other alien species will be scattered. As long as they are divided and united, they will not be afraid, but now they have not even found the shadow of that alien species. Moreover, let alone whether they can deal with the god level, because they have no experience, they don't know the difference between the god level alien species and other alien species. So, someone proposed to send a few saint level masters to explore the rear of the alien species. Naturally, everyone began to pick up all the saint level masters in the city at the meeting. There are 11 saint level warriors in Infinite City: Wu Qianxuan, Kimoki, Wu Wanheo, Shangguan Yu, Wu Qiansheng, Wu Qianlin, Zhuang Yuan, Zhuangze, who just broke through some time ago, Jiang Haoshan, Arthur Emberlin, and Parishace. There are 16 saint level warriors in S-City: Rang Ruoqian, Rang Yunfei, Rang Jingxin, Rang Weia, Rang Minjin, Zheng Mingliang, Chu Zeng, Fang Qianhua, Ai Ningning, Wu Yangd, Yang Dong, Wei Ting, Yan Yan, Dong Weihao, Kang Dian, and Juling. There are 12 saint level warriors in Yuhei, Crossing Qian, Panding, Dufu, Ling Yuan, Yuan Xiaoguang, Li Yubin, Miao Dong, Hua Xiaoxi, Jinzeni, Wantan, Janzhen, and Tu Han Han. The last 3 broke through in the past 6 months, and there are 8 saint level warriors in the settlements and wandering adventurers: Qimingxiang, Kanganan, Tengxing He, Ma Jiabui, Zhuhui, Yu Zhao, Yi Jianqing, and Huang Yuxin. Judging from the number of saint level masters, it seems that S-City is the most powerful, but if you look at the total number of people in each party, you will know that this statement is not correct. Infinite City has about 5 million people, S-City has more than 20 million people, Yuhei has more than 10 million people, and the settlements and wandering adventurers have about 15 million people. The population of S-City is twice that of Yuhei, but the number of saint level masters is only 1/3 more than that of Yuhei. The population of Yuhei is twice that of Infinite City, but there is only one more saint level master than Infinite City. Not to mention that the population is twice that of Infinite City, but the saint level masters are not as good as the settlements and wandering adventurers in Infinite City. If we really want to rank them, from high to low, it should be Infinite City, S City, and finally those settlements and wandering adventurers. Of course, who is really strong, and who is weak can only be determined after a real fight. Chapter 314 Air Raid. 47 Saint level warriors, this is a considerable number, but it is far from enough to face the god level warriors. And they are going deep into the enemy camp, so it is not an exaggeration to say that they are going to die. However, even so, they cannot just sit there and do nothing. It is easy to escape for a while, but the consequence of human extinction is not something that anyone can bear. And now, what they have to do is to obtain as much intelligence as possible from the enemy, so as to make deployments and strive for a glimmer of hope. Therefore, how many saint level warriors to send, and which saint level warriors to send, have become things worth considering. The particularity of the situation made everyone a little hesitant to make a decision for a while. What if a strong saint level warrior is sent, and he is injured? If a saint level warrior with slightly lower strength is sent, it may be sent to die in vain. For a while, the meeting was a little frozen. In the end, it was Wu Wan's who proposed to take appropriate measures and send saint level warriors with special abilities to escape, hide, and spy. This compromise opinion was agreed by everyone. As for who to send specifically, it is up to each party to decide. With Infinite City as the center, the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast are each responsible for one, and each party sends 2 saint level strongmen, and the candidates are determined. Because time is precious, there is no time to drag them out. After a brief discussion, the parties decided on the candidates on the spot. Infinite City is responsible for the east, and the candidates are Qimoki and Zhuangzi. Among the two, Qimoki is powerful and can hide in the inheritance realm when facing danger. Zhuangzi is good at changing, and his supernatural power makes it easy to hide and spy. S City is responsible for the west, and the candidates are Zheng Mingliang and Fang Qianxuan. Among them, Zheng Mingliang, who is an earth-type supernatural, is good at running away underground, and Fang Qianxuan, who has the supernatural power of deception, can conceal people's eyes and ears to the greatest extent, so as to obtain intelligence. Yu He is responsible for the south, and the candidates are Yuan Xiaoguang and Hua Xiaoxi. Among them, Yuan Xiaoguang, who is a teleportation supernatural, is responsible for leading people to escape, and Hua Xiaoxi's ability to control the biological magnetic field gives her the hope of obtaining the most accurate and complete intelligence. The last part of the north was naturally in the charge of the settlement and wandering adventurers. The candidates were Kang Anan and Yu Zhao. One of them was a thunder-type supernatural being, and the other was a water-type supernatural being. They had rich practical experience, and were old partners. Their combined strength should not be underestimated. Yu Zhao was also good at escaping by water. Although Qianxuan did not go out, she soon found out about such a big thing. Of course, Qimoki would not, and did not have the time to tell her. He wished she could not be disturbed by these things and rest assured to take care of the baby. However, with Patian, who always couldn't bear to go out and play with his friends, she almost understood everything a few hours later. Hey, Nana, we can fight, right? Patian was very excited. Although she usually looks like a heartless child, she is not lacking in the belligerence of the blood of Warcraft. In particular, during the years when Orina was chasing Nonado, she accompanied her throughout the whole process and was truly a veteran. After Nonado's strength was enough to not fear the assassins sent by Orina, she took Patian to take on large-scale city battle missions from the mercenary union several times. The enemies they faced were sometimes humans and sometimes beasts. How similar was the situation to the Infinite City currently surrounded by alien species. Therefore, Patian's desire to fight was ignited at once, and her blood boiled. Qianxuan understood her situation and asked, "Are there many flying mutant animals outside the city?" In Sadia, the existence of wind magicians and flying monsters made air battles common. No, not a single one. Having been on the battlefield before, Patian instinctively paid attention to all the enemy situations that deserved attention. Not a single one. Qianxuan narrowed her eyes. This was a bit unusual. Patian nodded affirmatively. Not a single one. She would never make such a low-level mistake. Qianxuan pondered for a moment, then said, "You go to Punal and tell your fifth uncle about this situation. Also, tell your fifth uncle about the air battle we encountered before. This kind of air combat facing the enemy in the air is very different from the air combat involving fighter jets and missiles. It is necessary to let your fifth uncle understand." But Patian was a little unhappy. "Anan wants to go out of the city to kill people. Can't Nana let someone else go?" Qianxuan touched her head and coaxed, "But only Patian and I know about the air battle. Does Patian want me to go?" His eyes fell on Qianxuan's belly, and Patian was tangled. Nana had a baby in her belly, so she naturally couldn't be tired, but Anan wanted to go to war. Seeing that Patian was wavering, Qianxuan hurriedly continued, "Moreover, those alien species outside the city are all minions, and the real powerful characters are behind. Although Patian is very powerful, it only takes a few minutes to kill those minions, but Patian killed too many, and the others got nothing. How pitiful. Patian, please be merciful and pity them." In the end, the simple Patian compromised and went to find Wu once obediently. On this side, as soon as Patian left, Qianxuan appeared in the inheritance world, entered the basement without stopping, and sat cross-legged next to the element pool. She gently touched her watermelon-like belly and frowned slightly. At this critical moment, she was in this situation and could not help at all. From Patian's narration, she could naturally see the key point and the possibility of the existence of a god-level strongman. What concerned her was whether this god-level strongman was a zombie, a mutant animal, or an insect. If it was a mutant animal or an insect, it would be fine. If it was a zombie, she shuddered at the thought of the 30 million or so humans in the Qianxuan shelter. She had never had this moment when she hoped that Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhan would be more capable and be able to save the Qianxuan shelter. With a sigh of relief, Qianxuan threw away her chaotic thoughts, calmed down her mind, and began to practice. At this time, she could no longer care about breaking through with Arki. Only by breaking through the god level, as soon as possible could the current predicament be completely resolved. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. As the master of the inheritance realm, Qianxuan discovered Qimoki's arrival as soon as possible. She opened her eyes and checked the time. She had been practicing for several days, and it should have been several hours outside. "Are you hungry? I've prepared dinner." Qimoki gently supported her and said softly. He didn't ask her what she was doing in the inheritance realm, or he knew it without asking. During this meal, both of them ate absent-mindedly. After eating, Qimoki cleaned up the dishes and told her about being sent to the rear of the alien species to test. Of course, he emphasized that with the inheritance realm, he was safe. Qianxuan frowned, but didn't say anything. She knew the strength of the god-level strongmen better than anyone else. If she faced them, she might not even have a chance to escape. What would the inheritance realm do? Qimoki had thought of such a possibility, but facing Qianxuan, he naturally didn't want her to be frightened, so he just said the best. Qianxuan also knew what he was thinking, and she also didn't want him to be distracted from the mission because of worrying about her, so she just pretended not to know. "When are you going?" Finally, she asked calmly. Qimoki reached out and gently stroked her round belly. "Uncle Wu predicts that we will soon face an air raid. When the time comes, we will take advantage of the chaos to leave the city." "I know." Qianxuan nodded lightly, and in her heart she had already begun to think about finding some god-level potions that are useful for god-level strongmen, and let Arki and Arze take them to increase the chance of survival. At night, after making some preparations that could be done, Qianxuan got into bed, but she didn't sleep. She had a vague feeling in her heart that this night would not be peaceful. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Qianxuan was already a little overwhelmed by the sleepiness of pregnancy. When she began to feel drowsy, the harsh alarm sounded in the city without warning, pulling the whole city out of their sleep. Qimoki looked at Qianxuan for the first time, and seeing that she was not scared, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then picked up the clothes beside the bed and put them on. Qianxuan carefully propped up her body, and Qimoki quickly reached out to stop her. "You continue to sleep, no need to get up. Unless the city is destroyed, no matter what happens, it will not affect Qianxuan, a pregnant woman." Qianxuan paused, and then lay back down. This matter really didn't affect her, especially under the protection of the magic city heart and the flying ship. However, after thinking about it, she still notified Patian to help through her mental power. If she guessed correctly, it should be the flying mutant animals that launched an air raid on the Infinite City. At this time, Patian, as a flying monster, and the future god level monsters like the King of the Sky, can often play a decisive role in the victory or defeat. In particular, the innate level of pressure of the god level monsters can produce absolute suppression on creatures with lower levels than them. And the future is part of Kimoka's strength. Naturally, he has to go on a mission with him. In this way, Patian's participation in the war is crucial. After hurriedly saying a few words of comfort to Qianxuan, Kimoka left. Qianxuan sighed, picked up her clothes, and slowly put them on. At this time, how could she still sleep? If she hadn't been worried about the baby in her belly, she might have used her mental power to observe the battle situation outside. After thinking for a while, she put on a blanket, walked to the balcony connected to the bedroom, and looked into the distance. Because of the giant hornbeam, although it was night, Infinite City was still as bright as day, and the warriors were not at a disadvantage because of their eyesight. Suddenly, roars and hisses came from a distance. In an instant, Qianxuan suddenly remembered the many air battles she had participated in Sadia. With her past experience, she could distinguish the sounds of most of the monsters: unicorns, griffins, Pegasus, phoenixes, silver-winged gharials, Pegasus. Without exception, they were all flying monsters, and the most attractive one was the pleasant cry of Patian, which was clear and agile among the many sounds. The raging fighting spirit overflowed from these strange sounds, and the prelude to the air battle was thus opened. Chapter 315. A different Patian. With excellent eyesight, Qianxuan could vaguely see dense black spots in the sky in the distance, but she couldn't see more. She gently touched her bulging belly and frowned slightly. No one in Infinite City had experience in such large-scale air combat. Even if Uncle Wu knew something about it through Patian, he might still be incomplete. With the advantage of being at home, although they would not be defeated, unnecessary losses in combat power were inevitable. If she could participate in the battle. Qianxuan sighed helplessly, thinking that she could neither see the battle situation clearly nor help here. She turned back to the bedroom, and with a thought, she went to the realm of inheritance. If Arki encountered a god-level strongman, he would most likely hide in it. On the battlefield, as Qianxuan expected, as soon as the battle started, the people on the Infinite City side were somewhat at a loss. Kang Ruofei, Wu Qianfang, Ruanming, Wu Qianming, Xin Shishi, and Wu Qianayu sat on the backs of their Warcraft companions, frowning and watching the battle. While watching, they also tried their best to suppress the Warcraft companions' eagerness to move. A pleasant hissing sound rang out, and a silver stream of light streaked across the sky. A large number of enemy mutant animals fell from the sky, and Patian's beautiful and elegant figure slowly appeared in the air with a phantom. "What are you doing there?" Seeing the 6 people's stupid look, Patian's crisp and agile voice sounded angrily. But Kang Ruofei, who has always been straightforward, rarely hesitated. It's not that she didn't want to move, but the dense mass in front of her made her feel like she had no idea where to start. I always feel that it's hard to control the strength of a move, and I'm not sure if I won't hurt my own people. You know, in a ground battle, you only need to consider 4 directions: front, back, left, and back. But in the air, there are 6 directions: front, back, left, right, up, and down, which suddenly increases the unpredictability. Because the enemy invaded from the air, it can be said that the sky above the entire Infinite City became a temporary battlefield. In this way, the battlefield expanded a lot. As the battlefield commander, Wu Wanse naturally found it difficult to take care of the whole battlefield, especially when City, Yuhei, the settlement and the wandering adventurers could not adapt to his command style, and could not quickly get into the state. Unfortunately, they were the ones that Wu Wanse did not have the energy to take care of for the time being. With a light flap of his wings, he fanned away a mutant vulture that rose from the left side, and Patian roared, "Are you stupid? If you can't do it yourself, can't you trust your fellow monsters? We are monsters. We are born to know how to fight." His tone was full of pride. As soon as the voice fell, a strong momentum spread from all the flying monsters present, and all the flying monsters looked at their masters eagerly. They are asking for a fight. Wu Qianming and others were shocked. Their eyes became firm, and they nodded heavily. The next second, all the flying monsters moved, facing the enemy head on with a fierce fighting spirit. Attention! This is our home ground of Warcraft. Humans who are not used to air combat should just watch and learn quietly, and don't make trouble casually. This war has just begun. Now it's just an appetizer. What we need to do now is to clear the battlefield as soon as possible, retain our strength, and prepare for the fierce battle later. Especially humans. According to my estimation, zombies, insects and non-flying mutants will be led into the city by flying mutants in a while, so you should be ready for battle. Listen up, all Warcraft. In order to retain your strength as much as possible, please stay calm and rational, and don't fight to the point of forgetting everything. Patian flapped her wings again, and a dark hole appeared out of thin air in the air, swallowing the large number of mutants attacking her. I suggest that you can destroy the enemy's flying ability, knock them to the ground, and let your companions who can't participate in the air battle help. In addition, the high-level strong men below, please pay attention. Please quickly get to the important construction nearby to resist the possible sabotage of the alien species in the future. At this moment, where is the shadow of the simple, kind and greedy little girl in Patian? With a solemn expression, she commanded with confidence, and took everything into consideration. She explained the skills, tricks, and precautions of air combat that she knew one by one, without rushing or slowing down, and as if it was of great importance. The demeanor and majesty of a god-level monster were fully revealed. Unconsciously, everyone present began to do as she said. Gradually, the battle rhythm on the infinite city side became orderly, and everyone began to slowly get into the state and became handy. The crowned griffin under Khan Ruofei was like a ball of golden flame. Wherever it went, hundreds of wind blades accurately pierced into the connection between the bodies and wings of those mutant animals, and dropped them to the ground like dumplings. At the same time, the unique ability to stay in the air made the crowned griffin very flexible in air combat, avoiding most of the attacks, and the remaining few, hitting the powerful body of the monster was not painful. Wu Qianfang's rhinoceros wind crane is a very unique monster. Although it has the speed that wind-type monsters are born with, it does not have the unique violent attack power of wind-type monsters. But it has a very unique ability to control the wind, and its control of the wind is so precise that it is terrifying. At this time, it either ties up several mutant animals with wind, and then throws them at the flames, lightning, ice arrows and other attacks around it, or gathers the wind into a ball, and jams it into the breathing tubes of the mutant animals, making them faint from temporary suffocation, and fall from the air. Then, the monsters and superpowers on the ground will rush up and destroy them quickly and accurately. It can be said that the fighting style of the rhino wind crane is rare in the world of monsters. Ruinming's Pegasus is a rare monster in the wind system that is good at physical attacks. Its flying speed is not the fastest, but it is the most stable. Just like its attack, it uses two simple attack actions, collision and hoofing, to accurately shoot down the mutant animals one by one. It is a simple and pragmatic school. The most fruitful result is Wu Qianming's Phoenix. As a 9th level fire type magic beast, the Phoenix's talent level is not for show. Apart from other things, its fire magic is definitely beyond the reach of fire magicians of the same level. As a racial talent, the Phoenix's flame is strangely black, and its lethality is huge and terrifying. Moreover, the Phoenix family has a very strong control over flames, and can often freely control all the flames they cast. At this time, dozens of black fire lines are seen flying and jumping in the air, piercing the heads of mutant animals, as if they have life, sharp and accurate. Moreover, as it flaps its wings, it is surrounded by flames, so that it has no concern about being attacked, and rushes into the enemy team. Among flying magic beasts, Zinshish's unicorn is very unique. The unicorn has no wings. It is better to say that it is walking in the sky than flying in the sky, and its speed is not inferior to any wind-type magic beast of the same level. As a light-type magic beast, the unicorn is good at healing and defense. With its footsteps, circles of milky white halo spread from it. When it falls on its companions, it has a healing effect. When it falls on the enemy mutant animals, it quietly plunders the opponent's energy and supplies it to its comrades. It can be said that, as long as it is there, the chance of winning can be increased by 20%. The most violent wind-type magic beast that can interpret the wind is Wu Qianxuan's wind-controlling eagle. This guy's fighting style is bold and heroic. Continuous tornadoes accompanied by its screams attack the enemy's mutant magic beasts. Fortunately, it still has some sense of proportion. Although it occasionally affects the battle of its companions, it has not really caused accidental injuries. When the sky was slightly white, the mutant animals that came from outside the city one after another finally began to decrease. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and their spirits began to slack off. Cheer up. Almost at the same time, the voices of Patian and Wu Wan's on the radio sounded at the same time. Seeing their casual behavior of rubbing their eyes or yawning, Patian flapped his wings and flew over their heads. The real show is about to begin. Hold your breath. It's too early to relax now. Everyone was startled and looked down, only to find that their warcraft companions were all on full alert without exception, looking out of the city with fierce eyes, as if waiting for something. As warcraft, even if they also have no experience in large-scale air combat, their perception of danger is far higher than that of humans. Everyone also cast their eyes into the distance, waiting nervously. Here they come. Suddenly, Patian's low voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that groups of flying mutant animals appeared not far outside the city, just like before. The number was not as large as before, but from the size, it can be seen that their level is higher than the previous mutant animals. Patian narrowed his eyes and saw the various alien species on the backs of those mutant animals. Xiaofeng, the name of the phoenix, you go forward and disrupt the enemy's formation. Ming, Wu Qianming, you shoot down those non-flying aliens as much as possible. As soon as Patian finished speaking, Xiaofeng had already flown out of the team with Wu Qianming. The other monsters are divided into two teams. One team is above, and the other team is below, supporting each other. All the superpowers should pay attention and force the non-flying aliens down as much as possible to avoid the limited space in the battlefield above, and causing unnecessary losses to your side due to accidental injuries. Monsters are not like humans. Although they don't understand formation strategies and other things, they have a very accurate intuition about things related to battle. Therefore, as soon as Patian gave the order, they chose the one that suited them best from the upper and lower teams, based on their intuition. In less than half a minute, the upper and lower teams quickly took their positions in the air, so fast that everyone was surprised. Perhaps, Patian's battlefield command, which gives the most autonomy, is the most suitable for monsters. This idea flashed through the minds of some people present. Patian was not in a relaxed mood at this time. Although she had acted so confident before, she was actually very nervous because Qianxuan was not by her side. Now, it was the critical moment of the war again, and her mind was naturally stretched to the extreme. At this time, the Infinite City's Ground Dragon Cavalry Regiment was sent by Wu Wanse and cleverly guarded several key locations, waiting to eat the dumplings that fell from the sky. At the same time, the arrow towers and magic crystal cannons on the city walls were ready, and they could give the enemy a devastating blow at any time. Chapter 316. News from Qianxuan. As soon as the enemy's mutant animals flew close to the city wall, dense arrows were scattered from the arrow towers, colorful and with various magical effects. These magic arrows were the learning results of the children of Zuofan Academy. In an instant, many of the mutant animals in the lead were hit, causing limited casualties, but it played a disruptive role. Of course, occasionally one or two unlucky mutant animals were shot in the fragile eyes. Even if they did not die, the blind eyes made them angry and confused, disrupting the originally orderly troops. In comparison, the power of the magic crystal cannon is far beyond the power of magic arrows. Once thrown down, a large number of mutant monsters will be wiped out, and even the alien species that surrounded the Infinite City on the ground will suffer. However, although the magic crystal cannon is powerful, it has two disadvantages. One is that it consumes a lot of energy, and the other is that it is limited in range. After a while, those alien species also learned their lesson and dispersed, minimizing the effect of the magic crystal cannon. No matter how wealthy Infinite City is, it is impossible to consume magic crystals without considering the cost and effect, so it can only give up. And it was at this time that Wu Qianming was led by the Phoenix to confront the enemy. The overwhelming black flames rushed forward, and the formation of the mutant animals was completely dispersed in an instant. Wu Qianming's expression condensed. With the assistance of wind magic, dozens of silver flying knives rushed to attack the alien species on the backs of the mutant animals, and they were very skillful, and forced them into the air in a staggered manner. After a successful attack, the Phoenix did not linger, and with a swish, it took Wu Qianming away. Although the monsters are aggressive, they don't like to die, right? Seeing that it was almost time, Patian raised his head and let out a long hiss, and all the flying monsters rushed out to confront the enemy's alien species. Seeing that his side was in a difficult situation, Patian jumped up several meters. At the same time, hundreds of strange black thorns broke out from the ground below, entangled the enemies in the air, and pulled them down one by one, reducing a lot of burden on the people in the air. Be careful, where did the monkey come from? This way, this way. So fast, stop it quickly. At this time, there was a sudden chaos below. Patian looked distractedly and found that countless mutant monkeys attacked the ground from high altitude, targeting the buildings in the city. The speed was so fast that everyone could not stop them in time, and was a little flustered. All thunder ability users, come forward and suppress the speed of the mutant monkeys. The thunder ability users have a flexible attack range and can paralyze the nerves, reducing the opponent's speed and reflex nerves. At this time, the Ground Dragon Cavalry Regiment also went out. The powerful physical defense and physical attack of the Ground Dragons made them invincible and guarded the important buildings without leaking a drop of water. For a while, the battle became fierce, with all kinds of shouts, roars, and roars mixed together, and all kinds of gorgeous and brilliant ability effects bloomed in the air, forming an extremely magnificent scene. Patian's figure kept appearing and disappearing on the battlefield, exerting space magic to the extreme. Wherever he passed, large pieces of enemy corpses fell from the sky. Whether it was warcraft or humans, they slowly became bloodthirsty, and the use of various moves became instinct. It was not until dawn that the battle gradually came to an end. Those mutant animals retreated like a tide, and the Infinite City had no intention of stopping them. Of course, they had no strength to stop them at this time. After that, they cleaned up the battlefield, treated the wounded, and counted the casualties and losses. Everyone was busy dragging their tired bodies. Qianxuan in the Inheritance Realm was very anxious. She had come out once and knew that the battle was almost over, but Archie had not returned yet, and she couldn't help but be anxious. Suddenly, she felt a wave in the Inheritance Realm, and her figure flashed to the place where the wave was. Qimoki's bloody figure flashed in front of Qianxuan's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing her, Qimoki opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't help coughing up several mouthfuls of black blood. Qianxuan was horrified, and didn't care whether using power now would affect the child, and threw a God's blessing at him. Under the treatment of God's blessing, the wounds on Qimoki's body closed, healed, scabbed, and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Qimoki's face was still a little dark blue. Thinking of the few mouthfuls of black blood, Qianxuan used her mental power to take a high-level antidote and fed it to him. After a series of actions, Qimoki's appearance was finally not as bad as before. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What's the matter? Did you meet that powerful person in the God realm?" She thought about it, and thought that with Archie's strength, even those below the God level could not do anything to him. Qimoki sat on the ground and nodded heavily. "I did, but there are other reasons why I'm like this." "What reason?" Qianxuan was puzzled. "I'll tell you later. Let's go out first. I have something important to find my fifth uncle." Qimoki stood up with some effort. Seeing him like this, Qianxuan did not ask any more questions, and quickly helped him out of the Inheritance Realm. "Where is Ace? Didn't he come back with you?" Qianxuan handed him a glass of water. Qimoki took it, and drank most of it. Just as he was about to answer, the phone next to his ear dialed, and Wu Wan's voice rang in his ear. "Moki?" The tone was slightly tentative. There was no way he didn't know Qimoki's situation. Who knew if Kimoki was captured by the other party and the phone fell into the hands of the enemy? Ahem. Kimoki obviously heard the other party's hidden worry. Fifth uncle, it's me. There was silence for a second, as if judging the truth. Moki, where are you now? At home. I came back through the realm of inheritance, and I have important things to report. You say. Zhuangzi and I encountered that god level alien head on, and the existence of the god level strongman has been confirmed. Oh. Tell me about the other party's strength and your own opinions and suggestions. Let's talk about these later. I have more important things. Because of the god level potion, prepared for us by Qianxuan, we didn't have to spend much effort to successfully escape from the hands of the god level strongman. Things would have ended here, but we found a human at the scene. That human was already a little mentally confused, but he cried and murmured Qianxuan is gone in his mouth. We heard it, so we found a way to bring him out. It was also because of his drag that I was attacked by that god level alien, seriously injured, and on the verge of death, so I had to hide in the realm of inheritance. What about that person? Didn't you bring him back? Wu Wance's voice was a little urgent. Before hiding in the inheritance realm, I held my breath and hid him in an abandoned insect swarm with Zhuangzi. With the characteristics of Zhuangzi's supernatural power, he is safe for the time being. Have you cleaned up the traces on the road? Don't worry, there will be no problem in this regard. Then let's send someone to bring them back quickly. Is your physical condition suitable for the mission now? No problem. Kimoki touched Qianxuan's hair soothingly. Then come to Punal, as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Kimoki said a few soothing words, and left in a hurry. Although Qianxuan was worried, she knew the importance of the matter, and didn't say anything. Sitting on the sofa, Qianxuan felt a little tired. Then she remembered that she had used her mental power and magic power before. Her heart tightened, fearing that something might happen to the baby in her belly. She quickly took out a cup of good fortune spring water and drank it. She also ate several fruits rich in extremely high energy before she felt a little relieved. Because of her worry about Kimoki, Qianxuan didn't have much appetite, but considering the child, she still made a breakfast as rich as usual and ate it tastelessly. Next, she sat in the living room and began to wait for news. As a result, after waiting for a long time, there was no news. Although she wanted to continue waiting, pregnant women cannot stand hunger, and she did not want to let the baby down. Moreover, if Arki knew that she did not eat in time, she would be unhappy. Thinking that Arki might be back soon, she cooked enough for 2 people, put Arki's portion into the incubator, and ate her own portion. Half an hour after eating, just when Qianxuan was a little sleepy waiting, footsteps were heard outside. She was shocked, and her sleepiness disappeared completely. She opened her eyes and looked at the door. A second later, Kimoki's figure really appeared at the door. When he saw her, he paused and then frowned. Isn't it time for your nap? Why are you still awake? How can I feel at ease if you don't come back? Qianxuan said with a slightly coquettish tone and some dissatisfaction. Kimoki's heart softened all of a sudden. He walked forward and sat next to her, looked at her and said, "Are you sleepy now? Do you want to go back to your room and sleep?" "No." Qianxuan shook her head. "Have you eaten? I left some food for you in the incubator." Kimoki smiled slightly, leaned over and kissed her, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Qianxuan pursed her lips and smiled, and when Kimoki brought out the food, she reached out to help him set it up. "What was the situation of your mission this time?" Qianxuan asked after Kimoki had eaten half of it. Kimoki swallowed the food in his mouth, drank a mouthful of soup, and said, "I went with my 5th uncle, and the situation went very smoothly." He did not mention how they were almost discovered by the god-level alien several times. Did the person you rescued provide any useful information? Thinking of the sentence Qianxuan is gone, Qianxuan frowned slightly. Kimoki shook his head. That person's mental strength has been greatly damaged, and he has not yet awakened. Hearing him say this, Qianxuan changed the topic. "Then let's talk about that god-level alien." Hearing this, Kimoki's face changed, and after a long time he uttered 2 words, "Very strong." After a pause, he said, "And the other party completely suppressed my ability. In front of it, my ability can be exerted very limited." Qianxuan narrowed her eyes when she heard this. Ace is the same as you? Kimoki nodded. His situation is even more serious than mine, and he can't use his supernatural powers at all. Hearing him say this, Qianxuan knew what was going on. What? Do you know what's going on? Kimoki saw something from her expression. Chapter 317 Surprising Discovery. Qianxuan nodded, served him a small bowl of beef offal soup, and said, if I'm not mistaken, that god-level alien should be of dark attribute. Kimoki thought for a while and said, its attack is indeed darkly corrosive, and it is extremely toxic. It is true. Qianxuan stroked his chin and said, the gap between the god level and the saint level is no joke. The most basic level suppression is difficult to resist. Level suppression? Kimoki raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Qianxuan gathered the broken hair around her ears. You and Ace's abilities both belong to the dark system. In front of the dark god level, you can't use a trace of dark energy. The reason why you can still use some of it is due to the domineering characteristics of the abyss physique. Just like when I was a strong man in the god realm in my previous life, people below the god level could not use their mental power in front of me, and their movements in battle would be greatly slow, because I practiced the explosive power and agility of mental power and body. The healing ability of that god level alien is very strong, even exceeding our attack speed. At that time, the god level alien did not dodge or evade their attacks at all, and they were so frustrated at that time. Qianxuan was not surprised. It's normal, because of the difference in attack energy. For the strong men in the god realm, the attacks below the god level are completely painless. Moreover, that kind of healing ability does not consume the energy of the strong men in the god realm at all, but is automatically replenished and healed by various energies between heaven and earth. Is that so? Kimoki's expression was a little solemn. He was not surprised why Qianxuan did not tell them about these situations, probably because she was afraid that they would feel pressured. This one-sided strength. After talking for so long, is that god-level alien a zombie, a mutant animal, or an insect? Qianxuan suddenly asked. Kimoki naturally understood what he meant. It's a zombie. The possibility they least wanted to encounter. Qianxuan was stunned. This is really what you fear will come true. Suddenly thinking of something, her face turned pale, and she asked in panic, Aki, you said before that you met people from Qianxuan at that god-level alien. Kimoki was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, you mean? Qianxuan's face was heavy. A god-level zombie with an IQ no different from that of humans cannot be unaware of how it was born, so if it wants to expand its race, what will it do? The two looked at each other, and saw the storm in each other's eyes. They always thought that the reason why the alien species besieged them was because they were eager for food, and wanted to catch all humans in one fell swoop. Now it seems that it is more than that. The god-level zombie is very likely to turn everyone in the infinite city into zombies. Perhaps, in its view, zombies, mutant animals, and insects have formed a perfect food chain, and although humans are delicious, they are dispensable, and have no necessity to exist. In this way, it is better to use them to build bricks and tiles for its race. After all, in the past few years, perhaps because they cannot accept these monsters transformed by their compatriots, perhaps because they do not want to be infected, or perhaps because they think that the other party is the most threatening to humans. When the situation permits, everyone spares no effort to eliminate zombies first. In this way, among the alien species, animal zombies are okay, but the number of zombies infected by humans has reached a very low limit, almost extinct. The fate of more than 30 million humans in the Qianxuan shelter can be imagined. In addition to being frightened and worried, Qianxuan was not only not happy about the tragic end of the Ping and Jiang families, but also very depressed, feeling that he was a step slower and was beaten to the punch by others. The discomfort is simply not something that can be described in a few words. Let's tell Uncle Wu about this right away, shall we? Qianxuan turned to look at Kimoki. No need. Kimoki began to clean up the dishes. That Qianxuan guy will wake up soon. Besides, Uncle Wu may not have thought of this. Qianxuan nodded, feeling a little annoyed, and changed the subject. By the way, besides you and Ace, did the saint-level strongmen sent by Yuhei and the others return safely? Did they bring back any useful information? Kimoki stood up and said, they were lucky and didn't encounter the powerful god, but it was also very dangerous. Fortunately, no one really died, but injuries were inevitable. The most serious one was Yuan Xiaoguang from Yuhei. In order to protect Hua Xiaoxi, he fought against 3 holy level aliens and most of his heart vessels were broken. If he was 10 seconds later, I'm afraid he would have to use Zhu Yan's resurrection ability. However, the harvest was also gratifying. Hua Xiaoxi robbed the memories of 2 holy level aliens, and they are still sorting them out. In addition, Jing Mingliang and Fang Qianhua have figured out the general distribution of aliens outside the city. Kang Anan and Yu Zhao went out of the city quite far and used the cover of the water source to estimate the approximate number of aliens. Seeing that Qianxuan was about to get up with her, Kimoki hurriedly said, you sit down, I'll clean it up soon. As he said that, he went into the kitchen with the dishes. Qianxuan knew that he was afraid that she would slip in the kitchen, so she didn't insist. She leaned against the pillow and waited for him with half-closed eyes. Perhaps because he was afraid that Qianxuan would get impatient and go into the kitchen, Kimoki came out as she said. Seeing Qianxuan squinting her eyes, he thought she was sleepy and said with concern, if you are sleepy, go to bed. Qianxuan shook her head, I'm not sleepy, I'm just a little lazy. Since she became pregnant, she has often been like this and doesn't want to do anything. Kimoki frowned slightly and gently suggested, I have eaten a little too much, you can accompany me for a walk to digest the food. Zhuangxin has always been reluctant to move, so won't she have to suffer when she gives birth? Qianxuan naturally knew his concerns. Although she didn't want to move, she couldn't bear to refuse his concern. Kimoki smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to help her up, and walked out slowly hand in hand. That god level zombie will come on stage sooner or later. Can our infinite city's magic circle keep it out? Kimoki raised his hand to push aside a branch and asked Qianxuan. It depends on the situation. Qianxuan took a breath of fresh air with fragrance. If the energy is sufficient, there will be no problem. But the operation of the magic circle depends on those magic cores and the energy slowly absorbed from the air, which is not infinite. If the god level zombie attacks frequently, the energy supply will not meet the demand, and the magic circle will automatically close for self-protection. Seeing Kimoki's solemn expression, Qianxuan said again, the magic circle can only block it for a while. The best way is to have a strong man from the god realm on our side. How can it be that simple? Kimoki smiled bitterly. It's not that he didn't think of this method, but since breaking through the saint rank, the energy accumulation in his body has become very slow. Conservatively estimated, it will take at least 10 years to reach the level required to break through the god rank. Qianxuan naturally understood that even with the favor of the law, the god rank is an existence that originates from the heaven and earth, and it is impossible to achieve it overnight. However, the existence of the inheritance realm is the biggest cheat. Tell Uncle Wu that we will be in seclusion in the inheritance realm starting tomorrow. Kimoki immediately understood what she meant, but the time in the inheritance realm is real to me. To be honest, he was still very scared about being thought to be Zhuangxuan's father. Don't worry, once you break through the god level, your body and soul will undergo earth-shaking changes, and your lifespan will no longer be limited by the body. Besides, we have a soul contract between the two of us, and our lives are shared. Qianxuan thought he was worried about his lifespan, so she said this. Qianxuan said this. Kimoki couldn't say that he was worried that he would get old and not match her, right? So he had to nod and agree. But, Zhuangxuan, you. Kimoki's eyes fell on Qianxuan's bulging belly with worry. Qianxuan reached out and touched her abdomen. She seemed to feel her mother's embarrassment. The baby kicked her hard through her belly. Qianxuan cried out softly, then her eyebrows slowly relaxed and she smiled. It's okay. It doesn't hinder cultivation. The circulation of energy in the body is also good for the baby. It's just that I can't break through. At that time, I will suppress the energy and break through after the baby is born. Seeing Qianxuan's expression, Kimoki guessed that the child kicked her again every time this happened. Zhuangxuan was particularly happy. He couldn't help but look at her belly jealously, thinking that he must regain Zuan's attention after she came out, and he couldn't let this little ghost climb over his head. He stretched out his hand and gently hugged Qianxuan's body and said softly, I will also suppress the energy and wait until you give birth to the baby before breaking through together. He was worried that, because of the soul contract, his breakthrough would affect Zuan, thus hurting the mother and son. Although he was a little unhappy with the unborn little ghost, he didn't want him, to be hurt. Qianxuan originally wanted to refuse. After all, Infinite City was imminent, but then she thought of Arki's previous mental attack, so she sighed and acquiesced. She calculated that she would give birth in about 3 months, and the magic circle should be able to last for this period of time. After all, although the god level zombies have an IQ comparable to that of humans, they do not have the corresponding experience and knowledge, and their behavior cannot escape the nature of zombies. It is foreseeable that they will be violent, cruel, impatient, and act directly. In this way, the operation time of the magic circle can be extended, leaving them with sufficient time. Kimoki looked at the time and found that the two had been out for more than half an hour. If they continued, Qianxuan would be tired, so he helped her back. When they got home, seeing that Qianxuan was a little tired between her eyebrows, Kimoki picked her up and walked upstairs. After carrying Qianxuan to the bedroom, Kimoki turned to the study to move the documents that needed his processing. He originally planned to catch up on some sleep with Qianxuan, but since Qianxuan said that she would start seclusion tomorrow, he would take this opportunity to deal with the piled up documents. Seeing this, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed into pajamas before Arki came back. Recently, because of the ugly stretch marks on her belly, she was reluctant to undress in front of Arki. Unfortunately, she was not feeling well now, and Arki was worried about her, so he had to help her when she took a bath or went to the toilet, for fear that she would accidentally slip or something, which made her very depressed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Regret. The next day, Wu once was a little surprised to see Qianxuan and Kimoki coming to Punal hand in hand. What are you doing? This was the first time Kimoki brought Qianxuan out since she became pregnant. Seeing Qianxuan's appearance, Konghui hurriedly invited them to the sofa on the side. Kimoki patted a pillow for Qianxuan, turned his head and said, Zuan and I plan to go to the inheritance realm for a treat from today, and come here to explain to you. Retreat? Wu once raised his eyebrows. Kimoki said solemnly, prepare to break through the god level. Hearing this, Wu once was silent for a long time before saying, how confident are you? At present, for them, only the god level strong can truly save the lives of the people in this entire city. Kimoki looked at Qianxuan, who said calmly, I'm sure there will be no problem. Arki, on the other hand, will probably have some twists and turns, but generally speaking, there won't be any mistakes. How long will it take? Thank you. Qianxuan took the milk tea handed over by Konghui and said, when the child is born, it's time for us to start breaking through. But, Wu once and Kimoki looked at her inquiringly. Qianxuan tilted her head, because of the characteristics of the god level, Arki and I can't break through in the inheritance realm, and if we break through outside, the god level alien will definitely feel it. As for what it will do, I think you know without me saying it. It is the instinct of any creature to strangle possible dangers in the bud, and by then, a war dominated by god level zombies is inevitable. Wu once's expression was solemn, and he frowned slightly and quietly thought about various feasible countermeasures. How long will it take to break through the god level? Kimoki suddenly asked. Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, this is not fixed. For example, in my previous life, the first thing that broke through the god level was alchemy. At that time, I suddenly had an epiphany, and it took less than half a day to inexplicably become a god level. After that, the archer and the thief broke through at the same time. Because of the strong mental power, it took less than a day. Among the god level strongmen I know, the longest time to break through took several months. Seeing Wu Wan's frowning, he said, however, I can't be sure how long it will take for me to break through, but it won't take Aki long. Huh. Kimoki was a little surprised. Qianxuan said, the devouring attribute of the abyss physique is inherently overbearing. During the breakthrough process, they will continuously devour the surrounding energy and compress it in the body to produce qualitative changes, instead of changing little by little, by circulating the energy in the body like us, and the speed is extremely slow. Hearing her say this, both Wu Wance and Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them discussed the arrangements that could be made at that time. During this time, Qianxuan took out a large amount of supplies from the inheritance world and gave them to Wu Wanse, which was necessary for their absence. When they were almost done, Qianxuan and Kimoki were about to say goodbye, but Kang Hui came to report that the person who had been rescued from Qianxuan had woken up. Qianxuan and Kimoki looked at each other and thought that, since they had caught up, they should go and take a look, so they followed Wu Wanse. When she saw the man from Qianxuan, Qianxuan was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, Liu Mingyuan? Hearing her name, Liu Mingyuan, who was leaning on the bed and looked listless, subconsciously raised his head and was also stunned. After a while, he said uncertainly, Qianqian? Then he realized that the name was a bit wrong and changed his words. Are you Wu Qianxuan? Wu Wance was a little confused. Kimoki frowned, and Qianxuan quickly introduced, this is my classmate in kindergarten, named Liu Mingyuan. After a pause, she added, he is the brother-in-law of Ping Jianglui's daughter Ping Chenja. They were deskmates in kindergarten, and had a good relationship. Liu Mingyuan was silly, but he took good care of her. Influenced by her brothers, she didn't like the people from the Ping and Jiang families at that time, thinking that they were bad people. She was immature and accidentally knew that Liu Mingyuan was a relative of the Ping family. She stubbornly believed that he was not a good person either, and decided not to play with him anymore. Liu Mingyuan felt very aggrieved at that time, and looked at her with pitiful eyes every day, but she didn't soften her heart. She was very proud at that time, thinking that she resisted the temptation of the bad guy, and was a good boy who should be praised by the teacher. Now think about it, what I did at that time was childish enough. And Liu Mingyuan is actually quite innocent. After hearing her introduction, Wu Wance didn't think much of it, but Kimoki murmured in his heart after so many years, you recognized a kindergarten classmate at a glance. You didn't have a crush on him, did you? Qianxuan didn't know what Kimoki was thinking. In fact, the reason why she recognized Liu Mingyuan so quickly was because this guy had a very special mark on his appearance. There was a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows that was very inconsistent with his honest appearance, commonly known as a beauty mole. Seeing Qianxuan, Liu Mingyuan's expression eased a little, took a deep breath, and said, I have something important to tell you. He knew that the 8 major clans in the Ping and Jiang families were sworn enemies, but his eldest sister-in-law was dead, and he was the only one in the family who survived, and the Ping family. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he would take the initiative to bring it up. Wu Wance was stunned for a moment and said, I would like to hear the details. Liu Mingyuan lowered his head, and was silent for a while before saying, Qianxuan is gone, and everyone inside has become zombies. The voice was not loud, but full of heavy sorrow. Not only Qianxuan and Kimoki, but even Wu Wance did not show any surprise. It seems that he had guessed it long ago. These are all caused by Ping Jianglui and Jiangzhang. Liu Mingyuan's words were full of hatred. Ping Jianglui and Jiangzhang? Didn't they become zombies? Qianxuan was a little surprised. How could they become zombies? Liu Mingyuan said sarcastically, if anyone becomes a zombie, they will be fine. That god level zombie is Ping Jianglui's puppet. His words were like thunder from a clear sky, shocking the 3 people. After being shocked, Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something. His expression was slightly strange, and he opened his mouth. Thinking of the good show that might happen in the future, he decided to conceal it kindly. So, it was Ping Jianglui who instructed the god-level zombie to transform the entire Qianxuan shelter into zombies, and the alien siege of Infinite City was also his work. Although it was a question, Wu Wance's tone was quite firm. Yes. Liu Mingyuan's expression was distorted with pain. Ping Jiangwei has gone crazy. Not to mention those outsiders, he has turned his daughter, son-in-law, granddaughter, grandson-in-law, grandson, and great-grandson into zombies. Only his son Ping Rong and grandson Ping Xiacheng survived. Jiang Zong risked his life to save the Jiang family, and his eldest brother and 2 nephews and a niece were also believed to have turned into zombies. He would never forget the words Ping Jiangwei said with a ferocious face at that time. As long as you become a zombie, you can only obey that god-level zombie. Wu Wan's felt something was wrong intuitively. It was an experimental product in the Qianxuan Underground Research Institute. At the beginning, Ping Jiangwei wanted to mass-produce saint-level powerhouses and forcibly injected high-concentration zombie viruses into high-level superpowers. As a result, they all failed without exception. That god-level zombie was one of them. Qianxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Ping Jiangwei. Wu Wan sighed a long breath, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. To be honest, he couldn't believe that Ping Jiangwei and Jiang Zong would do such a thing. He thought that, no matter how ambitious they were, and how much they loved power, they were still meritorious generals of country Z in their bones, and they always had feelings for this country and its people. After all, they personally participated in the difficult growth of this country. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face, making him dizzy. Thinking of his old father who had been worried about this country for half his life, and had injured half his life in front of that old man, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. How to talk about this matter skillfully so as not to make the old man angry. And Ping Jiangwei's purpose, he probably guessed it. He thought he had overestimated it, but it turned out that he had underestimated his ambition. However, the old guy was old after all, his mind was not clear, and he made stupid moves, but it was a pity for the more than 30 million people who died in vain. And Ping Jiangwei's selfishness caused the population of country Z to decrease by 1/3 at once. Not only that, in the foreseeable wars in the future, the extreme reduction of the human population is inevitable. On the way home, Qianxuan and Qimoqi were both silent. What happened today was too much of a challenge to their understanding. They had never thought that Ping Jiangwei would drag the entire nation into dire straits in order to realize his ambitions. After returning home, Qianxuan and Qimoqi had a warm lunch, packed up, and entered the inheritance realm to begin a months-long retreat. On the other side, the Wu family was silent at this time. Wu Wan said just carefully considered the tone of voice and repeated the news he had received before. Everyone was shocked, but after the shock, they immediately reacted and carefully looked at Wu Yuan's expression. Wu Yuan's face turned pale. Liu Yan looked at him worriedly. He patted her hand comfortingly. After a long while, he said, "Are you sure?" Wu Wan nodded. The intelligence personnel have conducted analysis and testing, and it is confirmed to be true. Wu Yuan's face suddenly became grey and depressed when he heard this. His usually straight back seemed to bend an inch. Tears fell silently from his eyes, crossing his face full of traces of time. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could see his regret. He regretted that he didn't see the true face of Ping Jiangwei and Jiang Zhang, regretted that he shouldn't have tolerated the two, regretted that he had raised a tiger to harm so many people, regretted that he didn't get rid of the two early, and now the whole country is in danger. Everyone felt bitter and wanted to comfort him, but found that words were so powerless at this time. Seeing that some readers added the impression of NP text, Aksu was very depressed and confused. I think that this article has not given anyone such an illusion. If that person sees it, I hope you can explain the reason to Aksu. To be honest, Aksu seldom reads NP texts. This is not prejudice, but Aksu thinks that writing NP texts is a test of the ability to control words. There are not many well-written ones, and most of them are bad texts. In layman's terms, NP texts are no different from having beauties on both sides. I believe that not many people will like a character who truly has such a yearning. But if the character does not have such a yearning, but does so in action, it is equally unpleasant. Isn't that hypocritical? If the protagonist of an NP text is written as passionate and loves many people, then people will feel that his feelings are fake. If he is written as heartless and loves no one, it feels that NP is meaningless. Is it any different from visiting a brothel? The above is Aksu's humble opinion. I complained on a whim. I hope you don't mind. Chapter 319 Production. At this moment of life and death, the things happening in Qianxuan cannot be concealed, and they cannot be concealed. Even if they really try hard to conceal it, the result will only be more loss than gain. However, although it cannot be concealed, it is necessary to be cautious about how to announce it. It should neither cause panic among the people, nor make them angry to the point of losing their minds. This degree needs to be properly grasped. Wuxan City, Yuhai, and S City held meetings for 2 consecutive days before they came up with a relatively appropriate and reasonable way. Once the news came out, it naturally caused an uproar. Of course, there were also many people who questioned the correctness of the news. After all, Ping Jianglui's behavior was too incredible. However, Liu Mingyuan's personal testimony was a powerful proof. The reactions of the people were different, but more of them were angry. Facing the threat of alien species, they were nervous and afraid, but never angry, because they knew that alien species and humans were originally in a hostile relationship. Just like wolves eating sheep and sheep eating grass, it is natural, but Ping Jianglu is different. He is their compatriot, and his behavior is a betrayal. Among them, the Zhao family had the biggest reaction. The shelter they built was destroyed by human hands, and they were naturally upset. However, they didn't have time to be depressed now. The supernatural works needed for preparation for the war were all counting on them. Since the air raid, the aliens have started to attack Infinite City every now and then, and the time is uncertain. Everyone went from panicking at the beginning to getting used to it later. Just as Qianxuan and Qimoki expected, after they were in seclusion for 2 weeks, the god-level zombie finally suddenly appeared on the battlefield, catching everyone off guard, and killing thousands of people at will, including the saint-level powerhouse Huang Yuxin and 16 9th-level powerhouses. The scene at that time was frightening when people recalled it. In the Infinite City, except for some calm and composed people, most of them panicked. It was a good discipline that they didn't turn around and run away. What was most frightening and fearful was that all of these people were dead. Not even a hair was left. In this way, Zhu Yan's resurrection ability could not save them at all. Fortunately, Wu Wanse had anticipated this situation and explained it to the heart of Magic City in advance. So, before everyone's panic broke out, a huge blue magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground of the Infinite City. Mysterious and complex water blue magic patterns lit up one after another from the periphery to the center of the city. The entire Infinite City was covered with magic patterns that gradually deepened from the outside to the inside. With a hum sound, the huge semicircular cover enveloped the entire Infinite City, and those alien species that had entered the city were ejected, including the god-level zombie. After that, the god-level zombie launched an attack on the magic circle without hesitation, but naturally failed. It was counterattacked by the magic circle, and was washed back to where it came from by the sudden flood. Seeing this, the other alien species naturally did not suffer a loss in front of them and retreated. The people who were originally worried in the Infinite City became excited, cheering and hugging one by one. So excited. Of course, they were not stupid, and would not fantasize that the god-level zombies were solved just like that. However, the current situation at least showed that they were not helpless in the face of the god-level zombies. Knowing this, they also had confidence in the future. Not to mention the repeated defeats of the god-level zombie after that. In the inheritance realm, Qianxuan looked at Qimoki with some surprise. "Do you have enough energy for a breakthrough?" His tone was full of surprise. Qimoki nodded. Enough. In fact, he was also surprised that his training speed in this basement was almost 3 times that of outside. "Then do you want to break through immediately?" Qianxuan hesitated. "No." Qimoki reached out and touched her belly. "I plan to stabilize the energy in your body before you give birth, so that I can have a better chance of breaking through. After all, this breakthrough can only succeed and cannot fail." He made a lot of sense, and Qianxuan didn't say anything else. She took out an apple from the side and started to eat it. As the pregnancy went on, her appetite became better and better, and she ate more every day than Aki. But she was afraid that, if she ate too much, the baby would be too big, and it would be difficult to give birth. Although a cesarean section could be performed, neither she nor the baby would be in danger. but she heard that children born naturally have better immune systems than those born by cesarean section, and she wanted to give the best to the child. However, for an emotional and hungry pregnant woman, it was too difficult to control her appetite, and she had tears in her eyes several times. Later, she came up with a solution that was not a solution. She ate fruits every time she was hungry, because eating fruits would not make her gain weight. As a result, she almost vomited after eating fruits recently. In the following days, Qianxuan and Qimoki continued to devote themselves to cultivation. In their spare time, Qianxuan shared her experience of breaking through the god rank in her previous life, as well as some precautions and tips. In Infinite City, the continuous battles in recent days did not make the 8 major clans forget Qianxuan, a pregnant woman. Qianxuan's aunts and sisters-in-law had already prepared a delivery room for her and contacted an obstetrician and gynecologist. Although the speed was slower than Qimoki, the energy in Qianxuan's body soon accumulated to the point of breaking through the god level. The two spent most of their time repeatedly confirming the matters when they would break through. On this day, Qianxuan finished her breakfast and was standing up from her chair when she suddenly felt a slight cramp in her stomach. She didn't care. She had this situation once or twice a day recently. Sure enough, the slight cramp disappeared soon after. Qianxuan walked slowly with the support of Qimoki, but soon she realized something was wrong. She felt her stomach was falling more and more. What's wrong? Qimoki asked in a low voice when he noticed the strangeness in Qianxuan's face. Qianxuan was about to shake her head when she felt a sharp cramp in her abdomen. If she hadn't grabbed Qimoki's hand, she might not have been able to stand steadily. Qimoki held her. Did she kick you again? The little ghost was quite strong and hurt Qianxuan several times. No. Qianxuan shook her head, a little at a loss. I seem to be giving birth. Hearing this, Qimoki was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and picked her up. With a thought, the two appeared at home. Wrapping Qianxuan in one of his coats, Qimoki carried her out of the house and ran to the Wu family. On the way, he met Lu Zhi. Seeing their appearance, she was stunned for a moment and immediately realized what was going on. She followed them while calling to notify others. Only Wu Yuan and Liu Yuan were at home in the Wu family. Seeing Qimoki holding Qianxuan, who was pale and painful, Liu Yuan quickly took them to the delivery room that had been prepared in advance. After entering the delivery room, Liu Yuan originally planned to drive Qimoki out, but Qimoki refused, and Qianxuan held his hand tightly, so she had to give up and quickly prepare for the birth. Qianxuan frowned and cooperated with Liu Yuan to change clothes. Qimoki helped her while wiping the sweat from her forehead. Seeing Qianxuan biting her lips in pain, Qimoki frowned and took out a new towel for her to bite. Although Qianxuan felt that she was in great pain, she was actually just in labor pains, and it would take some time before she actually gave birth. Not long after, everyone from the 8 major clans who could spare the time came as much as they could. Qianxuan's labor pains lasted for more than 6 hours. During this period, under Liu Yuan's instructions, in order not to be out of strength during the birth, Qianxuan forced herself to drink a lot of soup and water. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu Yuan and the obstetrician and gynecologist they invited said that she could give birth. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the amniotic fluid to break, and the pain became more and more severe, making Qianxuan feel that her belly was not her own. Qimoki was anxious and worried when he watched from the side. He originally planned to let Qianxuan have a cesarean section. After all, with the light magic cesarean section would be quick and painless, but Qianxuan just didn't want to, and there was nothing he could do. Another wave of severe pain came. Qianxuan's body arched in pain, her hands tightly grasping Qimoki's waist. Qimoki sat behind her, wiping her sweat, while paying attention to the situation over there. The birth canal is open to 4 fingers. You can give birth. A strange voice came, and then Qianxuan felt a pair of hands gently pushing on her stomach, making her gasp in pain. Qimoki was very distressed, and looked at the obstetrician's hands with eyes like knives. Push hard. Breathe in. Push hard. The sweat blurred Qianxuan's eyes, making her unable to see the scene in front of her. She just held Qimoki's hand, felt his warmth on her back, listened to Liuan and the obstetrician's instructions to push hard, and her stomach hurt so much that she didn't feel it. I don't know how long it took. Qianxuan just felt a sudden burst of pain. She subconsciously gritted her teeth and used up the last bit of strength in her body, and then her body lightened. Wah wah wah, a sharp and loud cry sounded. It's born. It's born. It's a strong boy. Liuan's voice full of joy sounded. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Her consciousness relaxed. She closed her eyes and fainted. Grandma, come and see what happened to Xuan. Seeing her faint, Kimoki was anxious. Liuan was startled by him, thinking that something happened to Qianxuan. When she came over to take a look, she was immediately angry and amused. It's okay. Too tired. It will be fine after a good sleep. The obstetrician and gynecologist next to her smiled. They were really a loving couple. He was only concerned about his wife and even forgot to take a look at the child. Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief and then thought of the child. His eyes swept and fell on the child, who was cleaned and wrapped in a swaddle by the nurse. Seeing him looking over, Liuan quickly showed him the child. How is it? The child is very cute. 8 pounds and 2 taels. Very strong. Isn't it strong? He tossed Xuan for so long. Looking at the little red monkey, Kimoki curled his lips and complained inwardly. Liuan didn't know what Kimoki was thinking, but thought that he was a new father, so he was a little overwhelmed, so he stuffed the child into his arms. Chapter 320, War Drums Sound. In 2 days, under the operation of the top leaders of Infinite City, S-City, and Yuhei, the news that someone in Infinite City was about to break through the god level was spread at an extremely fast speed. The response was predictable. After the news was confirmed to be true, the whole city was excited. Although the existence of the magic circle made them less pessimistic about the future, they also saw no hope of victory, even in the eyes of some more pessimistic people, because of the existence of the god-level zombies. The demise of the human beings in Country Z was a foregone conclusion. It was just a matter of time. What did they hear now? Infinite City will also have a strong man from the god realm. 2 of them. Even if the top leaders announced that when the head and mistress of the Qi family broke through the god level zombie would definitely do its best to stop them, there was no way to dispel their joy. So, under the leadership of the top leaders, everyone began to actively prepare for the war. What was different from the past was that, although they were still serious and nervous this time, there was a kind of vitality and courage that radiated from them, making the whole Infinite City come alive. At the same time, Qianxuan's body also recovered to its best condition with the help of the inheritance realm. That morning, accompanied by all the 8 major clans, Qianxuan and Kimoki walked into Punna's basement. Not long after, the door of the basement closed, and the 8 major clans left one after another to prepare for the next difficult war. In the Infinite City, the 8 major city gates of Wu, Yuan, Qi, Lu, Mo, Shi, Zhuang, and Zhu were all guarded. The Griffin troops were at the forefront, led by Khan Ruofei to build a solid line of defense outside the Infinite City. Behind the Griffin troops, a large number of flying monsters and their contractors were ready to go. They seemed disorganized, but they were the most powerful and bravest combat troops with strong individual strength. On the ground, the Ground Dragon Cavalry Regiment led by Wu Qiankang took the lead, the City Defense Army led by Wu Qianming, the Hunting Group led by Wu Qiansheng, the Law Enforcement Team led by Yuan Zhu, the Escort Team led by Yuan Chang, the Guard Army led by Lu Zhu and Lu Chen, and the Silver Star Air Force led by Wu Wanli. Zhao Lin and Wu Wanhao were arranged in various formations that were conducive to war. These people were accompanied by their own magic beast partners, and each of them was full of fighting spirit. At the same time, there were exploration magic beasts on the ground, in the air, and on the water, to explore the enemy's intelligence. In addition, S-City, Yuhei, the settlement and those wandering adventurers were not idle either. The walls outside the 8 city gates were almost occupied by them, responsible for fighting against those alien species that did not attack through the city gate route. Don't think this is easy. In fact, the number of alien species attacking the city gates and the city walls is not much different, but the former are mostly those with high attack and high defense, and the latter are mostly those with high attack and high sensitivity. They have their own advantages and disadvantages, and it is hard to say which one is easier. In addition, due to the importance of this war, not only those attacking psychics, but also other ordinary psychics who are auxiliary or completely incapable of war also came to the front line spontaneously, wanting to do their part. Apart from anything else, they can always help carry the wounded, or hand over some groceries to the doctors on the battlefield, which is better than nothing. However, the ordinary residents of Infinite City all brought a magic beast companion, which made others look at them sideways. This time, it can be said that everyone in the city has brought out their best skills and is ready to go all out. When a wine-type magic beast Golden Link flew into the battlefield command room on the tower with a golden stream of light to inquire about the news, the prelude to the battlefield opened. Dong dong dong, 3 consecutive slow, long, and deafening war drums sounded. As soon as the drum sound fell, a thin layer of white mist gradually spread, covering the entire Infinite City. The heart of the magic city opened the defense shield of Infinite City. Roar, 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 roar. Woo, 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 woo. Various roars or hisses of monsters sounded one after another, and the vigorous fighting spirit continued to spread outside the Infinite City, like a declaration of war and provocation to the enemy. The scene was magnificent and shocking. A few seconds later, the sound of the ground shaking reached everyone's ears from afar. Not long after, a large number of alien troops appeared densely in everyone's eyes, covering all the scenery outside the sky and the earth. Wu once in the command room looked at the enemy with a cold look in his eyes, and issued a series of commands to the communicator. Following his orders, the troops in various places began to make small but effective adjustments against the enemy, swiftly and accurately. In the past few months, everyone dared not ignore any of Wu Wance's orders. The enemy was getting closer and closer. 1000 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous bombing sound rang out in the enemy's ranks, accompanied by the strange screams of the aliens. On the city wall, red, blue, cyan, yellow, purple, white, colorful magic light cannons were fired from the muzzles of the gorgeous and flamboyant magic crystals, wantonly harvesting the lives of the enemy. Obviously, such behavior angered some of the hot-tempered aliens in the enemy army, and a small number of holy aliens broke away from the team and rushed out quickly. Water dragons, fire snakes, lightning pillars, ground spikes, all kinds of big moves attacked the soldiers on the city wall. The holy strongmen on the city wall stepped forward consciously, and with a wave of their hands, various colored defense shields protected the people behind them tightly. Sure, 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 sure. Without waiting for those holy aliens to counterattack, colorful magic arrows shot out from the arrow tower, with precise momentum, and each arrow was aimed at the vital points of those holy aliens, without any deviation. This time, the arrows from the arrow tower were not scattered, and the archers were not the same level as before. Instead, they were powerful first-class archers carefully selected from the entire Infinite City, including those temporary residents. The magic arrows they were equipped with were not made by students in school as before, but were made by the teachers of Zuofan College, and then blessed by the Zhao family to assist energy, not to mention the high-quality magic arrows taken out by Qianxuan. Therefore, the effect of these arrows this time was not comparable to the past. Among the dozen or so saint-level strongmen, a small half were slightly injured, 2 of them survived with strong strength, most of them were seriously injured, and 3 died on the spot. A real good start. Faced with such a result, the surviving aliens were shocked and angry, and the people on the Infinite City side were excited and cheered, and their morale was suddenly improved. Wu Wan's in the command room raised his mouth slightly, and a touch of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. On the battlefield, seeing their side gaining an advantage at the beginning, a group of saint-level warriors took advantage of the victory and rushed to the city wall. They each found their opponents and attacked with all their strength. While the enemy's main force had not yet arrived, they quickly resolved the battle and each killed a saint-level alien. Except for a few who saw the situation clearly and knew not to suffer a loss in time and retreated in time to save their lives, the other saint-level aliens were not spared. After a successful attack, the saint-level warriors did not take credit and retreated decisively. In a few minutes, more than a dozen saint level aliens of the enemy were killed, and the results of the battle were not bad. In fact, the aliens were also wondering, why did the human counterattack seem to be particularly swift this time? They were just ordered to come to attack the city. As for the reason, they have fought so many times. Who still cares about this? Their superiors naturally would not tell them that humans who could threaten their lives were about to appear. Wouldn't it seem that he was afraid of showing weakness? At a distance of 300 meters, soon, the alien troops had arrived under the city wall. The flying monsters from Infinite City were the first to go out of the city to meet the enemy, and then the ground dragon cavalry regiment also stabbed into the enemy army like a sharp knife. The large group of monsters on the ground were also unwilling to be left out, and with the consent of the contractors, they resolutely threw themselves into the battlefield. In Infinite City, there have been countless wars like this in the past few months. Whether it is the people of Infinite City or those alien species, they are almost familiar with it. Especially some old timers among the alien species. These people are either extremely powerful or extremely cunning. Otherwise they can't survive in one war after another. After all, alien species can only rely on their own recovery when they are injured, but no one treats them. But today they are all wondering, what's going on? How come humans are like chicken blood, fighting so many wars? Not only not bored, but also interested in fighting. But there was no such phenomenon in the previous war. The crowd didn't care what the aliens thought. What they thought now was that, if they could kill as many of these aliens as possible, they would have to face the god level zombies, and have these aliens as helpers. Would they still want to live? To be honest, they were not afraid of the god level zombies, especially after seeing, or hearing about the terrifying killing power of the god level zombies, when they first appeared. The most important thing was, that the companions who were killed, didn't even have the chance, to be resurrected by the resurrection ability. But all this was not enough to make them motivated. The humans also wanted to have strong people in the god world. What did that mean? It meant that they would no longer be oppressed by the aliens, and would no longer be afraid all day long. In particular, they didn't want to become zombies who were walking dead more than dying. However, the zombies would not give them a chance to choose. No one wanted to try the taste of being bullied by others, especially the free and tenacious humans in the end times. If there was any good effect on humans in the end times, it was that they learned to stop escaping and face all difficulties and dangers. Be positive and fearless. Although it is very scary to face the god level zombies, in their opinion, they are not the main force, so the danger is less. Moreover, if everyone works together to deal with the god level zombies, at least they can suppress the opponent within a certain range and prevent them from using big moves. Even if they die, they will not be left with nothing but bones, and they will have a chance to be resurrected. Moreover, as long as they succeed, the rewards will be considerable. The people of the entire country Z can be saved. People living in the world always have to take risks once or twice. Before the end of the world, there was a saying that wealth and honor can be found in danger. In this case, why not do it? Chapter 321, Fighting Against God-level Zombies. The whole city of Infinite City was mobilized this time, and the alien species were not bad either. Although it is not known whether all of them were mobilized, the huge number was several times that of any previous battle. At first glance, there were hundreds of saint-level alien species alone. Almost all of them were mobilized. The most difficult saint-level alien species to be considered was definitely the slow walker. This kind of alien species was very timid and always hid behind the battlefield. However, its long-range attack power was extremely strong. When various large-scale supernatural effects were exerted, it could often harvest human lives in large areas. If Qianxuan was there, as a long-range output archer, she could restrain them tightly. Just like in Sadia, archers were also the nemesis of magicians. Unfortunately, she was in the process of breaking through at this time, and the archers who could really stand on their own in Infinite City had not grown up yet. At this time, in order to avoid greater casualties, the only way was to dispatch saint-level strongmen to go deep into the enemy team and eliminate them one by one. Although the method was stupid, it was effective. At this time, people with controllable supernatural power such as Lu Chen, Ruan Ming, and Mo Wei were more important. Because the slow walkers are very good at hiding. Maybe because they are transformed from humans. They have inherited the cunningness that is unique to humans. At the Wu family, Granny Long sat on the sofa, holding Qianxuan in her arms, her eyes occasionally falling on the children next to her, her brows knitted tightly, and she poked her husband with her elbow. "Old man, what do you think? Is the situation outside now?" Grandpa looked calm and composed, and lovingly touched the head of Wukisha who was playing with building blocks, and said slowly, "It's still early. When we were marching and fighting, except for the usual minor fights, we would fight for days and nights. How could it end so early? But I'm anxious." Granny Long looked irritable. "What do you think the master and the old lady want us to look after the children here? Don't we have a nanny?" She was originally thinking about going to the battlefield to kill a lot. Grandpa handed a red building block to Wookie, the killer he was looking for, and said without even raising his head, "That god level zombie is very powerful. No one can tell whether it will break into the 8 gardens. When the time comes, what can those nannies do? We still have to rely on us." Hearing him say this, Granny Long was a little depressed. "But can't we let other people come? When I think about the war outside, and we are doing nothing here, it's uncomfortable." Knowing that she was complaining, Grandpa ignored her, but unexpectedly Qianxuan suddenly burst into tears. Granny Long didn't want to complain anymore, so she quickly shut up, untied the diaper in his crotch, and took a look, and said cheerfully, "Oh, you peed, little darling. Don't cry. Grandma will change it for you." On the city wall, seeing the alien teams pouring in, Wu Wan's frowned slightly. He was not sure before, but now he was sure that the god level zombie had discovered that Qianxuan and Emoki were breaking through. Hoping that everything would go smoothly, he glanced in the direction of the city center. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, the sky had darkened. Although everyone's physical strength was many times better than before, they were still a little tired. However, no one relaxed because they knew that the god level zombie would appear at any time. As long as the head and mistress of the Qi family had not successfully broken through the god level, they could not relax for a moment. Under the command of Wu Wans, the combatants, with the help of ordinary residents, hurriedly filled their stomachs with food, and once again cheered up, and threw themselves into the battlefield. "Look at the sky." At this time, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone's fighting movements did not change, but they could not help but pay attention to the sky, and then they all felt nervous. They said, "Why has the war been going on for so long, and the flying mutant animals have not appeared yet?" It turns out that they are waiting for them here. In the distant sky, dense black spots were approaching Infinite City. At the same time, Wu Wans began to adjust the formation, and everyone followed suit, taking their positions, and preparing for the enemy troops in the sky. The most active ones were the flying monsters on the city wall. Speaking of which, except for the initial battle, Wu Wans asked them to withdraw from the battlefield and recuperate because the enemy's flying troops had not appeared for a long time. They had been waiting for this moment, but after waiting for most of the day, they were a little puzzled and almost couldn't help but rush into the battlefield. Now they finally got what they wanted, and they were all ready to fight. In about 5 minutes, the mutant animals entered the battlefield. Almost instantly, all the flying monsters roared to the sky and rushed into the battlefield. The battle in the air suddenly broke out, and all kinds of fighting and roaring came in ups and downs. In contrast, the war on the ground became sparse and no longer as fierce as before. There was no other reason. There were corpses falling from their heads from time to time, and they had to divide their minds to avoid them. Fortunately, everyone's evasion skills are now well tested, and they no longer have to deal with sudden and blundering attacks like before. Just when everyone was fighting fiercely, there was a sudden hum sound, and the familiar aqua blue color appeared over the Infinite City. Just when everyone thought that the magic circle appeared inexplicably, everyone has known for several months that the magic circle in the city will never be opened unless it is absolutely necessary. Suddenly, someone saw a shadow on one side of the aqua blue defense shield. "Look, what is that? It's a god level zombie. The god level zombie is coming." Just when everyone was a little panicked, dozens of figures suddenly rose from the ground and rushed towards the direction of the god level zombie. Jiang Heotian, Shangwen Yu, Wu Wan Heo, Wu Qianxuan, Wu Qianlan, Rong Ruoqian, Crossing Kemming. A group of powerful saint-level masters surrounded the god-level zombie tightly. Suddenly, the fear in everyone's heart was relieved, and those figures suddenly became taller. No matter how many times they saw this god-level zombie, they couldn't help but feel amazed. It wasn't that it had 3 heads and 6 arms, or looked like a demon or a monster. On the contrary, its appearance was not only not ferocious and terrifying, but it was almost the same as a real human. If there was any difference, it was the black nails and vertical pupils. Apart from that, in the eyes of those who didn't know, it was a handsome young man. At this time, it frowned and stared at the blue defense shield above the infinite city, as if it was annoyed that it was stopped again, and then it retracted its gaze, and looked at the saint-level powerhouses who surrounded it with disdain. Jiang Heotian frowned, took a step forward, and slowly made an attacking start. In the past few months, they had tried to challenge the god-level zombies across levels, but they all failed. This made them realize that the distance between the god level and the saint level was far from the distance between the saint level and the 9th level. But those few unpredictable challenges did not seem to be fruitless. And they found that, although the effect was weak, Jiang Heotian, as a congenital master, was the only one who could cause irreversible damage to the god level zombie. The god level zombie exerted force suddenly, and his whole body turned into a black light and rushed over. Jiang Heotian's pupils shrank, and he did not retreat but advanced. The sharp sword in his hand turned into white light and intersected with the black light. The white light and the black light paused for a moment at the same time. Everyone present knew that the next moment, the white light would be completely suppressed by the black light, so they took action. For this moment, they consciously reserved their strength in the previous battles. The air around Shangwen Yu formed a vortex in the blink of an eye, and then it became tighter and tighter, and then turned into a rapidly rotating, wind-formed drill, meeting the black light. Wu Wanhao closed his palms, and then slowly separated them. A golden line was pulled out from his palms, getting longer and longer. When it was about 1 meter long, he stretched out his hand to hold it, twisted his waist, and used his elbow as the force point, to throw it towards the black light. Wu Qiansheng raised his hand slightly, and clusters of transparent flames appeared around him, distorting the air. Gradually, the flames merged together, and the aura became stronger and stronger, but the sense of existence became weaker and weaker. If it were not for the scorching heat, it would be almost difficult to distinguish. Then, he focused his eyes, and the fused flames turned into a fire snake, and attacked the black light ferociously. Compared with the previous few people, Rong Ruoqian and Crossing Kemming's attacks were more silent and more weird. Rong Ruoqian's aura suddenly became extremely dangerous. Crossing Kemming stretched out his hand and tapped in the air, and a terrifying crack that was difficult to detect with the naked eye appeared in the air, and then he quickly approached the black light. Everything happened in an instant, and the result came in an instant. Jiang Heotian spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball, and was caught by several companions around him. As for why they had to work together to catch one person, it was because they were also injured, but less seriously than Jiang Heotian. Let's look at the god level zombie again. At this time, his appearance was miserable, his whole body was torn and tattered, and it was horrible to look at. However, Jiang Heotian and others did not show any joy on their faces, but looked solemn. A closer look showed that the wounds on the god level zombie were healing at an astonishing speed, and it was back to normal in less than half a minute. Oh, no, it can't be said to be back to normal. There was an imperceptible scratch on the nail of the middle finger of the god level zombie's right hand, which was caused by Jiang Heotian. This is the irreversible damage that Jiang Heotian can cause to the god level zombie. Looking at the tiny scratch, Jiang Heotian smiled bitterly. This time, he accidentally affected the wound on his body, and his bitter smile became even stronger. It was so ironic that he only caused a small scratch to the enemy after suffering such a serious injury. The nail is equivalent to the weapon of the god level zombie. It can be imagined how sharp it is. It is good that Jiang Heotian can cause a scratch. In fact, if he can attack other parts of the god level zombie, he may be able to cause serious damage to the opponent. He had once had such an opportunity in a battle, and the result was very gratifying. Unfortunately, no one expected him to be able to do this. He was stunned for a moment, which gave the god level zombies an opportunity to take advantage of him, seriously injuring him and escaping. When they came back to figure it out, it was too late, and the god level zombies would not give him this opportunity again. Chapter 322, a critical moment. As Qianxuan once said, an innate master is almost equal to a strong man in the god realm. His energy level is already equal to that of a strong man in the god realm, but his body has not yet been tempered. Therefore, when Qianxuan's attack hits the god level zombie, it can threaten its life, but the premise is that it can hit it. After suffering a loss once, the god level zombie has long been on guard and no longer takes Qianxuan's attack lightly like the first time. Similarly, in the eyes of the god level zombie, Qianxuan has become a thorn in its side. In the previous battles, if Qianxuan had not been hiding in the magic circle, he would have lost his life long ago. But this time the situation is special, and he naturally wants to do his part. And this time, because of Qianxuan's existence, it did not leave its back to everyone carelessly and deal with the magic circle by itself, but took the fight seriously. Except for Qianxuan, the attacks of others are not worth mentioning to it. Now, seeing Qianxuan seriously injured and coughing up blood, the god level zombie was excited, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. This human is here, so who is the breath that it feels is dangerous to itself? Unable to figure it out, the god level zombie temporarily abandoned it, and its figure flashed, and the sharp claws of its 5 fingers popped out in a burst, stabbing at Qianxuan's head. The pupils of the people on the opposite side shrank. Qianxuan Yu pulled Qianxuan back quickly with one hand, and raised his other hand lightly, and a wisp of wind took everyone into the air. Seeing this, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the god level zombie, and its figure suddenly rose, and its body floated in front of everyone as light as a weight. A black light spot appeared in its hand, and grew bigger and bigger. When it grew to the size of a ping pong ball, it flicked its finger, and the light spot shot towards everyone. Wu Wanhao shouted angrily, and a pure golden protective shield appeared in front of everyone. Then, his body shook, and a thick khaki light rushed out from his body, setting up a defensive light belt in front of everyone. Wu Qiansheng stretched out his hands, and a transparent wall of fire appeared in front of everyone. Rang Ruoqian's figure flashed, and a thin air film appeared around everyone. Crossing Keming opened his 5 fingers, and the air suddenly rolled up, changing the aura around everyone. At the same time, the black light spot first collided with the golden protective shield, and the dazzling golden light burst out. The light spot easily destroyed the protective shield, and attacked the khaki defensive light belt. At this time, Wu Qianlun, who had not made a move, moved. The slow and strange wind spread from his body, and surrounded the small piece in front of everyone little by little, like a giant ball with mixed and mottled colors, but it contained huge and terrifying energy, and then quickly threw it at the god level zombie. Without waiting for the result to come out, Qianxuan Yu once again manipulated the wind to drive everyone's body, and entered the magic circle. Did we successfully trick it? Seeing that it was temporarily safe, Wu Wanhao grinned and said, its own energy can at least cause it to suffer some injuries, right? No, I'm afraid it's unlikely. Qianxuan Yu frowned. Everyone looked outside the magic circle, and saw that after a surge of air, the figure of the god level zombie gradually appeared. It was disheveled, its clothes were tattered, and its body was covered with wounds. However, those wounds were healing rapidly as always. In the end, only a bloody scratch of more than 10 centimeters on the shoulder was left. It dodged it. It didn't hit me directly, but just scratched my skin. Wu Qiansheng said with regret. Even so, the anger of the god level zombie was aroused. Fortunately, the next batch of saint level powerhouses rushed up. For a time, in order to stop the god level zombie, the saint level powerhouses of Infinite City attacked the god level powerhouses in batches without hesitation. At the same time, other combatants on the battlefield also responded. When fighting with alien species, they would occasionally use their spare strength to throw an attack at the god level zombie. The lethality is not great, but the number is large, and the interference effect is very considerable. However, most of the saint level warriors left the battlefield to deal with the god level warriors, and the others were inevitably a little overwhelmed, especially when they encountered saint level aliens. But no one complained, because they knew that at this time, only by persisting, can there be hope of victory. I don't know how long it took. The sky was already dark, and the saint level warriors of Infinite City had basically fought with the god level zombies once, and some had already fought for the second time. Suddenly, the attack of the god level zombie suddenly became fierce, with a sense of urgency. Caught off guard, several saint level warriors who were fighting with it were seriously injured, and died one after another. In addition to the injuries they suffered last time, the seriously injured people were almost dead. In order to save the lives of saint level warriors as much as possible in this war, Infinite City temporarily formed a flying team this time, and selected those flying monsters with extremely fast speed and their contractors. Look, they are on standby in the sky, and played a role. They snatched back these saint level warriors who didn't have time to hide in the magic circle in time, sent them to the magic circle, and treated them, and resurrected them. Seeing the anxiety of the god level zombie, Qianxuan Yu and Wu Qianlan's eyes lit up at the same time, and they said in unison, "Everyone, come together and stop it." Out of habit, everyone rushed up reflexively, and attacked the god level zombie. But soon, these saint level masters came to their senses. Why is the god level zombie so anxious? The answer is easy to guess. The god realm powerhouse of Infinite City is about to be born. Thinking of this, hundreds of saint level powerhouses were shocked. Their faces, which were originally a little tired and withered, suddenly brightened, and their bodies, which were originally a little weak, suddenly burst out with powerful strength. Not only these saint level powerhouses, but all the people in Infinite City on the battlefield also understood it. They ran around to tell each other, and the morale of the whole venue suddenly rose. I don't know how long the stalemate lasted. The death rate of saint level powerhouses is getting higher and higher, almost 1 per second. Fortunately, due to the obstruction of many parties, the god level zombies can't use big moves, so the bodies of saint level powerhouses can be preserved. Qianxuan is even more devoted to the resurrection of the saint level powerhouse. Before long, all the saint level warriors had died once, and some had died 4 or 5 times, but no one backed down. If they took a step back at this time, they would have to step back step by step until there was a cliff behind them, and there was no way back. Looking at the scene here, the fighters on the battlefield had red eyes, and they could not exert any strength, so they had to turn their grief and anger into strength, and wave their butcher knives high at the aliens around them. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the center of the city. Except for the god level zombies, all people and aliens were stiff, and many people could hardly hold their weapons. This is it. Wu Wan's in the command room's eyes lit up, and he stood up suddenly, and looked towards the center of the city. The terrifying aura was not aimed at anyone, and gradually, everyone got used to it, and went into the battlefield again. The people in Infinite City were even more excited, and they had already guessed the source of the aura in their hearts. The saint level warriors here were shocked, and when they came to their senses, they found that the god level zombies in front of them had disappeared. Look over there, who as Qianxuan pointed in a direction. Everyone looked over, and saw that above the magic circle, the god level zombie had a fierce and violent face. The sharp claws on one hand were fighting against the defense shield of the Infinite City, and the other hand was pressing on the defense shield. The black light from all over his body surged out through that hand, causing the defense shield to make a sharp bursting sound. Everyone could see that he wanted to break the defense shield of the magic circle. At this time, there was a click and a burst of shattering sounds. Everyone trembled in their hearts and had a bad premonition. The magic circle played an indispensable role in the safety of the people in the Infinite City for several months. At the same time, they also understood that the activation of the magic circle required energy, and the existing energy would be exhausted sooner or later. Suddenly, a fierce light burst out from the defense shield, which bounced the god level zombie away. Before everyone could be happy, they saw that the light of the magic circle became fainter and fainter, and finally returned to dim, but it was because the magic circle automatically closed for self-protection. There was silence, and a faint panic spread from everyone's heart. Could it be that they were going to fail? Wu Wansen in the command room looked calm and was glad that he had prepared for this situation long ago. He took a deep breath, took out a small controller from his pocket, and pressed the yellow button. At the same time, Granny Long and all the people who stayed in Infinite City to take care of the elderly, weak and young children received the news and took the elderly and children into the underground shelter of Infinite City without hesitation. Speaking of this underground shelter, it is actually the insect nest left after the elimination of many light alien species under Infinite City. It was slightly modified and used as an underground shelter in wartime. Of course, the underground shelter in the 8 Gardens is different. On the other side, seeing that the goal was achieved, the god-level zombie burst into light in his eyes, and his body rose and leaped into the Infinite City. Suddenly, circles of invisible ripples appeared in the air, surrounding the god-level zombie. The ripples looked harmless, but the god-level zombie's body stagnated and was stopped. A closer look showed that it was surrounded by a group of griffin troops, and Khan Ruofi was sitting on the back of the crown griffin in the lead. All the griffins screamed to the sky without making any sound, but the invisible ripples came from there. The saint-level warriors were startled, and then they reacted one after another, either using their supernatural powers or relying on their magic beast companions. Most of them flew into the sky and surrounded the god-level zombies. Others who could not fly also supported on the ground. Khan Ruofi patted his companions under him, and the crown griffin gave his fellows a knowing look. The griffin troops dispersed the encirclement and left space for the saint-level warriors to fight. The combatants on the battlefield breathed a sigh of relief and then suddenly realized that it was no wonder that they had not seen the griffin troops dispatched before. There was no time to think about it at that time, but it turned out that they were prepared for this time. As for magic beasts, the environment made it so that the people in Infinite City knew quite a lot, and the griffins, in addition to their own strong aerial combat capabilities, had the ability to stay in the air, which was the innate ability of their race. Usually winged magic beasts have to flap their wings constantly in the air to stay stable in one place, but griffins are not like that. Most of their superior aerial combat capabilities come from this. In fact, this ability to stay in the air is not only for oneself, but also for the enemy to be controlled. But at least 3 griffins need to use the skill at the same time to succeed. And in front of us, wow, at least 1,000. The entire griffin army is here, right? This is a great deal. Chapter 323 God Rank vs God Rank. As a result, a very strange scene appeared in the sky above the Infinite City. Saint-level powerhouses came one after another to block the god-level zombies, fighting again and again despite repeated deaths. The god-level zombies tried every means to get rid of them, but they were always unable to do so. Every time the god-level zombies wanted to use a big move or get away, the griffin troops began to use skills to freeze them in the air, and the saint-level powerhouses took the opportunity to surround them again. This repeated. It seemed that the god-level zombies were completely controlled, but the saint-level powerhouses were not at ease. Not to mention how much pressure the increasingly furious aura of the god-level zombies on the opposite side brought to them. They were also a little overwhelmed by the countless deaths. But even so, they still had to persist. Even so, the position of the god-level zombies was getting closer and closer to the center of the city. The combatants on the battlefield also went from being relieved at the beginning to being worried later. The tense atmosphere between the god-level zombies and the saint-level powerhouses was clearly seen by them even as bystanders. Time passed bit by bit, and another night passed. The sky was hazy gray. At this time, the god-level zombies had advanced to the sky outside the 8 Gardens. The griffin troops were fine. As a super strong monster, they only needed to sit on the back of the griffin and do nothing. But the saint-level strongmen were miserable. Their faces were pale, sweating profusely, and their clothes were tattered and blood-stained. After all, the resurrection ability can repair the damage of the body, but cannot repair and wash clothes. Many people's eyes were a little scattered, but they were holding on. Not only them, but even Zhu Yan, who had been following them on the ground, was about to collapse. He had been using his superpowers for more than 10 hours. If he hadn't held his breath, he would have fainted from exhaustion. At this time, everyone on the battlefield was paying attention to the center of the city, praying that the god-level strongmen of Infinite City could break through quickly. Even Wu once, who believed that he had done everything he could beforehand, was fidgeting in the command room at this time. The cause of this war was to protect Kimoki and Qianxuan, who had broken through the god level, but the uncertainty of the time required for the breakthrough became the biggest variable in this war. He dared not imagine what would happen to Infinite City, or all the humans in the country, if the two failed to break through, or if the breakthrough took too long. On the battlefield, because the Saint level strongman left the battlefield, Infinite City fell into a bitter battle, and a large number of combatants died, and some were even eaten by aliens on the spot. Everyone was bloodthirsty, perhaps because of the potential explosion in the critical moment. Many 9th level strongmen broke through the Saint level on the battlefield. But even so, the enemy aliens still advanced into Wireless City step by step. Gradually, the parking lot outside Infinite City appeared in sight, and the rows of cars in the parking lot became the destruction targets of the aliens. But the people of Infinite City had no time to take care of them, and could only watch the cars being destroyed one by one. After an unknown amount of time, the enemy team began to enter the residential area. Pisces, Aries, Gemini, Virgo, Cancer, and Taurus were all spared, and became the targets of destruction by the aliens. Seeing this scene, the ordinary residents who had originally helped with odd jobs on the battlefield, and were now ordered by Wu Wan set to hide aside, could not stay any longer. This was their home. How could they watch it being destroyed? Fortunately, they still had some reason, and knew that, if they rushed forward rashly, with their strength, they would be rushing to their deaths. You know, by now, the middle and low level aliens have been almost filtered out, and the remaining ones are at least level 6. But if you can't beat them one-on-one, can't you still fight in groups? Don't forget that the official residents of Infinite City all have their own Warcraft partners, which is a great help. So, those middle level aliens are in tragedy. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the ordinary residents try, they can only do very little. The aliens are still destroying the buildings in the residential area at an unstoppable speed. Seeing that the Aquarius and Scorpio districts were about to be destroyed, even Wu Wansen in the command room began to get anxious. At this moment, the terrifying aura that had lasted all night in the center of the city suddenly intensified, multiplying upwards, pressing everyone in the city to stand still and sweat. While the surrounding Griffin troops and holy level powerhouses were suppressed by the aura, the god level zombies suddenly exerted their strength and rushed into the 8 gardens at lightning speed. Those who saw this scene were anxious and angry and wanted to stop it, but their bodies did not give them face at all. Suddenly, the terrifying aura receded like a tide, and the pressure on the body disappeared without a trace. Regardless of their bad health, the Saint level warriors were about to chase after the god level zombies, but Wu Wanse's voice suddenly rang out from the communicator. Don't chase them, your speed is no match for the god level zombies, and, if I'm not mistaken, Moki should have succeeded in breaking through. Hearing the first half of the sentence, everyone smiled bitterly and felt despair. When they heard the full turn of events, they breathed a sigh of relief, and then became ecstatic. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The next second, the sound of vomiting came one after another, and the breath that had been held was relieved. The various discomforts accumulated in the body also suddenly surged up, and all the Saint level warriors began to vomit. Continuous death and continuous resurrection. This kind of thing is terrifying to hear, let alone experience it personally. Among the Saint level warriors present, no one can remember how many times they have died, but at least more than 20 times. As Saint level warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles, their psychological quality is not weak, but their physiological reactions are not something they can control. Being able to suppress it until now is enough to show that they are not just in name. All kinds of sour and disgusting smells filled the air, and everyone was vomiting and stumbling. But no matter how uncomfortable and painful it was difficult to hide their joy and excitement. In the basement of Punal, sensing the breath of the god level getting closer and closer, Kimoki stood up, glanced at Qianxuan who was still breaking through on the opposite side, raised his foot to leave, gently closed the door, and then quickly walked to the first floor. The god level zombie came to Punal along the position it had sensed before, and was hesitating whether to destroy the building in front of it directly, when it suddenly felt a breath similar to the previous one moving quickly. It followed its perception and found that only a very fast figure flew out of a window and disappeared in front of it in a moment. It was that person. It hurriedly chased after him. Feeling the breath behind him, Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. He was really worried that the other party would affect Qianxuan's breakthrough. Soon, one person and one zombie left the 8 gardens. Look, the god level zombies are coming here. A saint level warrior was sitting on the ground to rest, and suddenly someone pointed to the sky and shouted. Everyone looked up cautiously when they heard it. No, there are not only god level zombies, but also a black shadow in front. It seems so. Where? There, very fast. It's no wonder that some people can't see clearly. Although the black shadow is a black shadow, its color is extremely light, and it will be ignored if you don't pay attention. Isn't that the head of the Qi family? Has he broken through the god level? Is it right? His speed is no worse than that of the god level zombies. Then why doesn't he fight the god level zombies, but instead runs away? Are you stupid? Fighting here? Do you think the buildings in our infinite city are too strong? Are you saying that he is leading the god level zombies out of the city? That's nonsense. Listening to the discussions in their ears, Wu Qiansheng and others looked at each other and laughed. Here, Kimoki didn't know that everyone was discussing him. In fact, in addition to leading the god level zombies out of the city, he had another purpose, which was to take advantage of this time to adapt to the new energy. Having just broken through the god level, he had limited control over his energy. Even with the advantage of the abyss system, he might not be able to win the battle with the god level zombies. Flying and flying, he arrived at the residential area. Looking at the messy ruins below, and the people who were struggling in the battle with a kind of zombie, Kimoki frowned, thought about it, flicked his fingers, and a wisp of black smoke rushed down. On the battlefield below, an 8th level insect suddenly fell down without warning. The monster fighting with it was startled. It was sure that it could not feel the other party's life breath. It tried to step forward and patted it with its claws. Who would have thought that with a click, the insect shattered like a vase, and it was actually empty. Immediately afterwards, similar incidents occurred in many places on the battlefield, and they continue to increase. It's the Qi family master. This is the Qi family master's ability. Suddenly, a member of the hunting group who had hunted with Kimoki shouted. It seems so. The Qi family master has broken through the god level. I don't know who shouted, and then everyone was boiling, and they felt that all the fatigue in their bodies disappeared, and they were full of endless energy. Kimoki didn't know the impact of his momentary impulse, and his figure flashed, and led the god level zombies out of the city. Passing by the command room, he saw Wu Wance standing in front of the window. He made a gesture, and stopped with the god level zombies in an open space outside the city. Seeing his gesture, Wu Wance's brows relaxed, took out the communicator, and issued a command, asking everyone to prepare to clean up the battlefield. As soon as he stood still, the god level zombies rushed up impatiently, surrounded by black light fog, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Kimoki raised his eyebrows, but did not retreat. He leaned forward, and twisted his right hand, to avoid the claws and grab the opponent's left wrist. He twisted his body skillfully, and twisted the hand of the god level zombie behind his back. The god level zombie seemed to have encountered such a situation for the first time. He was stunned for a moment, gathered a black light ball with his right hand, turned around and pressed it against Kimoki's face. In the horrified eyes of the god level zombie, Kimoki blocked the light ball with one hand, pinched the light ball lightly, and then kept pinching it. It was visible to the naked eye that the light ball became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared without a trace. Chapter 324 The cheapest and the most precious. The god level zombie already has perfect thinking ability. It was horrified at this time, not only because it saw Kimoki easily devour his ability without any backlash symptoms, but also because the breath emitted by Kimoki when he used his supernatural power made it instinctively realize that the other party's energy was essentially higher than its own. This means that once the human in front of him grows up, he will definitely not be his opponent in the future. While this human has just broken through, quickly kill his danger in the bud. A trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the god level zombie, and the claws waved at Kimoki. Kimoki raised his eyebrows, his expression unchanged, and dodged sideways while holding the zombie's wrist. Black mist emerged from his hand, split into two strands, and entangled along the opponent's arm. Intuitively feeling that something was wrong, the god-level zombie kept moving his mouth, and suddenly raised his head and sprayed out a dark green gas. Kimoki's expression was stern. He had experienced the power of this kind of poison gas. If it weren't for the delay potion given by Qianxuan last time, he would not have survived until now. The gas rushed towards his mouth and nose, and he quickly let go of the god-level zombie and retreated rapidly. Kimoki let go of his hand, and the god-level zombie looked at his arm, and found that a layer of grey had covered his arm at some point. If he hadn't acted decisively just now, his hand would have been wasted. It couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Its body shook, and its sharp nails popped out, and attacked Kimoki. Kimoki had just dodged the poisonous gas, and before he had time to catch his breath, the attack of the god-level zombie came again. He didn't panic. With a thought, the nether demon appeared in his hand. The nearly 2-meter long black tang sword was so dark that it seemed to absorb all the light. It was restrained and noble. The scabbard engraved with exquisite dark patterns automatically slid off, revealing the equally dull blade inside, but it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. With the nether demon in hand, Kimoki was no longer afraid of the indestructible claws of the god-level zombie. For a while, the two fought so hard that they could not separate. Due to the fast speed, the people watching on the city wall could only see two shadows moving constantly, mixed with the sound of swords clashing. On the other side, the saint-level warriors recovered a little with the help of the healing superpowers, and then went to the residential area for support. The aliens over there had already intended to retreat. After all, their goal was just to have a bite. This time they had achieved their goal, and there was no point in fighting anymore. The reason why they did not really retreat was that they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and kill a few more humans while the saint-level warriors were away. When they saw the saint-level warriors coming, they turned around and ran away without saying a word. Their quick and decisive action stunned the saint-level warriors who had come here exhausted for a long time. When the alien team withdrew from the city, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Kimoki and the god-level zombies had been fighting for several hours. Because they were afraid of Kimoki's devouring ability, the god-level zombies had been avoiding using some moves that consumed a lot of energy, so as not to lose more than they gained. Kimoki wanted to touch the body of the god-level zombie, so as to devour its vitality and energy. Unfortunately, the god-level zombie was not stupid. After suffering a loss, Kimoki did not touch other parts of its body except for its claws and steel teeth. Those claws and steel teeth were basically equivalent to the weapons of the god-level zombie. Even if Kimoki's devouring ability was strong, he could not destroy them without being seriously injured by the opponent. In this way, the battle between the two was deadlocked. The god-level zombie did not dare to use his ability, and Kimoki could not use his ability. The physical strength of both remained sufficient, and the result was a close combat. However, compared with Kimoki, the god-level zombie became more and more anxious. It clearly felt that the human opposite was becoming more and more proficient in using the energy and body of the god level. Seeing a large group of alien species withdrawing from the city, Kimoki frowned. He originally planned to use the battle with the god-level zombies to familiarize himself with his own strength and then wait for an opportunity to deal with the other party. He found that the longer the battle, the more anxious the god-level zombies would be, which was very beneficial to him. But now so many alien species are retreating. I hope they will not disrupt his plan. Unfortunately, many things in the world are often counterproductive. Seeing his subordinates withdrawing from the city, the god-level zombies who knew them very well turned their eyes and understood the reason. They couldn't help but think of the human saints who had held him back before, and their hearts sank. Before, it relied on its strength to feel troublesome, but it didn't take this little trick seriously. But now, looking at Kimoki on the opposite side, if it is trapped here, with this human on the opposite side, it will definitely die. Keep fighting, and when those human saints come, it is afraid that it will have to explain here. As a result, it naturally wanted to retreat, and it retreated sharply in the battle, raising its head and letting out a sharp roar. Kimoki found something wrong and chased after it without hesitation, but was stopped by a group of alien species halfway. No, his eyes swept over the alien species in front of him. These alien species were not even at the 9th level, so how could they be so reckless as to come after him, a god level zombie? Unless it was ordered by that god level zombie. Sensing that the breath belonging to the god level zombie was getting farther and farther away, Kimoki's face turned cold. Kimoki fought quickly and decisively because the level gap was too big. It took him less than 2 minutes to deal with the group of alien species. Even so, there was no trace of the god level zombie, so how could he catch up? Sighing, Kimoki turned around and walked back. How is it? Wu once walked towards him and asked. Just now, because the large group of alien species blocked their view, they could not see the final result clearly. Kimoki's face was not good. It escaped. As long as there are god level zombies, those alien species can be united, and the siege of Infinite City will not stop. On the contrary, as long as the god level zombies die, the alien species will become a mess, unable to make a difference, and unable to pose a threat to Infinite City. Wu once paused, then said lightly, it doesn't matter, it can escape this time, but it's unknown what will happen next time. He was not disappointed. Originally, according to his intention, he was going to use the god level zombie to catch the two old guys Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang. After making sure that the war was passed without any danger, Wu Wan's quickly commanded everyone to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Because of the existence of the central system, the data was sent over soon. Wu Wan's frowned almost immediately, his eyes heavy. What's wrong? Kimoki, who was observing Qianxuan's breakthrough with his mental power, also noticed his abnormal mood and asked. Wu Wanse covered his eyes and said in a low voice, according to the statistics after the war, 5,614,751 people died, 17,192,641 people were seriously injured, 9,619,621 people were slightly injured, and the rest had some skin injuries to a greater or lesser extent. Kimoki was silent after hearing this. There are only more than 50 million people in Country Z now, and more than 5 million people account for 1/10 of them. This is a number that cannot be ignored. Thinking that the original intention of launching this war was to protect himself and Qianxuan, even if those people hoped that they could eliminate the god level zombies, Kimoki, who has never paid much attention to the existence of such groups, could not help but feel a sense of gratitude in his heart. To be fair, if it weren't for these people's bloody battles, he would not have been able to successfully break through the god level. However, such gratitude only stayed in Kimoki's heart for less than a few seconds and then disappeared. Kimoki was Kimoki after all, with a sense of indifference in his bones. It was also thanks to this that he was able to break through the god level so smoothly, which surprised Qianxuan. Of course, he is not ungrateful. He will meet the expectations of those people, eliminate the god level zombies, and return peace to Infinite City, so that their efforts will be rewarded. Although the post-war Infinite City is not devastated and full of grief, it is not far from it. People drag their tired and injured bodies to take care of their injured relatives and friends, or collect the bodies of their relatives and friends. Those who took the elderly and children to hide in the underground shelter had foresight to prepare a lot of food. When they found out that the war was over, they held each other's hands and carried the food out to everyone. Because it was a big pot of rice, it was not delicate and the taste was mediocre, but no one had the heart to dislike it at this time. Feelings are the cheapest in the end of the world, because no matter how deep the blood relationship and feelings are, they will be abandoned. Because of reality and survival, feelings are the most precious in the end of the world, because they live and die together, lick each other's wounds and grief, and blood ties are no longer important. At this moment, their sorrow was the most real and heartfelt, but it would not be long before they would save the memories of their dead relatives and friends in the corner of their hearts, never touch them again, wipe away their tears, and continue to live well. This is not hypocrisy, but respect for relatives and friends, and respect for their own lives. It can be said that it is the most real cherishment for the dead relatives and friends. The 6 residential areas were more or less damaged, but fortunately, with the central system, it was not difficult to rearrange accommodation. in addition to the loss of some items in the houses, because everyone's contribution points were in the identity watch, there was no loss in property. As for the damaged buildings, although many companions were sacrificed this time, the harvest was also great. The brain core and insect essence alone could be harvested in a pot. Only a part of it is enough to restore the residential area to its original state. Wu Wanyan proposed to set aside a piece of vacant land in Infinite City, to build a cemetery and build a resting place for the dead companions. In fact, people in the apocalypse are more practical than before the apocalypse, and they feel less secure. If a relative dies, they either find a random place to bury the ashes without even a grave, or simply carry the ashes with them all the time, especially in Infinite City. Although the space ring is expensive, it is not hopeless to work hard. The reason why he made such a suggestion is that among the more than 5 million people who died, at least 2/3 of them were swallowed by the aliens with skin and bones, and there was no body left. In this way, the cenotaph is necessary. Although most of the more than 5 million people are not official residents of Infinite City, who cares about this at this time? Chapter 325, Expectations for a Good Show. After eating something in a hurry, Kimoki planned to go and watch over Qianxuan, but he was stopped by Granny Long on the way. Before he could react, Qianxuan was forced into his arms. Looking down at the baby in his arms, Kimoki frowned tightly. Qianxuan looked up and looked at him innocently, with confusion in his dark eyes. Kimoki's body froze, and he looked around, but found that Granny Long had disappeared, and only the others were busy. After hesitating for a while, he still carried the child to Punal. If this brat makes a sound to disturb Qianxuan's breakthrough, I will throw him out, he thought fiercely in his heart. So, 2 days later, Qianxuan came out of the basement and saw Baba, a big and a small child, guarding outside the door. For a moment, an indescribable sense of happiness came to her heart, but the next moment, she was a little upset. Hey, a newborn baby can actually use a straw. Is she seeing things? Looking at her son, who was sipping a box of bright milk with a pursed mouth, Qianxuan opened her eyes wide in surprise. Qianxuan's sharp eyes fell on Kimoki. Kimoki paused, his expression unchanged and said, "Okay, let's go home." Kimoki was a man who could eat a can of pickles and white rice for a month. He thought that giving his son milk was enough, so what else could he expect? Of course, Qianxuan was an exception. In fact, he did more than that to his son in the past 2 days. It is the nature of children to cry when they are not satisfied, and Qianxuan is no exception. Although Kimoki did not throw him out, he would always release murderous intent towards him when his eyes turned red and he was about to cry, which frightened him so much that his little body froze and he dared not move. Now Qianxuan looked at him with a timid look. Maybe this was the time that caused a shadow, so that, even when Qianxuan grew up, he was still a little afraid of his father. Qianxuan ignored him and went forward to pick up her son. Kimoki stretched out his hand to take the child away, but she dodged. In response, Kimoki touched his nose and followed her. Qianxuan took the box of milk from her son's hand, took out a bottle from the space ring, and stuffed it into his hand. The bottle contained the milk she had squeezed out before, and added a few drops of the creation spirit spring, which was very good for the child's development. Qianxuan was obviously a connoisseur, and his eyes lit up after taking a sip. Qianxuan's eyes were soft, and she glanced at Kimoki beside her. She sighed, but didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, she asked, "What was the situation of this battle?" Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief and spoke briefly about the situation. The city wall was also damaged. Kimoki nodded. It was destroyed by several saint-level alien species. Fortunately, the scope was not large, and it was repaired on the same day. Although he was guarding Qianxuan, he never stopped receiving intelligence. Next, Kimoki told her about the situation of the god-level zombies. Suddenly, Qianxuan paused and said to Kimoki, "I almost forgot to release hope in the future." As she spoke, she had already released Patian. Although Kimoki didn't know her intention, he did as she was told. As soon as the 3 monsters came out, they became excited, even Hope, who was always a little shy. Kimoki looked at Qianxuan in confusion, and Qianxuan explained, "We have broken through the god level, and as our fellow monsters, Patian and the others have naturally reached the critical point of breaking through. Hope, on the other hand, although it is a mutant monster, is only the 9th level after all. It was okay to break through the saint level before, but it will probably fail many times in the god level, but it is not without hope." Kimoki understood and said, "It doesn't matter, even if Hope can't break through the god level. Compared to the lively and active future, he actually prefers the quiet and shy Hope. At least he is not annoying, and he can control future." Hearing Kimoki's words, Hope stepped forward and rubbed his waist, but the determination in his eyes did not diminish. As a magic beast, there is an instinct to pursue strength in its blood, even if it is as gentle as Paimon. Qianxuan smiled and touched Patian's head. "Okay, you two can find a room to sleep. Magic beasts break through in sleep." Patian rubbed Qianxuan's shoulder with his head and said in a soft voice, "Wait, Nana, when Anan comes out, she will be a god level like Nana." Thinking that her strength will soon surpass Parsons, she can't wait. After watching the 3 magic beasts enter the basement, Qianxuan and Kimoki left. Qianxuan is just like his name, a very good child. Qianxuan thinks so. As for Kimoki's thoughts, it is unknown. In the past 2 days, Infinite City has begun to repair the residential area, and all the wounded have recovered with the joint efforts of the healing psychics and light magicians. After the war, the pensions for the families and friends of the dead companions were also distributed one by one. At the same time, the allocation of resources after the war is also in full swing. After sending the sleeping Qianxuan to her mother's house and asking her grandmother to take care of him, Qianxuan and Kimoki went to see Uncle Wu. The 2 of them becoming god level warriors is extremely important to Infinite City. At this time, they must report and discuss the next action against Infinite City. Wu once was not surprised to see them coming hand in hand, as he had received the news before. Seeing Qianxuan, he knew without asking that she had also become a god level warrior. "Congratulations." Wu once smiled faintly. Qianxuan also smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Wu." The 3 of them sat down, and once first asked about the god level zombies. Kimoki said faintly, "Unless it is absolutely necessary, the god level zombie probably won't approach Infinite City in the future." Wu once understood, thought for a while and said, "Then can our people go out hunting now?" He actually guessed the answer, but still wanted to ask. "No." Kimoki shook his head. "The god level zombies can sense each other. If they don't sense our presence nearby, the god level zombies will definitely attack. Moreover, as long as the god level zombies exist, those alien species will have the possibility of uniting, and it is very likely that they will attack one in a group. As long as the god level zombies are not eliminated, the people of Infinite City cannot leave the city at ease. In this way, it is imperative to eliminate the god level zombies. However, if the god level zombies don't come to the door, they can only take the initiative to find them. But if either Qianxuan or Moki is allowed to go alone, he will not be at ease. A large number of saint level powerhouses can trap the god level zombies, and a large number of saint level alien species can also trap the god level powerhouses. With the help of saint level alien species, a god level powerhouse may not be able to deal with the god level zombies. If 2 people go, they are worried that the god level powerhouse will take advantage of the opportunity to attack Infinite City. Although the god levels can sense each other, Qianxuan and Moki should be able to come back, but the destructive power of the god level zombies will cause irreparable losses if they are not in time. In addition, with Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang still in the dark, he dared not have any luck. Wu once felt torn, and Qianxuan said, "Uncle Wu, wait a few days. When Patian and Wheelay break through the god level, we will go to find the bad luck of the god level zombie." Moreover, her magic in her previous life did not reach the god level, and she had no experience. It would take some time to practice and become proficient. I believe Archie also needs such a transition period. Wu once was stunned, and then stood up suddenly. "You mean Patian and Wheelay will also break through the god level?" Qianxuan nodded and smiled. "It will be a matter of these few days." Okay. Wu once said 3 good words in a row, and then said, "By the way, I want to pull out Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang." The revenge of the 8 clans must be avenged, and he didn't want a venomous snake with malicious intentions towards them hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. Now Qianxuan and Qimoki are the foundation of Infinite City, and this matter must be communicated with them. Qianxuan frowned upon hearing this. If I'm not mistaken, if we beat back the god level zombie, it would mean that Ping Jianglui's plan was ruined. With his nature of never letting anyone get away from him, I'm afraid he won't be able to hide for long, and will automatically jump out. But be careful of his means of revenge, Wu Wance said lightly. Qianxuan and Wu Wance smiled at each other. Ping Jianglui's sinister and narrow-minded image has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. So what are your plans, Uncle Wu? Qianxuan asked. Wu Wance pondered and said, my method is simple to say. At present, the only thing that can connect with the Ping and Jiang families is a god level zombie. With it as a clue, there will be gains in 9 out of 10 cases. With Ping Jianglui's personality, he would never jump in front of them when he was at a disadvantage. Considering his personality, what he would do is probably to take the trouble to plan and make them suffer a big loss so as to recover his disadvantage, and of course it would be best if he could also get some benefits. Thinking of a possibility, Qianxuan's face showed a strange look. Why, what did you think of? Wu Wance keenly noticed the abnormality in her expression and asked. Qimoki also looked over. Qianxuan raised her hand and scratched her cheek and said with some amusement, you say, given Ping Jianglui's personality, his supernatural power, and the fact that he controls a god level zombie, after hearing that we have broken through to the god level, will he want to destroy us, or will he want to turn us into his puppets? Wu Wance and Qimoki were stunned at the same time. Given Ping Jianglui's personality and habit of liking to gain benefits for free through suppression, framing, and plundering, it is not necessary to think about which of the 2 options he would prefer the latter. Qimoki looked at Qianxuan, and Qianxuan smiled and met his gaze. Qimoki was a little amused and looked at her with a doting and indulgent look. Then Wu Wance looked at Qianxuan and Qimoki with some concern. Qianxuan waved her hand and said, don't worry, Uncle Wu, we will never be tricked. She said it with full confidence. While Wu Wance was relieved, he couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. He seemed to have overlooked something. Qianxuan narrowed her eyes, quietly reached out, and hooked Aki's little finger, smiling with great anticipation. Qimoki reached out and smoothed her hair, looking at her with a helpless look. However, he was also looking forward to the good show between Ping Jianglui and Jiangzhang. Chapter 326 Domineering Qianxuan. It took 3 days for Qianxuan and Qimoki to be completely familiar with the power of the god level in the inheritance world. The 2 had breakfast at home. Qimoki had something to do to find Qianxuan. Qianxuan thought about it and called Zhu Shasha, Zhuang Eluo and Shi Beimin to go shopping on Ninga Street together. When Qianxuan arrived at the Ninga Street intersection, Zhu Shasha and Shi Beimin were already waiting there, but Zhuang Eluo was nowhere to be seen. Qianxuan was a little surprised. Where is Eluo? You know, in the past, Eluo was usually the first to arrive. I don't know, maybe something delayed him. Shi Beimin answered casually, while playing a game on his mobile phone. Qianxuan looked at Zhu Shasha again, and Zhu Shasha shrugged to indicate that he didn't know either. 10 minutes later, Zhuang Eluo hurried over. Sorry I'm late. Qianxuan and the other 2 looked at her at the same time. It was not that they were dissatisfied with her being late, but they were surprised that she didn't seem to want to say the reason for her lateness. However, since she didn't want to say it, the 3 friends naturally wouldn't force it. Zhuangxun, why didn't you bring Xiaogui here? Zhu Shasha asked with some disappointment as the 4 of them walked into the street. Xiaogui has been taken care of by Grandma for the past 3 days. Aki and I are familiar with the power of the god rank in the inheritance world, and we haven't brought him back yet. Besides, there are too many people here, and I don't feel comfortable bringing him here. Qianxuan answered while stroking her hair. Although they came to shop, the 4 of them didn't actually buy too many things. They mostly looked around, and occasionally bought things they liked. Most of the time, they talked about things that happened in the past few months, when Qianxuan was away. At noon, the 4 of them had lunch at a steamed food restaurant. While drinking tea after lunch, they were talking about the Saint rank powerhouses who broke through in this battle, and suddenly heard Zhuang Eluo say, "By the way, I went to register for marriage this morning." Ahem. The three people who were drinking tea were choked at the same time. After catching their breath, Qianxuan grabbed Zhuang Eluo's hand. "What did you just say? Did I hear it wrong? With whom?" Shibomin's eyes widened. "Are you kidding?" Zhu Shasha said in disbelief. "This morning, Crossing Kemming and I registered for marriage." Zhuang Eluo's tone was as if she had drunk a glass of milk this morning. Qianxuan frowned. "Crossing Kemming? The Crossing Kemming from Yuhei? Aren't you two just casual friends? I haven't seen you go on a date, nor have I seen you get intimate. How did you suddenly develop to registering for marriage?" Shi Beimin asked, puzzled. "Explain it to me," Zhu Shasha said viciously. Seeing the inquiry in the eyes of the three people, Zhuang Eluo took a deep breath and said hesitantly with a bit of embarrassment that it's 3 months ago, there was an alien siege of Infinite City, and I fought against a saint level insect. At that time, I had not yet broken through the saint level, and I killed the other party at the cost of being seriously injured. At that time, everyone was not very skilled in dealing with alien sieges, and the healing ability users were unable to treat me in time. I was too seriously injured, and the battlefield was so chaotic that I couldn't move on my own. Could it be that Crossing Kemming showed up and saved the beauty, and then you promised yourself to him?" Shi Beimin interrupted her. "How is it possible?" Zhuang Eluo rolled his eyes and said with a somewhat tangled expression, "At that time, I was targeted by a 9th level mutant animal, and Crossing Kemming saved me at that time, but he was a little emotionally unstable at the time, so he held me and rolled into a pit." She seemed to be unable to continue. The reason for this emotional instability is easy to guess, but in the pit, Qianxuan was puzzled. It was caused by a high-level psychic on the battlefield. At that time, the battles were so frequent that there was no time to repair the site. Zhu Shasha explained beside him. "Then what happened?" Shi Beimin asked hurriedly. Zhuang Eluo raised his hand to pinch his earlobe, which was a little hot, and he hesitated. "My head hit a rock and I fainted. When I woke up, it was quiet around me, and Crossing Kemming was pressing on me." "What did he do to you?" Shi Beimin said angrily. Zhuang Eluo was stunned, and then realized that his words had caused his friends to misunderstand. He looked at the nervousness in the eyes of the three people around him and smiled. "No, he didn't do anything to me. He just kept the posture when he rolled down the pit and stared at my face blankly, even forgetting that there was a war on the ground." Hearing this, Qianxuan and the other two were speechless. Crossing Kemming's behavior, no matter how you look at it, is a love saint, which is inconsistent with the image they have in their cognition. However, thinking of his various stupid behaviors when pursuing Eluo, the three of them were relieved again. "You won't be moved by his deep affection just like this?" Qianxuan said hesitantly. Zhuang Eluo shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "As soon as I woke up, I asked him to get off me. He told me that his body was numb and asked him to take it easy. After a while, I thought he should have recovered, so I asked him to get off. He said he didn't want to get off. I was furious at that time, and I didn't care about the serious injuries on my body and struggled. As a result, he said that if I agreed to marry him, he would get off." The little man looked nervous and sweaty at the time, but she was so angry that she didn't pay attention to these things. "You just agreed?" Qianxuan and the other two couldn't believe it. From their understanding, Zhuang Eluo was not someone who was willing to be threatened, not to mention that Crossing Kemming didn't have much leverage at the time. "I agreed." Thinking of the little man laughing like a fool at the time, Zhuang Eluo smiled, "But I forgot about it afterwards. Anyway, there were only 2 of us at the scene, and he didn't ask me to sign. Words are not enough, and he has no evidence to prove that I agreed." Qianxuan and the other 2 were speechless. "Is this actually cheating? Then why did you register for marriage with Crossing Kemming again?" The 3 were puzzled. Zhuang Eluo raised his chin and smiled. "Similar threats to me marrying him happened many times later. I lied to him so many times, but he still never tired of threatening me to agree to marry him. He has not improved at all, and has never asked me to sign a guarantee. No matter how many times I was disappointed, he would still smile like a fool the next time, knowing that I would not fulfill my promise. He was like this again during the war a few days ago. This morning he came to ask me to fulfill my promise again, but for some reason, or maybe I was possessed by a demon, I did not go back on my word this time. Although she felt puzzled, bewildered, and unreal afterwards, she did not feel disgusted or regretful. Seeing the tenderness in Zhuang Eluo's eyes that she herself might not have noticed, Qianxuan and the other two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Great, Eluo can find her own happiness. After drinking tea for a while, the four of them went back. As soon as they entered the 8 gardens, they saw Kimoki and Crossing Kemming leaning onto adjacent trees, one on the left and the other on the right. At this time, they all looked over. The former fell on Qianxuan, and the latter fell on Zhuang Eluo, ignoring the other 3. But Qianxuan and the other 4 looked at Crossing Kemming in unison, looking at him from head to toe, from left to right, as if they wanted to see more of him. Even if Crossing Kemming had fought his way out of the sea of blood in Yuhei, he felt a little scared at this moment. Kimoki felt jealous when he found out that Qianxuan actually ignored him and looked at other men. He stepped forward to block her gaze and coughed lightly, saying, "Let's go pick up Xiaogui. He has forgotten us after not seeing him for 3 days." Qianxuan was a little unhappy at first, but when she heard about her son, she forgot about Crossing Kemming and everything else. After hurriedly saying hello to Sasha and the others, Qianxuan took Aki away. At this time, Kimoki couldn't help but regret using his son to divert attention. Didn't they just drive away the wolf and attract the tiger? As soon as the two entered the Wu family, they heard a burst of laughter. Looking up, they saw Grandpa and Grandma and the 5th aunt, 3rd sister-in-law, and 4th sister-in-law sitting in the living room, laughing happily for some reason. Qianxuan pulled Aki forward and took a look, and immediately laughed. She saw that the coffee table originally placed in the living room had been moved away, and a thick brown plush carpet was placed in the middle. The mutant tiger Bibi was standing in the middle with an irritable look. The son hugged Bibi's neck with both hands. Because Bibi was too tall, he was hung in the air. On the other side, Afu and Xiaoshan each pulled one of Bibi's hind legs. Lin Jiabao hugged Bibi's tail, and Xiaojun stood in the middle with an embarrassed look. "What's wrong?" Qianxuan walked over and sat next to her grandmother. With the carpet as a cushion, she was not worried about her son getting hurt. "Oh, it's Zhuangxun. Liuyuan just found out that her granddaughter is here." Thinking of her question, she couldn't help laughing and said, "After dinner, Afu and Xiaoshan brought Bibi to Xiaogui to show off. Xiaogui also likes Bibi very much." Afu and Xiaoshan were very proud and repeatedly said that they would bring Bibi to play with him often in the future. Who would Xiaogui look like? He has such a domineering temper. When Afu and Xiaoshan wanted to take Bibi away, he refused. He is not as strong as his brothers, so he simply hangs himself on Bibi's neck. In this way, he goes wherever Bibi goes, and Afu and the others can't do anything to him. Who does he look like? Qianxuan glanced at Kimoki who was standing next to her. Isn't this domineering temper the same as his father's? Kimoki raised his eyebrows when he noticed Qianxuan's meaningful gaze. Wouldn't it be good to be like him? Xiaogui, let go. Qianxuan didn't want to see the children get angry. Xiaogui pretended not to hear and still held Bibi's neck tightly. Seeing that his son turned a deaf ear to his wife's words, he had forgotten that his son was only a few days old and could not understand anything. Kimoki frowned and called out in a deep voice, "Xiaogui." The voice was not loud, but Xiaogui's little body stiffened, let go of Bibi's neck, and fell on the carpet, his little face a little pale. Although he knew that it would not hurt to fall with the carpet cushioned, Qianxuan still felt a little distressed. She went forward to pick him up, looked at his little butt, and was relieved to make sure that there was no injury. She complained to Aki, "Children are easily frightened and lose their souls. Why did you scare him? Can't you just talk to him nicely?" Kimoki did not refute, watching his son's face turn ruddy under the comfort of his wife, and the panic in his eyes gradually disappeared. He was actually a little puzzled. He just called his name, and his tone was a little heavy, but it didn't scare him so much. "Have you forgotten your previous evil deeds?" Chapter 327 The Sorrow of Zombies. By the time Patian and Future broke through to the divine level, 5 days had passed. Hope failed to break through because of their own levels. However, she is not discouraged and plans to keep up her efforts next time. As a result, Infinite City now has 4 god level experts, and the advantage is not inconspicuous. The people of Infinite City were suddenly full of confidence and no longer had the constant panic they had experienced some time ago. Without any worries, they would naturally start taking the initiative to hunt down the god level zombies. However, it was difficult to decide on the candidates. According to Wu Wance's idea, either Kimoki and Future will go out of the city, or Qianxuan and Patian will go out of the city. You can choose one of the two. Considering that one of them could take care of their son, Qianxuan also agreed. But Kimoki didn't think so. He didn't want Qianxuan to be left alone by that brat, nor was he willing to let Qianxuan go out of the city alone. Hey, is Patian just air in your eyes? Finally, with Kimoki's insistence, he and Qianxuan left the city, while Patian and Future pushed back. Regarding this result, Wu Wance sighed. Qianxuan was helpless, and Patian and Future protested. Unable to resist Arki, Qianxuan had no choice but to send her son to her grandma again. Although Qianxuan is ignorant, he does have the instinct of living things to seek advantages and avoid disasters. He couldn't be more obedient when facing Kimoki, but he was the same when facing Qianxuan, not acting coquettishly, willfully, or crying few. When she realized that she was about to be separated from her mother, she cried pitifully and held onto the corner of her clothes. The look of dependence on her made Qianxuan even more reluctant to let go. Her eyes turned red and tears rolled in her eyes. Seeing the eyes of the older one and the younger one with tears in their eyes, Kimoki rarely felt uneasy. His heart felt a little soft, and he felt a little confused about whether to laugh or cry. He stepped forward and hugged Qianxuan, comforting him softly. Okay, as long as we kill that god level zombie, we can come back, and it won't take long to take Qianxuan back. Seeing that Qianxuan was still holding on to Qianxuan's clothes, Kimoki hesitated and reached out to touch his head. Son, be good. There was a slight softness in his tone that he didn't even notice. The child has the purest heart and the sharpest sense. This time, he was not frightened by Kimoki's voice, but because of his past power, he still let go of his hand, a little hesitantly. Qianxuan felt a little distressed, but this trip was of great importance and she couldn't give up because of her son. At this time, she felt extremely regretful that her son could not enter the realm of inheritance, otherwise, she would have been able to take her son wherever she went. After walking out of Infinite City, Qianxuan and Infinite City looked at each other, and with a slight movement of their bodies, they appeared in the sky and flew towards the location of the god level zombies they sensed. After breaking through the divine level, one can fly freely in the air regardless of whether the attribute is wind. This does not consume their own energy, but is an instinct, just like a bird flying. At this time, their body is of the same origin and integrated with the heaven and earth. Since the last battle, there have been no aliens wandering outside Infinite City. The restored city gate is bare and the ground has been newly plowed. Otherwise, there are all kinds of mottled and dark stains. Those are humans and aliens. It is formed after repeated pouring of blood. As gods, they were very fast. It took less than 10 minutes to travel hundreds of kilometers, but the aura of the god level zombies was still far away. Is it scared? Kimoki raised his eyebrows and asked during the flight. Gods cannot hide each other's breath. This has nothing to do with strength, but is more similar to the induction of twins. Their bodies are both made of heaven and earth. This kind of induction is also common sense. In this way, neither Qianxuan nor Patian and Future's breakthrough can be hidden from the other party, and it will be difficult for the other party to feel at ease. Qianxuan smoothed her hair that was messed up by the high altitude wind. I pay more attention to the behavior of ordinary generals than to god level zombies. Kimoki smiled knowingly and pulled her forward. Take a rest. This time, the two of them were not acting alone, and their mission was not just to kill god level zombies. From the moment they leave the city, Infinite City will take the initiative to launch an external campaign for the first time, with Infinity City as the center and spread outward to eliminate the alien species. Well, or to put it another way, it is not to wipe out the alien species, but to wipe out the zombies, and at the same time, reduce the number of insects and mutated animals to the greatest extent. The reason is simple. Zombies do not have the ability to reproduce. They are transformed from humans infected with the zombie virus, but the premise is that they have not broken through to the divine level. Once they break through to the divine level, their reproductive ability will be restored. The characteristics of zombies are invisible at first glance, but if you think about them carefully, you will notice something is wrong. This new race is almost like the nemesis of humanity, born to destroy humanity and replace it with its own. Let me ask, when humans are transformed into zombies, and the zombies themselves have the ability to reproduce, don't zombies just replace humans and become the only highly intelligent creatures on the earth? Whether it is prudent or unfounded, this kind of imagination is too terrible and no one is willing to accept it. Therefore, this time, after several days of meetings in Infinite City, the decision was made to eliminate all zombies. As for insects and mutated animals, they pose a great threat to human safety, but due to species limitations, they can never replace humans. Moreover, unlike zombies, which are harmful to humans and have no other value except brain cores, the meat of mutated animals is currently an important food source for humans, and insect essences are a great benefit in improving the human system. For the survival of mankind, at least at this stage, the number of mutated animals and insects needs to be reduced, but maintained at a certain number. When the entire city of Infinite City began to eradicate alien species, Qianxuan and Qimoki were responsible for suppressing the god-level zombies, so that they could not escape and harm humans. The existence of the future Patian who stayed behind can control their human casualties within a certain range to the greatest extent, while ensuring the survival of the saint-level powerhouses. Tell me, when did General Ping jump out? This action also had the intention of drawing General Ping out, so Qianxuan asked that. Qimoki helped her put on her hood. General Ping will not take the death of those alien species seriously. Therefore, it is unlikely that General Ping will be lured out. But now General Ping is on the same boat with the alien species. His lips are dead and his teeth are cold. He can't see this clearly, or in other words, this should be the case in his perception. Qianxuan chuckled and pursed her lips. Actually, I'm more curious. General Ping hopes that we will become his puppets, but isn't he worried that we will endanger his life before we become puppets? With his caution, he will definitely take this into consideration. So, what are you going to do? The soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it up, Qimoki said calmly. Qianxuan narrowed her eyes, obviously agreeing. Among the clouds high in the sky, the two of them were sitting leisurely in the void, with relaxed expressions, as if they were not the ones about to face a big battle. That god-level zombie hasn't moved. Qianxuan leaned on Qimoki's shoulder and said curiously, tell me, is he being controlled by the general and unable to move, or is he unwilling to fight with us, because of those alien species? Right? Qimoki scratched her nose fondly. I asked knowingly. Qianxuan blinked. It seems that, although the zombie's IQ has improved, and even changed fundamentally, after breaking through to the divine level, it's not bad at all. It can feel pain, and is not as fearless as ordinary zombies. It has learned to be afraid of death. Qimoki commented lightly. Next, the two became quiet again. Qianxuan closed her eyes and quietly experienced the killing and bloody energy that suddenly filled the world. This battle is the transformation of human beings themselves, and it is also the establishment of the status of the species. She wondered whether such an important event as the extermination of all zombies would be remembered by humans and go down in history. I don't know how people will describe them when the time comes. Will they describe them in a few words, or in a few words, or will they praise them with rhetorical praise and exaggerate? The birth of zombies is inherently sad, both for humans and for themselves. No one wants to turn themselves, or their relatives and friends into zombies, turning around and eating their fellow humans alive. And zombies are so innocent. They committed crimes when they were unconscious. When they regained consciousness, no one was willing to give them a way back. Qianxuan once thought, is the consciousness of a god level zombie the same as when it was a human? Does it remember its time as a human? Did he inherit the emotions he had as a human? If so, what does it think? I have no choice but to go all the way to the dark side, right? If the zombies that humans transformed into were like god level zombies with slight changes in appearance but strong rationality, would humans have the heart to kill them? No. The answer is definitely yes. There may be rejection, there may be vigilance, there may be hostility, but it will definitely not be extermination. There is just one more process, and the results are completely different. But there is nothing wrong with humans. In fact, there is nothing wrong with them. Mutated animals and insects are also not wrong. They are all trying to survive. In the apocalypse, everyone is just trying to survive. Qianxuan let out a long sigh. She had an intuition that this battle would be the rebirth of mankind and the rebirth of the earth. Through the thin clouds, Qianxuan looked at the war between humans and alien species on the ground. This was a war of race and a war of survival. The shouts of killing and roars, even though they were so far apart, could still be heard faintly in the ears of Qianxuan and Qimoki. Qianxuan and Qimoki suddenly looked startled and looked in the same direction at the same time. The new aura. I see. General Ping, this is what you rely on. How can I say that you are old and dim, or seeking death? The two looked at each other funny. Qimoki took out his communicator and told Wu once about the situation. The two held hands and flew forward calmly. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Chapter 328. Walking into a trap. The breath in the distance was getting stronger and stronger, and the suffocating pressure was spreading over bit by bit. At this time, it was not only Qianxuan and Qimoki who noticed it. On the ground, all the humans were shocked by this familiar feeling, and then they thought of the four powerful gods on their side, and relaxed their minds. Qimoki stretched his body in the sky and said casually, "Do you want to stop it?" "No." Qianxuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Let General Ping be happy first. Before the war, let's take a good rest." The war on the ground was still in full swing. In contrast, the pressure lasted for a long time. Qianxuan and Qimoki watched leisurely in the sky, conserving their energy, and at the same time, paid attention to the breath in the distance. After most of the day, the sound of fighting on the ground has not stopped. Qianxuan and Qimoki suddenly shook their bodies and looked into the distance. "It's done." Qianxuan and Qimoki looked at each other, and Kangxi and Mingemo appeared in their hands at the same time, ready to fight. After a while, Qianxuan frowned slightly. "Why didn't you come?" Qimoki thought, "Are you planning to take advantage of me?" Qianxuan frowned even more, not knowing how to choose. Out of confidence in her own strength, she was naturally not afraid, but many years of experience told her that for a cunning person like Ping Jiangli, it would be a dead end to underestimate him. Qimoki looked at the battle situation below, was silent for a long time, took out the communicator, and contacted Wu once. "Fifth uncle, the god level zombies are shrinking and refusing to come out. Zhuangxin and I are going to go to the door. Send people to advance to the northeast and surround them. There is another god level zombie over there. Are you sure?" Wu once asked as he killed a blood-sucking worm with a wind blade. Qimoki flicked his fingers and said lightly, "I plan to transfer Patian over here. Is that okay?" Wu once pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Compared to Qianxuan and Qimoki who had to face two god level creatures, they only had to deal with one saint level alien species. Qianxuan's eyes lit up as she listened in. She informed Patian through her mind, and then she and Qimoki rushed to the northeast one after the other. Half an hour later, looking at the continuous mountains below, Qianxuan frowned slightly. Looking down, she could not see any traces of aliens or humans, but their perception was not wrong. The two god level creatures should be below. Are they hiding in the belly of the mountain? After thinking about it, Qianxuan took out a small bomb from the space ring and threw it down. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions sounded. Qianxuan was surprised. She only threw one bomb. Sure enough, she couldn't underestimate Ping Jiangluo's shamelessness. Although the explosion didn't have much effect on the strong men in the god realm, it was hard to escape embarrassment. In this way, they lost 1 point in momentum first, which was definitely a good show of power. Dust flew, rocks flew away, and black mushroom clouds slowly rose and slowly dissipated. When the dust and sand below settled, Qianxuan did not look closely. She raised her hand and held the huge Kangxi bow in her hand. She put 2 fingers on the string. The energy in her body flowed out. As her mind turned, countless grey arrows had already left the string and shot out to every corner. The next moment, 3 figures quickly moved out from the air arrows and came in front of Qianxuan and Qimoki. 3? Qianxuan and Qimoki were shocked. They looked up and saw 3 zombies, 1 man and 2 women, confronting them in the air. Qianxuan's eyes fell directly on the 2 female zombies, and she blurted out in disbelief, "Pingzua, Pinkinga?" She did not expect to get an answer. Who would have thought that the 2 female zombies on the opposite side answered hoarsely at the same time? Wu Qianxuan, Qimoki. In the belly of the mountain, Ping Jiangli, who also heard the answer, shook his arm, stepped back a few steps, opened his eyes wide, and looked up at the sky in horror through the cracks in the rocks. How is it possible? How is it possible? The whispered tone was full of disbelief. Ping Rong and Ping Xiacheng on the side were also shocked. They glanced at Ping Jiangli with fear and lowered their heads to hide the complexity in their eyes. Jiangzong signaled to his sons and grandsons with his eyes, secretly made a gesture, and stepped forward to pat Ping Jiangli on the shoulder. "Old man, there is nothing to panic about. Those zombies didn't talk before, and it's not strange. After all, we never talked to them." Ping Jiangli clearly felt that something was wrong, but he was still convinced. The huge benefits that were about to be obtained overwhelmed his mind and made him lose his heart. He was not willing to think about some speculations that were unfavorable to him. His panic just now was more like a guilty conscience than fear. Ping Jiangli favored sons over daughters. This was obvious to everyone with eyes, but no matter how partial he was to his sons and grandsons, he couldn't really care about his daughters and granddaughters at all. No matter how deeply rooted the concept was, it couldn't wash away the father-daughter nature in his blood. It might be less, but it couldn't be completely absent. At the same time, he was also very smart. He saw clearly that his son and grandson were too disappointing, and his daughters and granddaughters were becoming more and more capable. Even if he was suppressing them, the collision between the 2 sides would break out sooner or later, and the result would most likely be that his son and grandson would suffer. He hoped that his smart and capable daughters and granddaughters could assist his sons and grandsons wholeheartedly, but his sons and grandsons were unable to win people's hearts. He was reluctant to give up the help of his daughters and granddaughters, and he couldn't bear to kill them. Then, the appearance of the god-level zombies solved his problem. He didn't want his daughters and granddaughters to die, nor did he want to lose his daughters and granddaughters' help to the Ping family. Wouldn't it be enough to transform them into zombies? The superpowers who transform into zombies can retain their original strength, and they have no independent consciousness, and they will no longer want to compete with their sons and grandsons. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was second. Regardless of Jiangzong's dissuasion, he stubbornly transformed all his daughters and granddaughters into zombies. In this way, no one could threaten his sons and grandsons anymore. Ping Jiangli thought that his behavior was a kind act, but he didn't know that his cruel behavior not only alienated Jiangzang, but also Ping Rong and Ping Xiacheng. When Ping Zua and Ping Kinga broke through the god level and their appearance became the same as when they were human, Ping Jiangli had no more psychological burden. In his opinion, sooner or later, his other daughters and granddaughters would return to their original state. But he didn't want his daughters and granddaughters to retain their memories as humans. So that's it. Looking at the 2 female zombies who looked the same, Qianxuan sighed, twins. So the breath, when they broke through, was exactly the same, so they couldn't tell them apart, and thought that only 1 zombie broke through the god level. No one answered her question. The 3 god level zombies on the opposite side flew over at the same time, and their sharp claws stabbed at the 2. Qianxuan didn't panic either. She gave Qimoki a look, and her figure became fainter and fainter, and finally disappeared in the air. This is the performance of the phantom void step being practiced to the extreme. Whether it is for archers or thieves, it is a very beneficial auxiliary. The dark demon appeared in Qimoki's hand without knowing when. He raised his hand and gently slashed at the 3 zombies rushing towards him. A black half-moon blade flew out from the knife. Feeling the terrifying aura on the half-moon blade, the 3 zombies instinctively did not want to touch it, and their bodies dodged to both sides. In this way, Kimoki easily broke the siege of the 3 people. He moved again, and the black blade chopped at the male zombie. This was the 3rd time they had fought. They knew each other's background. The male zombie was not afraid, and greeted him with his sharp claws. Unexpectedly, Kimoki's momentum suddenly began to rise, and invisible energy overflowed from his hands, and flowed into the dark demon, making the dark demon's blade darker and more restrained, making people daunted. The male zombie wanted to retract his claws, but Kimoki would not let him do so. His speed suddenly doubled, and in an instant, the dark demon in his hand intersected with the male zombie's claws. Several slight sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and it turned out that the 10 sharp claws of the male zombie were cut off at the root and fell straight down from the air. The male zombie was stunned for a moment, looked down at his bare hands, roared and pounced on Kimoki, and the ferocious sharp teeth appeared from his mouth, biting towards Kimoki's neck. Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief, and his figure flashed and dodged quickly. This move was what he had figured out in the inheritance realm in the past few days, in order to deal with this male zombie, but because of the huge consumption, if Qianxuan was not there, he would not dare to use it at all, so as not to run out of strength. At this time, 2 female zombies not far away also rushed over, and pounced on Kimoki. For a while, Kimoki looked a little embarrassed when dodging. In particular, one of the 2 female zombies was a zombie transformed by a speed psychic. If Kimoki had not been fully alert, he would have been caught by the other party several times. Even so, his clothes were torn in several places, and he narrowly avoided the skin. Suddenly, the 2 female zombies who were rushing towards Kimoki jumped back at the same time, but they were still a step slower. 2 silver air arrows pierced their arms at the same time. It was unknown when and where they were shot. Before the 2 female zombies could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw the 2 air arrows shot out from their bodies, collided in the air, accompanied by a crisp sound, and suddenly reversed their direction and shot back again. And the momentum was even stronger than before, with a white stream of light at the tail of the arrow. Even though the 2 female zombies tried their best to move their bodies, as soon as they found it, they still had new injuries near the original arrow wounds, and the wounds were more serious. This time, the 2 female zombies dared not be careless, and they were fully alert to the possible arrows. Unfortunately, after a while, there was no movement around, and it was quiet. Only occasionally, the sound of Kimoki and the male zombie fighting next to them came, as if the fierce arrow attack just now was their illusion. Witnessing the attack on the 2 female zombies, the male zombie nearby also became nervous, and used a little of his attention to be alert during the battle with Kimoki. Kimoki was aware of his distraction, and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, forcing the male zombie to retract his attention and focus on dealing with the opponent in front of him. Chapter 329 Don't You Hate Me? Although it seems that they have a slight advantage at present, Qianxuan and Kimoki are not relaxed, and dare not be careless. Not to mention the male zombie who broke through the god level longer, and used his own strength skillfully. The 2 female zombies who just broke through, because of the characteristics of twins, cooperated very well. What made Qianxuan more worried was that Pinkinger, one of the 2 female zombies, could see that her ability was speed, and the other female zombie Pingzua's ability had not yet been revealed. She thought Aki should know that from the solemnity in his eyes. When he occasionally glanced at Pingzua, it can be seen that her ability should not be ordinary stuff. At least it can affect his strength. 2 against 3, Qianxuan supported in secret. Kimoki responded in the open. Pinkinger's speed was extremely fast. Pingzua and the male zombies disturbed from time to time, and the 2 sides just maintained a balance. Qianxuan, hiding in the dark, breathed long and subtle, and the whole person turned into a part of the surrounding environment, feeling indescribably wonderful. She focused her attention on Pinkinger. At present, as long as she was eliminated, Aki would be much more relaxed, and could free his hands to give one of them a heavy blow. Qianxuan's heart became calmer and calmer. Her heartbeat and breathing slowed to a standstill, and the energy in her body ran rapidly according to her wishes. There were no arrows shooting at them from time to time. The 3 god level zombies all had a bad feeling and were secretly on high alert. In response, Qianxuan's eyes flashed and his men's attacks became more intense. The black knife light was like a scattered and skin-cutting gale, which was unstoppable and densely greeted the 3 zombies, making it impossible for them to pay attention to other things. Just at this moment, white light suddenly lit up all around. The 3 zombies paused unconsciously, thinking that it was not good, but it was too late. The dazzling white light suddenly surged, and the 3 zombies subconsciously took a defensive posture, but they didn't expect that the white light suddenly disappeared as it came. With a strong sense of alarm in her heart, Pinkinga's figure flashed, but she was still a step too late. A fist-sized hole appeared out of thin air, where the neck and body were connected. Bright red blood flowed out. The wound just brushed the cervical vertebrae, saving her life, but also causing serious injuries. Its figure swayed repeatedly in the air, and finally it couldn't hold on and slowly fell to the ground. It turned out that the blood of zombies was also red. Just a little bit. Qianxuan felt it was a pity, but she had no time to care at this time. Too much energy in her body was drained at once. Her breathing was slightly disordered, and she withdrew from the fusion with the environment, revealing her figure. The male zombie's eyes condensed, and his figure pounced forward, his wide open mouth full of ferocious fangs, aiming at Qianxuan's neck. Qianxuan's pupils shrank, and he ran quickly, only to be blocked by Pinxua halfway, and he was 1 step slower than the male zombie. Fortunately, Qianxuan also discovered the coming of the crisis. Although she was inevitably a little weak, after using the ultimate move, her reaction was not slow. The Qianxi in her hand turned into a 2-handed dagger, and she stabbed with one hand, barely blocking the attack for a while, but her strength was not comparable to that of the male zombie. Fortunately, Qianxuan had already rushed over at this time. One hand came across to hold her waist, and the other hand held the nether demon, and slashed at the male zombie quickly. He stopped the male zombie's attack, but he didn't expect Pinxua behind him to catch up, and stab Qianxuan in the abdomen with a dagger. Qianxuan's pupils shrank, her heart and body were tense, and her body leaned slightly, holding the Qianxi in her hand. To block it, a dazzling silver light came from the horizon, accompanied by a pleasant and urgent sound, and Patien's figure fluttered in, with charming and majestic wings blocking Qianxuan and Qianxuan, looking angrily at the 2 zombies, who were forced to the side by the silver light. For the monsters, their contractors being hurt is undoubtedly a slap in the face and an insult to them. Moreover, Patien and Qianxuan grew up together. Their relationship is not like that of real sisters, but it is better than real sisters. They support each other in life and death. Patien may be confused or greedy, but she is not inferior in this regard. A sharp chirping sound rang out, and the air nearby stagnated slightly. Then, cracks visible to the naked eye appeared in the air, densely surrounding the 2 zombies, 1 male and 1 female. Is this the broken sky of the moon-dwelling beast clan? Qianxuan's surprised voice sounded. Patien nodded. It's broken sky. Anan also used it for the first time. Speaking of broken sky, like the tears of the moon goddess, it is a famous racial talent of the moon-dwelling beast clan. Unlike the super healing power of the tears of the moon goddess, broken sky is famous for its powerful battlefield effect. It is a very powerful group attack. It is a waste to use it here. The 2 zombies also felt that this move was not simple, but because they didn't know the reason, they didn't know where to hide. The cracks in the air became deeper and deeper, and finally connected one by one. At that moment, the air suddenly stagnated, like a transparent solid. Then, the cracks expanded little by little. The sound of crackling and crackling was endless, which made people feel terrified. The sound of breaking became louder and louder, and finally formed a piece. The transparent air block fell down with the bodies of the 2 zombies that were broken into several pieces. Qianxuan was stunned. Qianxuan understood his feelings very well. Although they could deal with these 2 zombies, they would never be so light-hearted and wave their hands to do it. In fact, it is no wonder. Within the same level, Warcraft is stable over humans. This is a natural advantage. Of course, it does not mean that Warcraft is definitely stronger than humans. The advantage of humans lies in the research and innovation of skills. Although they are not as good as Warcraft in using their natural talents, the complexity and variability are not comparable to Warcraft. Is this the end? Not far away, the human army, led by the 8 major clans, the top leaders of S-City, Yuhei and other saint-level powerhouses, gathered here. Led by Wu once, they arrived not too late, and watched the battle between several god-level warriors in the sky. It's not certain yet. The zombies may have just been seriously injured, not necessarily dead, Wu Qianfang said cautiously. In any case, let's go over and take a look. Ping Jiangli is there. I'm worried that he will do something. Wu Qian's frowned. Wu once his eyes swept around. The 9th level and saint level troops go over, and the rest of the troops stay here. He was worried that there were a large number of alien species hidden in the belly of the mountain, and he was also worried that those who were too weak would become cannon fodder. Inside the mountain, Ping Jiangli looked at the god-level zombies that fell from the sky one after another with a ferocious face, and muttered in disbelief, how is it possible? Impossible. Useless things, they actually lost so easily. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I can't lose. How can I lose? Ping Jiangli swept everything on the stone table next to him to the ground, and the sound of clanging continued. He said with a crazy look, all the people in the 8 clans should die. Anyone who blocks my way should die. Infinite city, infinite city, infinite city should be mine, as long as I have infinite city. At this time, Ping Jiangli had long lost his usual expressionless expression, and his calm and rationality were completely gone, like a crazy old lunatic. A strange light flashed in Jiangzhang's eyes. He glanced at Ping Jiangli's crazy eyes, calculated the time, felt a little uneasy, thought about it, adjusted his expression, pretended to be the same as usual, and said generously, old buddy, I think you are thinking wrong. You forgot, you have never had the experience of directly turning god-level zombies into puppets. The puppet medium was placed on the god-level zombies in advance, but now the 2 god-level young men from the 8 major clans are not comparable to the saint level, so it is normal that the effect of your supernatural power is slower. In my opinion, even if those god-level zombies died, it doesn't matter, anyway, you will have new god-level puppets soon. What's more, you didn't suffer a backlash, which means that the 3 zombies are not dead. As long as they are not dead, isn't it easy to recover? Ping Jiangli's expression became more and more relaxed when he heard the words, and in the end he was even smiling. That's right, I was really overwhelmed by the continuous failures some time ago. He didn't realize that he, who had never been affected by Jiangzhang, was actually being led by the nose at this moment. Jiangzhang looked calm, but in fact, the cold sweat on his back had soaked his clothes. He glanced at the place where his sons and grandsons had just stayed, and it was empty. As long as he could delay time as much as possible, the Jiang family would still have a chance of survival. Ping Rong and Ping Xiacheng were sitting close together, hugging their knees, and they didn't dare to get close to Ping Jiangli, who usually wanted to curry favor with them 24 hours a day. They didn't even dare to glance at him. Therefore, they didn't notice that so many people disappeared in the belly of the mountain at once. Ping Jiangli had discovered it before, but Jiangzhang fooled him and said that they went to check the enemy situation. At that time, Ping Jiangli was paying attention to the battle in the sky, so he didn't pay much attention. And now, Jiangzhang was committed to letting him continue to ignore it. Qianxuan and Kimoki descended from the sky to the ground, and Patian shrank his body to the size of a sparrow, and stood on Qianxuan's shoulder. Because of the characteristics of the god-level aura, the lingering breath of the 3 god-level zombies could not escape their perception. The 3 zombies were lucky. They all escaped the killing moves of Qianxuan and Patian. But it was hard to say what would happen next. Although the mountain range below did not look very large from the sky, once you landed, you could see that the area here was at least tens of thousands of square meters. Because there was an explosion before, the ground was full of potholes, but some dead grass and stones were blown away, and the site was clear, so it was easy to find the 3 dying zombies. Compared with the male zombie in Pingzua, who only had the upper half of his body left, Pinkinger, who was seriously injured earlier, was in a better situation. At this time, it was walking towards Pingzua with weak steps. Sister. The hoarse voice could not hide the emotion. Qianxuan was stunned. Could it be that her previous guesses out of sheer boredom were all true? Then, they should also remember that they were forced to transform into zombies by Ping Jiangwei. Qianxuan, who has a happy family, has never experienced the feeling of being abandoned by her loved ones, but as long as you think about it, you will know that it is a very desperate and painful thing. Don't they hate Ping Jiangwei? The next moment, Qianxuan knew the answer. Chapter 330 Various Forms. Pingzua, who was just looking up, suddenly narrowed her eyes, propped up the ground with her only remaining hand, and rushed forward with only half of her body. Let go, you unfilial daughter, let go. Pingkinga was stunned and looked back. Qianxuan also looked over, but saw Pingzua biting Ping Jiangwei's neck tightly, with half of her body hanging there, swaying because of Ping Jiangwei's struggle. The intense pain in the neck made Ping Jiangwei's face twisted. Anger and disbelief appeared in his eyes, but more of it was fear. He couldn't become a zombie. He didn't want to become a zombie. Jiangzong stood motionless on the side, watching Ping Jiangwei struggle and resistant calmly, with ironic indifference in his eyes. No, how dare you attack me, a mere puppet. Ping Jiangwei didn't notice Jiangzong's abnormality. He grabbed Pingzua's body with both hands, and pulled it out, roaring angrily. Qianxuan was surprised. Of course, she was not surprised that Pingzua would attack Ping Jiangwei, but that Ping Jiangwei would actually lose his composure like this. You know, in her memory, no matter how she ridiculed him, he could always put on a smiling face without any flaws. It made him seem so magnanimous, and she was so rude. Hair puppet, yes, it's a puppet. Pingzua couldn't speak, but Pingkinga on the side laughed. Obviously zombies should not have tears, but Qianxuan felt that she saw tears in her eyes. That's right, in your heart, we have never been your children, but puppets. Don't talk nonsense. How could she attack me? How can a puppet attack its master? Ping Jiangwei couldn't listen to those at this time, and he was in unprecedented fear. The reason why he came out of the mountain was because he found that Wood Qianxuan and Kimoki did not kill them immediately after they came down. At that time, Qianxuan was stunned by Pingkinga's abnormality, and her movements could not help but pause. Kimoki and Patian followed her pace, so he gave him such an illusion. In Ping Jiangwei's opinion, they did not pursue the victory and kill them, which meant that they had become puppets, and Pingzua and the others had become companions. In this way, he believed Jiangzong's words even more. But Ping Jiangwei was Ping Jiangwei after all, and he acted cautiously. Although he was very sure in his heart, he was highly alert to Qianxuan and the others. When he came out, unexpectedly, Qianxuan and the others did not take action, but Pingzua did. Seeing that Ping Jiangwei was indifferent to what he said, Pingkinga's eyes flashed with a dim light, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Father, you are really old and confused. Have you forgotten what my sister's ability is? It is invalidation. Where on earth do you get the confidence that your ability will work on my sister?" Qianxuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Invalidation. There is such a magical ability, no wonder Raki is afraid of it. Unfortunately, because of Patian's intervention, they didn't have the opportunity to see it with their own eyes. Besides, don't you know? We are gods, and the power of gods is completely beyond your imagination. Your puppet ability has long lost its effectiveness. Pingkinga added maliciously without waiting for Ping Jiangwei to breathe a sigh of relief. Ping Jiangwei looked at Pingkinga, the male zombie, Qianxuan, Kimoki, and Patian in front of him one by one with horror. Bang! Pingzua's strength reached the limit, her teeth loosened, and her body fell to the ground without support, raising a cloud of dust. She looked embarrassed, but she was smiling, with blood on the corners of her mouth and lips, which was extremely scary, but also sad. Ahem. Father, this is the last time I call you father. After saying this, Pingzua stopped talking. She lay on her back on the ground, looking at the sky calmly, forgetting everything around her. At this moment, she didn't look like a zombie. Even though she was so embarrassed and bloody, she looked like a human with flesh and blood and emotions. No, it should be said that the god-level zombies are no longer zombies in the true sense. They are wearing zombie skins, but are truly human in their hearts. Mockery, 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 mockery. It's all mockery. Ping Jiangwei took several steps back. Are they mocking him? How is it possible? He is one of the few remaining meritorious generals in Country Z. He was born in a grassroots family, but he defeated so many comrades who had stronger family backgrounds, more military exploits, and stronger abilities than him. He stepped on their lives to reach the top. How could anyone dare to mock him? He suddenly remembered that there was another Qianxuan next to him. He turned his head and looked at him. Just when he wanted to confirm from his mouth that everything that was said in front of him was just a nightmare, his eyes met the mockery in the other's eyes. That was exactly the same as the previous ones. His body shook violently, and he grabbed Qianxuan's arm. What kind of eyes are you looking at? How dare you look at me with that kind of eyes? I didn't fail. How could I fail? Qianxuan looked at him coldly. His expression was completely opposite to Ping Jianguo's calmness, and he let Ping Jianguo even to him. Can I ask you for something? At this time, the male zombie who had never spoken from beginning to end suddenly said. The same hoarse voice, with a heavy feeling of metal. Qianxuan and Kimoki felt puzzled, and then they heard the male zombie continue. When I was still a human, my name was Chen Zijian. I have a son named Chen Lang, who is now a resident of your infinite city. If possible, you can help me take care of him. I don't ask for much, just keep him alive, and not missing any limbs. Qianxuan was full of surprise. She didn't expect there would be such a thing. Even Kimoki raised an eyebrow. The male zombie said again, I just hope that you don't involve the grievances of adults on the children. The reason why he said this is because the two in front of him are powerful gods. As a god level, he knows that with the mentality of a god level, he will not embarrass a child. Qianxuan and Kimoki nodded. The male zombie had a peaceful look in his eyes. After a long time, he murmured unconsciously, I originally wanted to take him out of the infinite city, but I besieged the infinite city so many times and failed. I couldn't even find anyone. The infinite city is good. At least it can protect him before he grows up. I thought about it. After all, he is a human being. I can't bear to turn him into a zombie. It's better for humans to be with humans. If I turn all humans into zombies and leave only him as a human, how will he deal with himself in the future? Forget it. I'm tired too. Fortunately, I didn't show up in front of Lang Lang at the beginning. Ping Jiangui won't have a good end anyway. It's just a pity. I really want to hear Lang Lang call me dad again. Qianxuan sighed, feeling a little sad, with an indistinguishable taste in his heart. This end of the world has brought pain and despair to too many people. It's better to end it early. Suddenly, there was a faint noise and messy footsteps, mixed with familiar sounds of fighting. Zhuangxun, Moki, are you alright? Wu Wanhao rushed in first. Although he knew that his niece was more capable than himself, he still couldn't help but worry. Then, the sound of fighting became louder and louder. A large number of teams slowly advanced, killing enemies as they advanced. Most of the people from the 8 clans came over. Suddenly, Pinkinger, who had been watching the ugly scene from the sidelines, changed her face. She didn't care about her body's weakness. She gathered all the remaining strength in her body and ran forward, suddenly flying and swooping on a thin zombie. A series of windblade fireballs hit her back, but she didn't care at all. Although she was seriously injured, attacks below the god level couldn't do anything to her. Nanan, don't be afraid, mom will protect you. It was obviously a hoarse voice, but it was incredibly soft. The little zombie seemed unaware, lying in the space restricted by her arms and struggling, and making a wow roar, drooling, looking ugly and disgusting. Pinkinger didn't feel disgusted at all. She stroked the little zombie's face with a trembling hand. My Nanan loves to be beautiful. She will be sad to see herself like this after waking up. I won't let Nanan stay like this. Nanan will go first, and I will come to accompany you soon, okay? At that time, I will buy Nanan a beautiful dress and a small crown, and dress Nanan up as the most beautiful little princess. She kept talking, and I don't know when, the little zombie under her had stopped moving. Not far away, Pingrong, who came out of the belly of the mountain at some point, looked at this side with a complicated expression, his face full of tears. Unlike the third generation of the Ping family, who were scheming and framing as much as eating and drinking, the 8 brothers and sisters of their generation have always had a good relationship. After all, they were born of the same father and mother, especially when my mother and the eldest brother Ping Mo and the second brother Ping Cheo were around. Ping Ran has never been smart, and this was disliked by his father many times later, but it was not like this at the beginning. As the only one who was not smart among his brothers and sisters, his brothers and sisters protected him very much, fearing that he would be bullied outside. At that time, even his father didn't care, but spoiled him more. Until his mother and two brothers passed away, the sisters all got married, and the originally close relationship gradually became distant, until later when they met, they could feel each other's sharpness and hostility. Ping Ran has never had any great ambitions. He is timid, but he really has no bad intentions. He dares not do even a bad thing. He tried hard to save the relationship between him and his sisters but failed. Later, it became more and more serious. He simply pretended to be deaf and dumb, and was unwilling to face reality. But he could never forget. He could not forget the protection of these sisters for him in his childhood, and their hatred for him. Time and time again, they cleaned up the mess for him without complaint. After a long time, Pinkinger stopped chattering, slowly got up from the ground, and looked straight at Ping Jiangli, with a frightening hatred in his eyes. Ping Jiangli was still crazy at this time. His mind was getting more and more unclear, and he even threw away Jiangzhan who had been caught before. It may be that the previous blow was too great, or it may be that he chose to escape from reality when he was doomed to die, or it may be that he was paralyzing his opponent in order to wait for an opportunity to escape. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Relieved. Qianxuan would believe that Ping Jiangli lost control of his emotions for a while, but if she said that Ping Jiangli was so shocked that he went crazy, she would never believe it, even if she was beaten to death. If that was the case, Ping Jiangli had gone crazy countless times, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was pretending to be crazy. Perhaps he thought that, even if he couldn't escape, his grandfather would not embarrass a madman with his temperament. Qianxuan sneered in her heart. How could Pinkinger, as her daughter, not see through what Qianxuan could see through? She walked towards Ping Jiangli step by step. The wound on his neck was bleeding continuously, but she was unaware of it. She grabbed Ping Jiangli's hand and taunted, "Are you happy?" Ping Jiangli seemed to be unaware of it, and was still mumbling something foolishly. Pinkinger was not affected and said, "Now that all of us sisters are dead, are you happy? You used to be anxious and regretful, anxious that my brother was not doing well, and regretful that we could not assist him wholeheartedly. But you don't know that at the beginning, we never thought of competing with my brother, never. It was you who forced us. Endless temptations, endless knocks, in order to suppress our arrogance, to prevent outsiders from only knowing the daughter of the Ping family, but not your son, and embarrassing us in front of outsiders again and again. We can endure it once or twice, but we can't endure it every time. When my younger sister married into the Yan family, she gave birth to a son within a year and stood firm. What did you do? You were afraid that she would become disobedient after her wings were hardened. So in order to make her rely on you again and ask you for help, you went through a long way and had someone push your nephew into the lake in the middle of winter, causing him to die at a young age. If it weren't for this, my younger sister's health would get worse and worse, and she would not be able to survive when the end of the world came. You think you did it perfectly, and we really can't find any evidence, but this doesn't prevent us from knowing that it was you who did it." After a pause, Pinkinger laughed at herself. "Why am I telling you all this? It's useless, it's all in vain. But if I don't say it, I feel so uncomfortable. You finally ruined all your daughters. Are you happy? Look, you're so happy that you're crazy. When you forced us to turn into zombies, didn't you say it was for our own good? Look, we are filial to you now. If you think it's good, why don't you try it yourself?" As soon as she finished speaking, she pounced on Ping Jiangli and bit him. After that, she wiped her mouth. "You have to remember that it was my sister and I who turned you into a zombie. We are filial to you and repaying your love for us." From beginning to end, Ping Jiangli seemed indifferent and crazy if you didn't look at his trembling fingers. Pinking glanced around and saw Ping Rong and Ping Cheng not far away. She paused and turned away. She walked to Ping Zua and sat down, lying on the ground like her sister. "I'll accompany you." Watching this tragicomedy, Qianxuan sighed and pulled Arki to stand in front of the two sisters. Seeing them, Pinkinger and Ping Zua's expressions did not change at all. They were calm and indifferent, as if the person standing in front of them was not the god of death who harvested their lives, but an insignificant passerby. Qianxuan gently raised her hand, and two black light bands silently drilled into their eyebrows until their eyelids closed. They remained calm. Seeing the movement here, the male zombie named Chen Zijian raised his hand and patted his head. His head tilted, and he was silent. Looking at the scene in the field, all humans were silent for a moment. God-level zombies, too pathetic. Qianxuan took a deep breath and looked up at Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang. Just as she was thinking about whether to deal with them on the spot or take them back to let her grandfather deal with them, she saw a hand suddenly appear out of thin air and put it on Jiangzhang's shoulder. Qianxuan's eyes widened. Jiangzhang's body began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all the moisture had been sucked away. Moisture? Question mark? Is it Jiang Shaoing? Question mark? Seeing Jiangzhang fall to the ground, the hand was about to retract into the unknown space. For some reason, Qianxuan rushed forward and grabbed it, then pulled it hard. Bang! A person was suddenly pulled out and fell to the ground. He raised his head and said helplessly, "Zuan. Who else could it be, if not Jiang Shaoing?" He acted faster than he thought, but after doing it, Qianxuan didn't know what to say. At this time, Kimoki stepped forward and pulled in behind him, and his eyes met Jiang Shaoing's. This was the first time they met each other, but they had heard of each other for a long time before. It was hard to say what impression they had. The two people's eyes met for only a moment and soon separated, as if the other person was not someone worthy of attention. Jiang Shaoing patted the dust off his body and stood up leisurely. Even such a simple action, he did it with a sense of elegance and calmness. He frowned, as if thinking about something. After a while, he finally figured it out and said, "I didn't want you to see me die. You dragged me out by yourself." His eyes swept over Kimoki, and a hint of envy and pain flashed in his eyes. Qianxuan was stunned. Die? She looked him up and down. He didn't look like a dying person. Was he killing? Different from what Qianxuan remembered, Jiang Shaoing at this time was frankly different from him. He smiled lightly and said, "The old man's ability is not just to control those who have the blood of the Jiang family in his hands, but also to give his children and grandchildren a lot of benefits, especially in terms of strength. But everything has a price. Once he dies, his children and grandchildren will suffer a lot of backlash, even if they don't die." Hearing that the situation was not too serious, Qianxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She hadn't realized that she shouldn't care so much about the other party's life or death. After all, she had never and was unwilling to confuse Jiang Shaoing with the Jiang family. Jiang Shaoing continued, "The old man naturally couldn't bear to part with his precious children and grandchildren, so he had to choose to sacrifice me, his disliked grandson." "What did he do?" Qianxuan said nervously. "He pushed all the backlash onto me alone." The light tone of voice seemed not to be talking about her own life and death. Qianxuan widened her eyes. How could he? Without having to guess, she knew that Jiangzhang's ability had absolutely not been given to Jiang Shaoing at all. "There's no way. Who made me a lunatic?" Jiang Shaoing smiled lightly, especially emphasizing the word lunatic, and the tone made people feel that it was meaningful. "Lunatic? Is there something that he doesn't know?" Looking at the inexplicably sour smile on Jiang Shaoing's face, Qianxuan was a little confused. "Is there no way? Unless I break through the god level, but I don't have any hope of breaking through in the short term. Compared with zombies who get energy through plundering, humans can only rely on themselves to accumulate energy." In the mountains, the sounds of fighting, and the hissing and roaring of various monsters and beasts were mixed together, and the blood filled the sky. Qianxuan noticed that she seemed to have not seen Jiang Shaoing and others. Thinking that Jiangzhang had actually concentrated all the backlash on Jiang Shaoing in advance. What does this mean? It means that he has been prepared to die. He is trying to survive for the Jiang family. and he himself is that tale. However, Qianxuan glanced at his fifth uncle who was commanding the battle in an orderly manner, and some people from the 8 clans were quietly missing when they came, including brother Yuan and Yuan Chang. In a place where no one could see, a strange smile appeared on the face of Jiangzong's corpse lying on his back. Nana, look, Jiangzong's body is glowing. Anan felt a very terrible energy fluctuation. Suddenly, Patian on Qianxuan's shoulder shouted. Qianxuan looked up, and sure enough, at some point, Jiangzong's body began to emit a faint light, not bright, but real. She also felt the energy fluctuations that Patian mentioned, which frightened her. A god-level being. Not good. He wants to bury everyone here with him. Jiang Shaoing said in a lost voice. What kind of energy is that? Why didn't he die? Jiang Shaoing rushed forward. It was a self-explosion of the supernatural energy. He should have been turned into a puppet by Ping Jiangli, and the puppet's body is no longer a living person, so I took away his vitality, but he didn't die. With his brain, he saw through the reason in a few seconds. Of course, Jiang Shaoing was actually very surprised, because it was obvious that, although Jiangzong became a puppet, he kept his own will, and was not manipulated by Ping Jiangli. Or what price did he pay? Jiang Shaoing's voice was not small, and many people in the venue heard it, and they couldn't help but panic. Wu once glanced at it, and analyzed the ins and outs of the matter. He immediately began to arrange the team to retreat quickly. His calmness also affected others, so that everyone calmed down, and followed his orders. Can you stop him from self-destructing? Qianxuan turned around, and asked Jiang Shaoing without looking at the smugness in Jiangzong's eyes. There was nothing unnatural about it. She treated Jiang Shaoing as her own without hesitation. She never thought that he would help Jiangzong. With Jiang Shaoing's sharpness, he naturally discovered it. He looked at her deeply and said, there is no way. Even he can't stop it. Anyway, if he dies, I can't live. Before he self-destructs, I will take him away. Hearing his words, Jiangzong on the ground looked over angrily. You. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Although his body like a dead branch did not kill him, it also made him lose his flexible movements. Xiaoing. Qianxuan looked at Jiang Shaoing hesitantly. Jiang Shaoing smiled, brilliant and gorgeous, indescribably quiet and beautiful, and said in a gentle tone, I was thinking of using some self-torture tactics. When I was about to die, if I asked you for a hug, you might have agreed, if you were soft-hearted. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. As he said that, he turned around and picked up Jiangzong. Qianxuan couldn't control her tears anymore and rolled down. She rushed over to hug him from behind, and after letting go, she choked and said, Xiaoing, you have always been Xiaoing. Her tone was relieved and sad. One sentence wiped out all the cracks between the two. Jiang Shaoing's body was shocked, and she turned her head to look at him suddenly, as if to confirm something, and then smiled like a child who got candy, pure and happy. Chapter 332 Returning Victoriously. Wait, take Ping Jiangli with you. Jiangzong, who was held by Jiang Shaoing, suddenly shouted, looking straight at the half-zombie a few steps away, with a frightening viciousness in his eyes. Qianxuan and the other two were shocked. They didn't expect him to make such a request. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong were not as united as they appeared on the surface, but no matter what, there was always some friendship between the two. At least they shouldn't drag each other to be buried with them at this time. However, thinking that Ping Jiangli had turned Jiangzong into a puppet, the few people were relieved again. Ping Jiangli, who was swaying not far away, stiffened his body and turned his head to look over. His old face was half blue and black at this time, but from the shock and resentment in his eyes, it can be seen that he was still conscious. Ping Rong and Ping Xiacheng, who were about to be taken away by the people of Infinite City, were horrified. Ping Xiacheng looked timid and afraid, and his body was trembling. Ping Rong opened his mouth several times, but he didn't say a word. At this time, it was not that Ping Rong was timid, but that his plea would not have any effect, and he still had this self-knowledge and strength. He smiled bitterly. What could he do with only the 7th level? He couldn't even protect himself. Sure enough, his father was right. He was useless. Without getting an answer, Qianxuan hesitated again and again, and decided to tell the truth. If Ping Jiangwei is alive, even if he becomes a zombie, the Jiang family will definitely not have a good end. And the 8 major clans. The 8 major clans may kill Xiao Yang and others, but Ping Jiangwei will make them live a life worse than death. He was not even at ease with Ping Jiangwei turning into a zombie, which shows how much Qianxuan feared him. Qianxuan, you, actually, betrayed. When death was imminent, Ping Jiangwei could no longer care about pretending to be crazy and stupid, and cursed with difficulty in his hoarse voice. Who betrayed first? You know it in your heart. Qianxuan's eyes were full of hatred. Ping Jiangwei obviously knew what he was talking about. It was, you, yourself, took the initiative to ask for a puppet. The intermittent voice was fragmented, but the meaning was clear. Yes, I asked for it. Qianxuan panted several times and said sternly, if I don't ask for it, am I waiting for you to turn my entire Jiang family into zombies? Unlike Ping Jiangwei, Qianxuan also values the Jiang family, but he values his children and grandchildren who inherit his bloodline more. Ping Jiangwei opened and closed his mouth, but he couldn't speak. His own strength was not even at the saint level, so his vocal cords were naturally greatly damaged when he turned into a zombie. No matter how glorious Ping Jiangwei was in the past, his ending was very pitiful. His daughter wanted him to become a zombie, and his best friend wanted him to die. Unfortunately, there must be something hateful about pitiful people, and everything is his own fault. What you sow is what you reap. Skipping Qianxuan and Qimoki, not wanting to ask for help from the 8 clans, Jiang's hopeful eyes fell directly on Jiang Shaoing. This was his grandson, if not. Jiang Shaoing lowered his eyelids, not knowing what he was thinking of, and strode forward to suppress Ping Jiangwei's resistance, picked him up with his other hand, raised his legs, stepped into the space in trance that appeared out of thin air, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Qianxuan, standing in place, looked at the place where Jiang Shaoing disappeared for a long time, pursed her lips, and took out the scarlet bead that Jiang Shaoing had given her from the space ring. She stared at the bead in her palm for a long time, and the bead silently turned into a small pile of powder, falling from her fingers. In a place deep in the mountains in the northeast of Country Z, there was a huge bang, and after the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared. Qimoki reached out, and took Qianxuan into his arms, pressing her head against his chest. With his other hand, he gently stroked her back, and said softly in a deep voice, I'm here. Qianxuan's tears burst down, wetting Qimoki's clothes. Qimoki sighed secretly, you are allowed to be sad for a while, but after that, the only person who will occupy your heart is me. There is a reason why Qimoki has been so calm from beginning to end today. Since he broke through the god rank, he can see the time on other people at a glance. In other words, vitality. And Jiang Shaoing. When Qimoki saw him for the first time, he knew that he was going to die. Even without Jiang's self-explosion and the so-called backlash, he would die. Seeing that he was going to die, he didn't bother with him. After a while, Qianxuan calmed down, wiped her slightly red nose, and raised her head from Qimoki's arms. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Qimoki still felt a little unhappy when he saw Qianxuan crying so pitifully for another man, but he didn't show it on his face. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her face and said, Uncle Wu and the others have already gone out. Let's go and have a look. Seeing that Aki was a little unhappy, Qianxuan took his hand, scratched his palm with her little finger, raised her head, and looked at him pitifully. Aki. His tone was a little flattering. Qimoki's face was stiff for less than 2 seconds and he couldn't hold it anymore. He sighed helplessly, lowered his head, and kissed the tear marks on her face. The delicate kisses moved to her cherry lips little by little, and the tip of his tongue pried open her pearly teeth, drove straight in, and greedily tasted her deliciousness. After the kiss, Qianxuan's body was a little weak. Qimoki reluctantly lowered his head, and pecked her lightly, and pecked her again and again. After several times, he said domineeringly, you are mine. The death of that man made you cry once, but only this time. You won't know his love, and you don't need to know other things. Fortunately, everyone around had already evacuated, leaving only Patian. turning her head to see the undisguised curiosity in Patien's eyes. Qianxuan's already rosy face turned even redder, and the heat welled up in her. She resolutely turned around and hugged Qimoki's waist, burying her face in his arms, refusing to come out. Oh my god, is she teaching the child bad things? Qimoki was stunned by her sudden action, and when he saw Patien, he also reacted. However, he was not as embarrassed as Qianxuan, but laughed heartily, picked up Qianxuan horizontally, and walked out with a happy face. After walking for a while, the heat on Qianxuan's face subsided, and she eased her embarrassment. She struggled to get down from Qimoki's arms, and walked by herself. She didn't want to be carried out by Arqi in public. Dozens of miles away, Wu once was waiting for them. Seeing that they were safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, Uncle Wu, have you caught the rest of the Jiang family except Jiangzhang? Qianxuan asked, after showing concern for each other. She didn't want to let the Jiang family get away with it. Wu once was directing the people below to pick up the spoils. Hearing this, he replied, your eldest brother and Asu went to hunt them down. We agreed to meet in Infinite City. They won't come over. So what are we doing now? Of course we are going back. Compared to the way they came, the way back was naturally much smoother. Especially since the god level zombies had been eliminated, the alien species had once again returned to a state of disunity. If they encountered them, the intensity of the blockade was also very different from before. Along the way, Qianxuan noticed that, although the zombies were not completely wiped out, only one or two could be seen sporadically. If they appeared, they were also wiped out by a rush. This was not something that could be done overnight. If she couldn't see a single zombie, she would have to wonder if these zombies had collectively hidden somewhere. Because they had to accommodate the speed of the large team, it took them more than 2 hours to return to Infinite City. The city gate opened, and Wheeler flew down from the city wall first. He looked at Qimoki with resentment, trembling, and shrunk to the length of a chopstick, and lay on his shoulder. He looked so pitiful, just like a young wife in a feudal society. Unfortunately, Qimoki didn't buy it, and turned a blind eye. A loud noise came from the open city gate. All the residents of Wuxan City who didn't go out to participate in the war stood on both sides of the road, cheering and waving to the victorious soldiers. Seeing this, the soldiers who were originally a little tired couldn't help but straighten their chests, cheer up, and take more powerful steps. My compatriots, I hereby announce to you the results of this battle. All the god level zombies have been wiped out. Wu Wanhao took a long breath and shouted with heroic spirit that shook the world. The scene was silent for a while, and then the sky suddenly turned upside down. All destroyed, all destroyed. Long live Infinite City. Long live the god level strong. Long live Qimoki. Long live Wu Qianxuan. Long live. One by one, the excited and joyful cheers almost exploded over the sky above the entire Infinite City. Qianxuan raised the corners of her mouth high and looked up at Qimoki. I miss my son. The joy in Qimoki's eyes disappeared in a flash, and he gritted his teeth and said, I miss him too. I want him to grow up quickly, so that he can beat him up. All the warriors were surrounded by enthusiastic residents, and entered Infinite City. Walking through the residential areas along the way, people kept coming out of the houses on both sides, and took out various kinds of food to reward them. Boiled eggs, barbecue, boiled corn, pickled vegetable soup, buns, scallion pancakes. It's not a rare food, and the cooking level is mostly average, but at this time, no one will dislike it. They ate these hot and sticky foods in big mouthfuls, wolfing them down, and fighting for them, but the smiles on their faces were extremely bright. They ate all the way, and many people separated from the rest. When they got home, the team became smaller and smaller, and everyone had almost filled their stomachs. Really, I don't want to leave Wuxan City and live here forever. Zheng Minglian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and choked. I don't know when it started, but those of them who were temporarily staying in Wuxan City have developed feelings and attachment to this beautiful city. Rang Ruoqian smiled lightly, his eyes swept over the surrounding colorful buildings. He also wanted to stay and see her occasionally, but unfortunately, this was not realistic. He glanced at Qian Fang's figure. If he stayed, that person would probably assassinate him. A stingy man, Forget it, he was just thinking about it. Although so many changes have happened, his ambition has not changed. After slacking off for so long, he should get back to his own battlefield. Chapter 333, Beheading. After returning home and washing herself, Qianxuan took Kimoki to the Wu family in a hurry. Seeing his mother, Qi Xiaogui's eyes lit up with joy. After being picked up, he grabbed Qianxuan's clothes and refused to let go, as if he was afraid that she would disappear again, which made Qianxuan's eyes red and distressed. Kimoki frowned at the sight, thinking that his son was too clingy. It was okay for him now, because he was still young, but he must not tolerate it after 2 years. Otherwise, is the wife his or his son's? Seeing the closeness between mother and son, Liu Yan smiled and was about to say something when he heard footsteps coming from outside. Grandpa, Grandma, and Big Brother are back. Along with the footsteps, Wu Kai and Qiu's words reached everyone's ears. Liu Yan, who was buttoning Wu Kish's clothes, paused and frowned slightly and said, "Is there something wrong?" Otherwise, his grandson's tone would not be so excited. Wu Kai and Qiu took a cup of tea from the coffee table and drank it. He said excitedly, "They captured Jiang Yuzhong, Jiang Yuguo, Jiang Yulin, Jiang Shaoyang, Jiang Shaoxiang, Jiang Shaoming, and Jiang Shaomeng alive without missing a single one." With a bang, Wu Yun, who had been looking inexplicably happy and sad since hearing Kimoki's story about the fate of Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang, put the teacup in his hand heavily on the coffee table. "Grandpa?" Qianxuan and the others were startled, and Wu Yuan also looked over with concern. "I'm fine." Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment and raised his hand to cover his face. He couldn't tell what he was feeling at the moment. Was he happy? He couldn't say. Was he unhappy? He couldn't say. He just felt a little melancholy, a little emotional, and a little lost. He was the only one left. Of all the comrades in arms back then, he was probably the only one still alive. He was disappointed and hated Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang, but more heartbroken. He didn't know if these two people were like this from the beginning, or when they changed. During that most difficult period, they had drunk and laughed heartily from the rice wine jars secretly sent by the common people after winning the battle. The rice wine brewed from coarse grains did not taste very good, but it left him with endless aftertaste. He and Jiang had worked together day and night to search for geographical diaries in the poor and bad land with hungry stomachs. Their eyes were red and their lips were cracked and blistered, just to discuss the best combat strategy and give the soldiers more chances to survive. They had also hid behind the firewood pile with Jiangzhang, watching our countrymen ravaging their compatriots with their eyes wide open. Afterwards, they cried and cursed the so-called overall situation and the so-called preservation of the Green Mountains. They had blocked bullets for each other, they had sung military songs together, cremated their fallen comrades together, and worked together to annihilate the enemy. The so-called comrades in arms were nothing more than this. It was also because of this that the eldest brother and brothers died, and most of the clansmen were killed by calculation. Although he did not care about tit for tat for the sake of the overall situation, wasn't he also thinking about the friendship at that time? People who had lived through that era were ruthless. They never showed mercy when killing their enemies. They were also sentimental, loyal and honest to their own people. It was just that Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang were no longer his own people. He had never seen clearly, and was unwilling to see clearly. They could share adversity but not wealth. This was probably what they were like. However, thinking of the descendants of those two people, Wu Yuan felt lost. He was a kind-hearted man after all. He could really harden his heart for the sake of his people, and not think about the friendship in the past. But those children might not be completely innocent, but they were not guilty of death. It was a pity. It was not that he didn't want to plead, but he should not cause trouble for the children. He understood that if he didn't want to leave trouble for the 8 major clans, he shouldn't care about this matter. Liu Yuan reached out and held his wife's hand. Their eyes met. Seeing the tenderness in his wife's eyes, Wu Yuan felt warm in his heart. Forget it, his children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. He, a stubborn old man, should not drag them down. Even though Wu Yuan didn't intend to care, he was still horrified when he heard Yuan Zu's proposal. "What did you say?" Wu Yuan asked in disbelief. The others looked at Yuanzu with surprise. Yuanzu pursed his lips, his eyes still as gentle as before, and repeated his previous words lightly. I want everyone in the Ping and Jiang families to be ruined and infamous forever. What are you going to do? After a long while, Emoshi frowned and asked calmly. I remember that in ancient times, Country Z had the tradition of beheading people as a warning to others. Yuanzu raised his eyebrows, and his gentle eyes inexplicably showed a hint of arrogance and wantonness, with a faint bloodthirsty aura. He said calmly, I think, with what the Ping and Jiang families have done, beheading them as a warning to others is not an exaggeration. What are you thinking about? Zhu Yan looked ugly and roared, you know this is impossible. Yuanzu yelled back, I'm not thinking about anything. I just want Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang to pay the price for their sins. My sister cannot die in vain. My parents and uncle and aunt cannot die in vain. So many clansmen cannot die in vain. Are you willing to let them go easily? Why? Don't tell me they are innocent. As long as they are the sons and grandsons of Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, they are not innocent, and cannot be separated from the matter. Everyone fell silent, and without knowing when, their eyes were red. Even so, your method is too extreme. Although it is the end of the world, beheading is too bloody and brutal. You must understand that the chaos and disorder of the end of the world is only temporary, and we will enter the civilized era again sooner or later. If we do this today, it will become a reason for the world to criticize the 8 major clans in the future. After a long time, Wu Qianfang persuaded in a gentle tone. I know. Yuanzu's voice also softened, but I have thought about it. Have you forgotten that the Ping and Jiang families are no longer just enemies of our 8 major clans, but enemies of all mankind in Z country? You mean? Wu Qianming on the side was thoughtful. The minority obeys the majority. Yuanzu said lightly, while those temporary residents have not left yet, we will give the right to choose to all mankind in Z country. At that time, we will just obey the will of the people. This. Everyone was shaken. I second the motion, Lu Ju said, his fists clenched and creaked. He could not forget the unwillingness of his elder brother who could have been saved, but was dragged to death. I second. Zhu Zixi raised her hand and said firmly. I second. Yuan Chang shouted. I second. I second. After the meeting, everyone left, leaving only Wu Yuan and Liu Yan in the living room. Wu Yuan lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Liu Yan thought he was sad and reluctant, so he reached out and pushed him and said, you don't have to. I can rest assured. Wu Yuan suddenly interrupted her, and seeing her puzzled expression, he explained, seeing that Asu can do this, he is qualified to be the head of the Yuan family. The Yuan family, one of the 8 major clans, has always had this tradition. It is not obvious at ordinary times, but when the clan members are bullied, they are like awakened lions. The strength and perseverance they show at that time are extremely amazing. Look at Azu today. Does he look like Yuan Qian? Liu Yuan was stunned, and then suddenly realized, you didn't say it, but you didn't realize that these 2 grandparents are really alike, especially the momentum of not giving up. Yuan Qian in those days usually looked like a gentle and kind person, but once he was provoked, he was just like Yuan Zhu today. Honest people are the most difficult to bully, and that's how his comrades evaluated Yuan Qian at that time. The next day, everyone in Infinite City received a questionnaire through their identity watches. It first described in detail the role played by the Ping and Jiang families in this great human crisis, and then there was a multiple choice question about the sentence for the 2 families captured alive this time. The options were A. Let bygones be bygones, B. Give a lighter sentence, C. Pay with one's life, D. Behead and show it to the public, and D. Deserve to die. Although the description is brief, the meaning is very clear. From A to E, from light to heavy. In the war for several months, many people in Infinite City died, and many people lost their relatives and friends. Let's not talk about this part of people. They hate the culprit so much that they want to tear him into pieces. Even the others did not want to let him go. This had nothing to do with whether they were hurt in this war. It was just like encountering traitors during the founding of the country. Even if he had not yet betrayed them, he was still guilty. And what was the difference between the people of Ping and Jiang and traitors? Moreover, in the eyes of many people, in order to prevent people from betraying their own country in the future, it was necessary to kill the chicken, to scare the monkey and set an example. After all, human beings could not afford to go through such a toss again. The final result of the survey showed that no one chose A and B. Less than 1 million people chose C, and the rest chose D and D. It was a pity that the number of people who chose D exceeded that of those who chose E by hundreds of thousands. When it came to option E, it was not that the 8 major clans did not have the heart to let the people of Ping and Jiang live and suffer, but that the grievances between the two sides had been entangled for so many years, and they felt tired of it and did not want to face those people again. It was better to die cleanly so as not to be an eyesore. Although it was a beheading for public display, it was impossible to copy the ancient guillotine. Unlike the lively beheadings at Qianxuan in ancient times, on the day of the execution, all the residents of the city arrived, but the scene was unusually quiet. No one cursed, no one made a fuss, and no one talked. Everyone watched quietly, watching the 9 people who were brought to the stage. Jiang Yuzhong, Jiang Yuguo, Jiang Yulin, Jiang Shaoyang, Jiang Shaoxiang, Jiang Shaoming, Jiang Shaomeng, plus Ping Rong and Ping Xiacheng. The people of the 8 major clans did not stand in front of the stage, but watched quietly from a tall building in the distance. The distance was too far, and they could not see the expressions on the faces of the 9 people, whether they were regretful, afraid, or unwilling. None of this had anything to do with them. Jiang Shaoyang's eyes could vaguely be seen looking for something in the crowd, but no one paid attention. When the blood splashed, no one looked away. They were witnessing the passing of this catastrophe, witnessing the end of everything, and also witnessing the beginning of the glory and honor of the 8 major clans. Chapter 334 Temporary Meeting. After watching the execution, the expressions of the people from the 8 clans were indescribably complicated, with pleasure, happiness, sadness, and pain mixed together. No one spoke, and everyone quietly returned to the 8 families. When they came to their senses, they realized that everyone had arrived at the Wu family. Since you are here, stay for dinner. Without waiting for everyone to say goodbye, Liu Yan spoke. Everyone agreed, nodded, and found a place to sit down. The silence of the people made the air stagnant. After an unknown amount of time, a servant of the Wu family stood at the door with a hesitant look, as if he wanted to go in, but didn't dare to. Sister Liu, is there something wrong? Zhao Lin saw her first and asked. Everyone was awakened by her words and looked over. Sister Liu breathed a sigh of relief, but then became nervous, because of everyone's gaze. She walked into the living room with her head down, and put something on the coffee table. This was sent by the executioner. It is said that the man named Jiang Shaoyang held this magnolia petal until his death. After saying that, she couldn't wait to leave. Magnolia petals. Yuanzu's absent-minded expression disappeared instantly, and he said in surprise. Wu Qianxuan, who was picking up the magnolia petals to observe, looked at him in surprise and said puzzledly, "It is a magnolia petal, carved from red jadeite. Because the color is a little light, it looks a bit like pink. However, whether it is red or pink magnolia petals, they are a bit strange." As Wu Qianxuan narrated, Yuanzu's face became more and more strange, and finally murmured, "It's not red, nor is it pink, it's blood." "What do you mean?" Everyone was puzzled. Yuanzu's mouth curled up slightly, and transparent tears slid down his cheeks. "It's blood-colored magnolia petals. He stained the magnolia flowers that my sister loved most with blood." Everyone still didn't understand, and then they heard Yuanzu's voice ringing in a low voice. "My sister once said that, if the person she loved betrayed her, unless all the white magnolia flowers in the world turned blood-colored, otherwise, as revenge, she would completely disappear from the betrayer's sight." At that time, Jiang Shaoyang was also there. At the end, he curled up the corners of his mouth with a mocking arc. In the end of the world, almost 90% of the plants died. If all the magnolias were to turn blood red, it would not be difficult, but everyone looked surprised. The sentence "unless all the white magnolias in the world turned blood red" was just a rhetorical emphasis, just like "unless the sun rises from the west." However, Jiang Shaoyang took it seriously, either as a sustenance, or as a self-consolation, or to grab the last straw. Knowing that there was no hope, he still did it without hesitation. This almost stupid thing. Or, he actually held a fluke mentality, that Yuanzi was not dead, but just hid to avenge him? This guess was a bit absurd, but strangely, it made everyone feel somewhat credible. Wu Qianming's nose moved, and he raised his eyebrows and said, "There is an abnormally strong smell of blood on this magnolia petal." Needless to say, everyone guessed where the bloody smell came from. The blood-colored magnolia petals, except for making everyone sigh and be surprised for a while. There was nothing else. Finally, the magnolia petals fell into Yuan Zhu's hands. As for what he was going to do with them afterwards, it was not what everyone cared about. When it was time for dinner, the servants brought the food up. After what happened, everyone was not in the mood to eat and just ate a few bites. When everyone was about to leave after dinner, Qianxuan spoke up. "Since everyone is here, let's have an emergency meeting. I have something to say." Seeing Qianxuan's serious expression, it seemed that what he was going to say was very important, so everyone had no objection. After entering the Wu family's study, everyone sat down and cast questioning eyes at Qianxuan. Qianxuan did not keep the secret, leaning on the sofa and said, "Although this catastrophe has brought a great crisis to Infinite City, we have not gained nothing after the crisis." Seeing that everyone was listening carefully, Qianxuan continued, "This time, it can be said that all the human beings in the country have been gathered in Infinite City, working together to fight for the survival of mankind. In fact, everyone has shared weal and woe, especially Infinite City, which has taken in all the human beings and is the host. It is a great favor to the Infinite City. I dare not say in the long run, but at least in the next few years, the outside world will have a certain goodwill towards Infinite City. All of this is an opportunity that cannot be missed." Opportunity? What opportunity? Yuan Chang was puzzled. A light flashed in Wu Wan's eyes, and the others were either thoughtful or confused. "The opportunity to establish the transcendent status of Infinite City," Qianxuan said loudly. "You mean, to maximize this friendship?" Wu Qianfang said, touching his chin. "More than that." Qianxuan took a deep breath and said what she had prepared in the morning. "We also need to add some chips to it. What I want is not temporary glory, but Infinite City will become an insurmountable holy place in the hearts of mankind forever." The room was silent for several seconds. After a while, Wu Wanli pondered and said, "Let's not talk about other things first." "Chips? What do you mean?" Qianxuan glanced at everyone and said lightly, "For example, the materials in the inheritance world, such as the technology that Infinite City is ahead of others, such as magic, fighting spirit, and internal force and other new power training systems." "Wait, Zhuangxun, you are kidding. Magic and fighting spirit are only the residents of Infinite City can learn. What if people outside learn it and turn against us?" Miller interrupted her. Wu Wan's also frowned, and the others were even more disapproving. They all knew what a complete power system like magic fighting spirit represented. In this war, the survival rate of the residents of Infinite City was much higher than that of the outsiders. Thanks to this, Qianxuan said that she wanted to make Infinite City gain a transcendent status, but if the people in the outside world learned magic fighting spirit and had no advantage in strength, Infinite City would definitely not be able to rise above the status quo. Kimoki held Qianxuan's small hand with his warm palm and said nothing. He looked at her with the same gentle eyes as always. As long as Qianxuan wanted to do it, he would support her even if he disagreed. What's more, he didn't think Qianxuan would not do it without a purpose. Looking at the doubts in everyone's eyes, Qianxuan said calmly, "I know your concerns, but please listen to my reasons first." "You say?" Wu once said lightly. He also believed that his niece, who had always been reliable, must have a reason to say such a thing. Qianxuan said, "During this war that lasted for nearly half a year, the outside world knew a lot about Infinite City. It is estimated that most people have guessed that Infinite City has a unique power training system. Most of the people present were speechless. They really ignored this matter." Qianxuan continued, "Because of the friendship forged in this war, they may not get to the bottom of it in a short time, but over time, curiosity, greed, desire for power, there will always be people who inquire and investigate for various reasons. Afterwards, whether they get nothing or get what they want, it is not good for our Infinite City." "Why?" Shiquan asked in confusion. If we don't succeed, sooner or later, the outside world will unite to force Infinite City to hand it over. If we succeed, Infinite City, which has no advantage in numbers, will sooner or later lose its current strength advantage. Instead of that, Infinite City will take the initiative to hand it over and get some gratitude. But, in this way, isn't Infinite City doomed to decline? You just said that you want to make Infinite City insurmountable. Zhuang Yuan questioned. Qianxuan smiled. Everything needs to be done in a proper way. The same thing, different methods, and the results achieved will be completely different. Zhuan, hurry up and don't keep people in suspense. She Beiman on the side pulled her sleeve impatiently. Qianxuan took the tea handed over by Kimoki and took a sip, smiling and saying, I want to make Infinite City the birthplace of magic and fighting spirit. Everyone's burning eyes fell on her, silently urging her. If I remember correctly, there is a large piece of land adjacent to the Capricorn district and the Scorpio district. Everyone nodded quickly, asking Qianxuan to continue. Qianxuan put down the teacup and said lightly, Xuefan College is there. What I mean is to expand Xuefan College comprehensively and start recruiting students from outside so that people from outside can enroll in Xuefan College to learn magic and fighting spirit. This is a great idea. Wu Wangxing's eyes lit up and clapped his hands, saying, not only did we seize the initiative, but we also maximize the space and time for Infinite City to develop. After all, there is a limit on the number of students admitted, which invisibly reduces the speed of growth of the outside world's strength. Moreover, after these people have learned something, they must have a special friendship with Infinite City. As long as their lives are not endangered, they will definitely lend a helping hand when Infinite City is in danger. Even if there are really such ruthless people, in order to avoid being accused of being ungrateful, they cannot be allowed to sit idly by. Over time, batches of students who are eager to have power have learned and achieved success in Infinite City. As long as the operation is good, it is foreseeable that Infinite City will gain a transcendent status. Qianxuan's face bloomed with a faint smile. The reason why she wanted to use this method was because Sadia had a living example. The city of Academy, the neutral city, gathered a large number of retired strong men in Sadia as teachers. It has the richest and most massive library in the entire continent, and continuously supplies various talents to the entire continent. How many countries and forces are jealous of it, and want to take it into their pockets, but they can't shake the city of Academy at all. Putting aside the unfathomable strength of the city of Academy itself, no matter which country or force, there are many capable subordinates and capable generals from the city of Academy. As long as any leader has this tendency, there will definitely be many subordinates who speak out to oppose, block, or even leave directly to find another job. This is the most suitable path and positioning for Infinite City that she could think of. Suddenly, Wu Wance's voice sounded. Zhuangxun, I think there must be other reasons that prompted you to make such a decision. Wu Wance's tone was firm, and his eyes looked at her with deep and distant meaning. Aksu had some health problems. It took her an hour in the afternoon to type out more than 300 words. I really couldn't hold on any longer, so I moved it to now. P.S. If there is no accident, Aksu will go to the hospital for a minor operation in the next 2 days, but it should not be discontinued. I wanted to wait until it was finished before going, but I can't delay it any longer. Chapter 335. Prepare for a rainy day. Sure enough, we can't hide it from Uncle Wu. Qianxuan smiled, raised his hand to smooth the hair by his ear, looked at the confused expressions of the crowd and said, I don't know if you remember, when the end of the world just came, I mentioned twice about the Earth being the original star. Everyone nodded. Qianxuan continued, the so-called original star can also be said to be the mother star, because it is said that people on all planes, especially those on the large planes, are descendants of powerful people who moved there when the energy of the original star was exhausted. Everyone was surprised. Qianxuan said, and in the large planes, things about the original star have always been circulating. For example, it was once rich in energy, excellent environment for cultivation, and so on. Undoubtedly, all of this makes everyone fascinated. And the current movements of the Earth will definitely not be hidden from those old-fashioned god-level powerhouses. At present, the Earth is still in the process of transformation, and people from other planes cannot enter. But once the transformation is over, what do you think will happen to the Earth? Will they just treat the Earth as a tourist destination? Everyone was shocked. What happened? Need I say more? It was like gold in the hands of a baby. Anyone would be very greedy. Back then, the native Indians on the American continent were brutally massacred and lost their homes. What about them on Earth now? So, you want to publish the methods of practicing magic and fighting spirit to improve the strength of all mankind? Wu Qianming narrowed his eyes and asked in a serious tone. Qianxuan nodded and shook her head, explaining, rather than saying it's about improving the strength of all mankind, it's better to say it's about increasing the number of god-level powerhouses in all mankind. What do you mean? Whether it's a higher plane or a lower plane, only god-level powerhouses can travel across planes, and god-level powerhouses can sense each other, and there's no way to hide their existence from each other. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake, and it can be used here. God-level powerhouses are regional. With the Earth as the battlefield and the convenience of the home field, we who break through on Earth can suppress the foreign god-level powerhouses to a great extent. As long as their strength is not too high than ours, or the number difference is too big, we are invincible. Qianxuan spoke in a very calm tone, but there was extremely strong self-confidence in his words. There was silence in the study for a long time, and Wu once asked, how much time do we have to prepare before the visit of the foreign god-level powerhouses? There was a subtle urgency in his tone. Others also looked a little anxious, looking at Qianxuan waiting for an answer. Qianxuan frowned slightly and said softly, I don't know the details, because as far as I know, the Earth has not yet begun a decisive transformation. Decisive transformation? Wu Wancheng asked in a puzzled tone. Qianxuan nodded. I didn't have a clue before, but after this war, I have a vague guess in my heart. What guess? Wu Qianxuan asked. Qianxuan said slowly, the Earth is not the only planet that has experienced the end of the world. Before it, there were many large and small planets as examples. Among them, except for a very small number of planets that were destroyed due to accidents, other planets will experience the survival of the fittest among highly intelligent species. When the results come out, it is the time for the planet to begin a decisive transformation. In the past, the only highly intelligent creatures on Earth were humans, and I didn't think about it, but now. Are you talking about zombies? Lu Chen widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Qianxuan nodded. In almost every doomsday, new highly intelligent creatures will be born, which will lead to a series of battles with the original highly intelligent creatures. On Earth, all the conditions of zombies are met. Either the extinction of humans or the extinction of zombies will be the time for the real transformation of the Earth. Only then will the Earth get rid of its current lifeless appearance and radiate a vast and powerful vitality. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. After a while, Zhaolin murmured, in other words, we have to kill all the zombies quickly? No, in order to buy time to improve our strength, we should kill them slowly. Yuan Chang on the side objected. Zhuang Yuan touched his chin. If the time is delayed for too long, some side issues will arise, such as multiple god-level zombies, which is no joke. The eyes of others turned back and forth between Yuan Chang and Zhuang Yuan, their faces changing, as if they were hesitating about which one was right. Seeing the entanglement on everyone's face, Qianxuan felt a little amused and said, actually, you don't need to be so nervous. Although those foreign god-level strongmen will covet the fresh fat meat of the Earth, all god-level strongmen cherish their lives. Before they are completely sure, they will definitely be cautious and will not act rashly. In particular, those who survived the apocalypse are very afraid of even the big planes and dare not take it lightly. In the previous life, if he met a god-level strongman who had experienced the apocalypse, he would definitely take a detour. There is no other reason. People who have experienced the apocalypse are not only experienced in many battles, but also have very strong wills and psychology, and are more ruthless and crazy. Everyone was a little puzzled at first, but after thinking about it, they suddenly realized it. After saying this, everyone finally felt relieved, but they didn't relax completely. In their hearts, they all wanted to work harder to practice. Wu once tapped the coffee table with his fingers, his eyes full of deep thought. After a while, he seemed to have finished thinking and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's talk to Yuhei and the others tomorrow, so that they can be prepared. Since they have a common enemy, they are in the same boat. This sincerity is still necessary." In addition, Wu once looked at Qianxuan and changed the subject. "So, you should have some plans for materials and technology." Qianxuan nodded and then said, "In the past few years, Infinite City has been reluctant to share its unique technology. One reason is that the forces at that time were in a hostile competitive relationship. There was no reason to compromise anyway. The other reason was the timing." Seeing that his uncle did not disagree, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "If Infinite City shared its technology at that time, it would not only be passive, but also not get any benefit. But now it is different. Sharing it at this time not only shows the magnanimity of our Infinite City, but in this good atmosphere, the general public who actually benefit from it will definitely be grateful to our Infinite City, and those high-level officials will also have a better impression of Infinite City. In addition to the materials." Qianxuan smiled, not knowing what she was thinking of. Think about it. After leaving Infinite City, Yuhei's city, and those scattered settlements and wandering hunters are almost penniless. After this disaster, the buildings and other places, except Infinite City, are estimated to have suffered considerable damage. At this time, except for our Infinite City, they can't get a full range of building materials, even if they have countless brain cores and insect essences. Not to mention some necessary metal deposits and various daily necessities. Food, vegetables, fruits, etc. You can do the math. Qianxuan counted on her fingers and said, "Food, clothing, housing, transportation, no matter which one, our Infinite City has basically taken care of it for them. By then, they will live in the house we gave them, drive the car we gave them, wear the clothes we gave them, and eat the food we gave them. Even if they want to forget, they probably can't forget it. Putting aside other things, they will have to live in the house alone for many years. Living there for such a long time, they will always be grateful, right? It is conceivable how great a favor it is to have such unremitting support. Even hundreds or thousands of years later, it is not easy for people to forget. We don't expect anything else, just treat it as a good relationship, so that if anything happens in the future, they can lend a hand when Infinite City is in trouble. Moreover, with this favor, as long as they still want a reputation, they will not plot against Infinite City in the future. The students who graduated from Infinite City alone are not safe. After all, they are a bit scattered, but the top leaders of those big forces are different. If it was before the end of the world, she might still worry that such a big help would hurt people's self-esteem, or that it would be counterproductive. But people who have experienced the end of the world are more realistic, and know what is good, and what is bad. Living is the most important thing, so there is no time to think about it. In this regard, they are indeed incapable, so what if they admit it? It is better than swell up their faces, and pretend to be rich. Moreover, after the transformation of the earth is over, there will definitely be a lot of precious and useful resources, and a fight is inevitable. By that time, even if we do nothing in the Infinite City, with today's timely help, they will not be embarrassed to let us suffer. As she narrated, there were no fools present, and they understood after thinking carefully. These things look simple, but we must grasp a degree, so as not to discount the effect. After Qianxuan finished speaking, Wu Wansen added with a faint admiration in his eyes, "That's your business, Uncle Wu." Qianxuan said with a smile. Wu once nodded helplessly, and then said, "If these materials are only exchanged through the plain trading instrument, Infinite City probably can't afford it at present. I'm afraid we have to use your inheritance world." He looked a little hesitant. After all, in his opinion, the inheritance world was privately owned by his niece, and he didn't want to use her things in his heart. "It doesn't matter." Qianxuan waved her hand and said, "Just take everything out of the inheritance world. Fang Zheng's things are just a drop in the bucket for me." Seeing Wu Wance and others disagreeing, Qianxuan hurriedly said, "Those things are really nothing to me. With the output of the inheritance world, it won't take long to fill it up. Moreover, if the property of Infinite City is used, the expansion of Zuofan College will be stretched to the limit, and that can't be sloppy." What she said really made sense, and everyone couldn't object. Oh, now that we've given away so many, why don't we be more generous and give away some space props? Let's not talk about whether they have discovered the existence of space props after such a long time together. People from the outside world who come to Infinite City to study will always know the existence of space props. Instead of letting people think we are hiding something, it's better to be honest now. Qianxuan thought for a while and said, Wu Wuaxu is currently in pain. Chapter 336 Farewell. Afterwards, everyone discussed the issue of supplies in detail. It was mainly Wu Wans, Wu Wanxing, Wu Wancheng, Wu Wanyan and others who spoke, while others made some suggestions or supplemented some omissions. Qianxuan was responsible for listening, while using his mental power to mobilize supplies from the warehouse of the inheritance world and then store them in the space props. In about 2 hours, Qianxuan sorted out the supplies that needed to be sent out under the command of Wu Wans and others. There were a total of 45 space props, including necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings, filled with various supplies. The space capacity was between 1,000 and 5,000, which were some of Qianxuan's works and collections in the early days of his previous life. According to the number of people in S-City, Yuhei and various settlements, S-City occupied 20 space rings, Yuhei occupied 15 space rings, and those settlements occupied a total of 10 space rings. Looking at the 45 space props, Qianxuan suddenly thought of something and turned to Zhuang Luo and asked, Luo, why didn't Crossing Kemming come? As far as she knew, Crossing Kemming was willing to be a son-in-law, and logically, he should be a member of the 8 major clans now. Zhuang Luo was stunned, and then a blush floated across his cheeks. He said awkwardly, I asked him to wait outside. Everyone looked at Zhuang Luo's rare little girl attitude with some surprise. The women present had teasing eyes, and Zhuang Yuan and Zhuang Ze's faces turned black. Qianxuan wanted to make a joke, but seeing the expressions of Zhuang Yuan and Zhuang Ze, she had to give up regretfully. Handing a space ring unique to the members of the 8 major clans to Zhuang Luo, Qianxuan blinked her eyes and said, you know what I mean. Zhuang Luo had adjusted his expression to his usual calmness, put away the ring and nodded calmly. How did he recover so quickly? It's really boring. Qianxuan curled her lips. Speaking of which, Luo, you have stolen Yuhei's girlfriend, right? Shi Beiman raised his eyebrows, his eyes sparkling with radiance, and smiled. Really? Zhu Shasha also smiled. I don't know whether people outside will say that our Luo is charming, or that Crossing Kemming is a coward. Zhang Hu put away the documents in her hand. I have been avoiding Yuhei's people recently. Why? Shi Beiman asked, but his playful eyes fell on Zhuang Luo. Why else? Zhang Hu pursed her lips and smiled. Although I'm not afraid of those resentful faces, it also affects my mood, right? Although Yuhei's people are afraid of Crossing Kemming, they cannot deny their reliance on Crossing Kemming's strength. How can they be happy when their boss is kidnapped and sent to their door? No matter what everyone said, Zhuang Luo's face never changed. As for whether she was as calm as she looked, no one knew. In the end, Wu Wans coughed twice to draw everyone's attention to the business. There is something that I almost overlooked. The matter of the foreign god level strongman that Qianxuan mentioned before. After a pause, Wu Wans continued, in any case, it is a matter for the entire earth. It is reasonable for us to inform the survivors overseas. Putting his hand on his temple, Wu Wans frowned and said, besides, zombies are not only found in Country Z, we need their cooperation to eliminate all zombies on the earth. In addition, I think it is not good to miss them in the cultivation methods of magic and fighting spirit. Why? Yuan Chang looked dissatisfied and hummed, when we were backward, they did not share their technology with us. That period of time can be said to be the most difficult period for Country Z. Because of the backwardness of science and technology, Country Z had no say in the international arena. Even if it won the war, the people of Country Z were still looked down upon by people from countries such as Country M for the birth of nuclear weapons such as atomic bombs. Many outstanding scientists of Country Z worked hard, went through hardships, and even paid for their lives in order to avoid being photographed by spy satellites from the United States. The top scientists basically conducted scientific research in deserts, deep mountains and other difficult areas. The water could not be boiled and tasted bitter. There were no computers, and the data calculation of the atomic bomb relied on manual abacus. The life of those scientists was good, but the key was that they were not full and often used bitter groundwater to relieve their hunger. At that time, almost every scientist was pale and thin, and most of them had gastrointestinal problems. In addition, similar difficulties were everywhere. Scientists suffered, and ordinary people suffered too. Although the others did not speak, they were equally dissatisfied in their eyes. Especially Wu Yuan and Liu Yan. Liu Yan was okay, acting more reserved, only a little cold, but Wu Yuan's whole face was pulled down, and his eyes were alternately cold and fierce. They were people who really experienced that era, so their memories were more profound, and they could not forget it. Wu once touched his nose and smiled bitterly. How did you know that I was going to give them a bargain for nothing? Everyone was stunned. Isn't it? Their eyes expressed this meaning. Wu once rubbed his eyebrows and said lightly, you should know that there is a word called equivalent exchange in the world. Everyone's eyes lit up, and the light in the whole study seemed to be brighter by 10%. Wu once said, even if there were no grievances between country Z and overseas countries, I would not help them for free. Before experiencing national humiliation, Country Z was too generous and too self-proclaimed as a country of etiquette. It was too particular about everything, and ended up losing its sovereignty and humiliating the country. In order to avoid making the same mistakes again, I will not give them the illusion that Country Z is easy to bully. It is necessary to distinguish between our own people and outsiders. Zhang Huhu raised her eyebrows and smiled, eager to try. In this case, the diplomatic negotiation part will be handed over to me. I will definitely let them experience what it means to be miserable. As an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Z, decades of diplomatic career have made her unhappy with those arrogant overseas diplomats. Seeing Zhang Huhu's high morale, everyone smiled. After the temporary meeting, everyone walked out of the study one after another. Qianxuan took Qianxuan away from the nanny and left with Qimoki. How about we hire a nanny? Qimoki suddenly asked on the way. Why do you suddenly think so? Qianxuan was a little surprised and asked curiously, don't you want to have a stranger in your home? Qimoki curled his lips and looked at Qianxuan very quickly. He wanted to tell Qianxuan that in his opinion, the one in her hand was also an outsider. The outsider he mentioned before was not the outsider, but he changed his mouth when the word came to his lips. Xiaogui is too young and can't leave someone. Instead of leaving him to your grandmother to take care of him every time we are busy, it is better to hire a nanny to take care of him. What he didn't say was that with a nanny, he also had a reason to leave the boy behind and enjoy the world of two people with Zhuangxun. No need. Qianxuan refused without a second thought. After this time, I will be fine, and I probably won't go out hunting so often in the future. I'll take care of Xiaogui myself. I don't trust others. Qianxuan reached out and touched her son's slightly curly black hair. Xiaogui babbled, and his chubby hands grabbed the softness on Qianxuan's chest, indicating that he was hungry. Qianxuan's face flushed, and she took her son's hand away, and her pace could not help but quicken. Qimoki's face was completely black, and he used his eyes to torture Xiaogui's chubby hand. Good job, wait and see how I will deal with you in the future. After returning home, Qianxuan coaxed her son to sleep with a full stomach. After a tiring day, she washed and went to bed, leaving Qimoki staring at her sleeping face. The next day, Qianxuan did not go out, but accompanied her son with Qimoki to make up for the neglect of him in the previous period of time. And in a place where Qianxuan could not see, Qimoki looked at Xiaogui with more and more unkind eyes. 20 years. When this kid grows up in 20 years, he will abandon this brat and travel around the world with Zhuangxun. Qimoki made a decision in his heart. It was also on this day that Wu Wans and the senior officials of S City, Yuhei, and various settlements held a full-day meeting in Punal. As for how the parties negotiated during the meeting, it was not something Qianxuan would care about. She believed that Uncle Wu would do everything properly. Not long after, on a sunny day, all the humans of Country Z gathered in front of the Wu Gate of Infinite City. The difference is that some of them are about to set off, and the others are here to see them off. Qianxuan forgot her previous fears for the first time and boldly glared at Crossing Keming, who was standing next to Zhuang Eluo, with contempt. Crossing Keming naturally would not ignore such an obvious sight, but he didn't care and didn't even give a glance. He focused on his wife beside him. When he inadvertently saw the simple ring on his hand, his eyebrows would brighten a little and his face would be full of joy. That look was so stupid that Qianxuan hated and despised it, but she could do nothing about it. Ruoqian couldn't help but glance at Qianxuan, who was putting a hat on Qianxuan. He happened to meet Kimoka's indifferent gaze. He looked away, as if nothing had happened, as if he really just happened to glance over, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, he was still a little unwilling. After all, that was the only woman he had ever loved in his life, but he lost her without even a chance to fight for her. Unfortunately, this time it's really over. Ruoqian glanced at Qianxuan, who was restlessly pulling the hat on her head, and closed his eyes in self-mockery. Just watch from afar, watch her happiness. At least my giving up is not worthless. Just like when they came, S-City, Yuhei and various settlements were all traveling light. The difference is that when they came, they streamlined their luggage for the convenience of traveling, and when they left, they actually brought a lot of supplies for them to rebuild their homes. There is nothing sensational. Anyway, what I want to say has been explained in the previous few days. A take care and a good trip are the best parting words. On the city wall, the crowd stood for a long time, watching the comrades who had fought side by side leave. I hope that you and I will be safe and peaceful when we meet next time. Chapter 337, Finale, Happiness. After bidding farewell to the former companions of S-City, Yuhei and those settlements, Infinite City also began to develop vigorously. The expansion of Zuofan College was carried out in full swing under the expectation of those in the know. At the same time, under the clever arrangement of Wu Wanse, the people in the city were informed little by little about the original star and the foreign gods. At this time, the people who had relaxed their spirits after the previous war suddenly brought their hearts back and began to practice hard. During this period, the contact between Infinite City and the outside world has not been cut off. Therefore, news from S-City, Yuhei and various settlements came one after another. Today, the buildings in S-City are fully completed. Tomorrow Yuhei's rules and regulations are released, and then the life of a certain settlement is on track. Hearing these good news, the people in Infinite City dare not relax, and almost desperately devote themselves to practice. The current life is too good, and therefore, they don't want to lose it, so they have to work harder, even if they have to face the powerful gods. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, and a terrible momentum was formed. Kill gods when you meet gods, kill Buddhas when you meet Buddhas. 1 year later in spring, when everything is revived, the earth is still barren and barren. However, the people in the land of Country Z are full of vigorous fighting spirit, so that although the environment is not spring, they are as if they are in full vitality. Under the expectation of everyone, after the construction of Zuofan College in Infinite City was completed, all teachers were in place and the first comprehensive enrollment began. Children over the age of 12 from all over the country poured into Infinite City and lined up in a long line at the city gate. Among them, almost all children have lived in Infinite City. At this moment, they have expectations, excitement in their expressions, but there is no trace of nervousness. Of course, there are also many parents who come with their children. Their expressions are the same as those of the children, but there is more nostalgia and joy. After the expansion, the area occupied by Zuofan College has been nearly 20 times the original area, which is more than enough to accommodate all the children. Because it was the first session, naturally, the number of children in this batch was very large. Fortunately, Infinite City had already prepared, so there was no rush. Looking at the large crowd of heads below, Qianxuan raised her eyebrows and smiled, gently brushed the cheek of her son in her arms, and said lightly, "When Xiaogui grows up, he will also become one of them." As she said that, she lowered her head and kissed her son's cheek gently. Kimoki secretly pouted, but there was no abnormality on his face. He said to Qianxuan with a gentle expression, "You must be tired after holding him for so long. Give him to me." As he said that, he took the child from Qianxuan without saying a word. No matter how weak the strength of the strong in the god realm is, he will not feel tired holding a child, right? Qianxuan felt strange, but looking at the tenderness in Aki's eyes, she thought that he was probably too nervous about her, so she let him go. Qianxuan wanted to cry out loud, but facing the threat in Kimoki's eyes, he opened his mouth and didn't dare to speak. Kimoki was satisfied and reached out to touch Qianxuan's head. Qianxuan's body stiffened, and tears appeared in his eyes. Qianxuan looked at the cute and energetic children under the city wall, her eyes full of expectation and joy, and she knew nothing about her son's silent call for help. Kimoki smiled lightly, so gentle and incredible. Qianxuan tilted his head and wanted to touch him, but he didn't dare to move because of Kimoki's prestige. He pouted a little aggrieved. Kimoki didn't notice the little movements of his son in his arms. His attention was on his wife beside him. At this moment, there were many people like them, looking at these students, looking at this world, and the future hope of this country, with the same expectations in their eyes. Except for the beginning, because of lack of experience and too many children, some people seem to be in a mess. After half a year, Xuefan College has slowly got on the right track. Many teachers and tens of thousands of children have gotten along more and more harmoniously after repeated running in. In the same year, after hard work, Country Z finally established contact with overseas. The diplomatic delegation led by Zhang Huhu, which included members of various forces across the country, began a fierce negotiation with them. During this period, the diplomatic delegation of Country Z flew across the sea more than once and held face-to-face negotiations with several countries. At the same time, all the aircraft in Infinite City gave a lot of deterrence to a number of overseas countries, providing a lot of convenience for the subsequent negotiations. After 2 years, Country Z and various overseas countries reached a series of consensuses. Then, according to the agreed agreement, countries around the world began a severe zombie eradication. Country Z was the first to eliminate all zombies in the country, and then relied on the zombie energy detector developed by Wu Qianxuan to check for emissions, and finally determined that there were no fish that slipped through the net. Not long after, Country A also completed the elimination task. After Country Z another 3 years later, god-level zombies appeared in Africa, and Country N asked for help from Country Z after suffering heavy losses. After that, Qianxuan and Kimoki went there and eliminated them. After that, several more god-level zombies appeared one after another, because there were no other god-level zombies on the earth, and all these god-level zombies were eliminated by Qianxuan and Kimoki. Gradually, the names of Wu Qianxuan and Kimoki began to be known, becoming representatives of the strong on earth, and were worshipped by countless people. And their names were recorded in the authoritative historical book record of contributions to the end of the world decades later, becoming an enduring legend. Of course, this is a later story. After 10 years, with the unremitting efforts of people all over the world, the last zombie finally fell in Antarctica. During this period, in addition to Qianxuan and Kimoki, 6 new god-level strongmen were born in Z country, of which Infinite City occupied 5, namely Shangguan Yu, Wu Wanhao, Jiang Haoshan, Crossing Keming, Wu Qianlan, and the remaining god-level strongman was Ran Ruoqian from S City. Not to mention Yu Heizu Xiaoxi, Du Fu and others. Resentment towards Crossing Keming has risen to a new level. Since then, overseas countries with 0 god-level strongmen have really lost their temper with Z country and dare not ignore its edge. Z country has become the overlord on earth without dispute, and Infinite City has become a legendary city. At the same time, Qianxuan and Kimoki both smiled with joy. With the synchronized perception of the strong men in the god realm and the heaven and earth, they noticed the great changes in the earth starting from the center of the earth. A kind of angry vitality that is difficult to describe in words spreads to the ground bit by bit. The speed seems slow, but it is viewed from a macroscopic perspective. After all, relative to the size of the earth, it is indeed not fast. But the speed is far faster than lightning, faster than running, and faster than the wind. After this change began, only Qianxuan and Kimoki could perceive that all the filthy air on the surface of the earth was freeing bit by bit and drifting out of the atmosphere, just like humans who have been cleansed and eliminated harmful substances one by one. The earth is experiencing its rebirth, and everyone in the world, including the Infinite City, is also waiting for its rebirth. Another 2 years later, with everyone in the world eagerly looking forward to it, the Earth has finally completed its entire transformation. The sky is blue and the sea is green, the trees are lush, the flowers are intoxicating, and the wind is clean and pure. Every river is clear, as if it has been washed, and the fresh green grass covers the ground like a carpet. The fresh smell of soil and the smell of rain come to your face, making people happy and joyful from the bottom of their hearts. All this is like the sight before the end of the world. No, it should be said that it is more beautiful than the end of the world, like a fairyland on earth, a paradise on earth. On this day, when the earth showed its latest appearance, the top leaders of all national forces on the earth gathered and designated this day as the Nirvana Festival, which means rebirth, and it became an important festival on the earth besides the Spring Festival. It was also on this day that the AD era was abolished and the new era Genesis was proposed. Qianxuan stood for a long time after watching her sons back enter Zuofan College and then smiled at Kimoki. "Let's go." Kimoki nodded, took Qianxuan into his arms, and hugged her away. "Hey, Liu Liu, why am I 12 years old this year instead of 24? Suddenly, a childish voice came, which was obviously tender, but with an old-fashioned tone. Qianxuan was stunned and stopped with interest. Kimoki naturally stopped as well. "Diudiuan, what's wrong with you again?" A soft child's voice sounded, with a little helplessness and a weird meaning of "here we go again." It should be the boy who called Liu Liu. "Diudiuan? What kind of strange name is this?" The boy named Diudiuan sighed and said, "If we were born earlier, wouldn't we be able to fight against the god level zombies for 100 rounds with superpowers such as Wu Qianxuan, Kimoki, and Wu Qianlan? I don't know what the only female god level powerhouse Wu Qianxuan looks like. I heard that she is a great beauty. I really want to see her." Kimoki glanced over with some displeasure, but he didn't care, because the other party was a child. "Come on. Liu said indifferently. You want to fight with god level zombies 100 times? Can you please have some common sense? If you are 24 years old this year, you were 12 years old 12 years ago, with the strength of the peak of the 2nd level and less than the 3rd level. In that period, when the saints were everywhere and the 9th level was as numerous as dogs, what could you do? Give zombies extra food? And god level zombies? I guess when Wu Qianxuan fought the god level zombies, you would only become cannon fodder, even if you watch the battle on the side. I don't know if the head of the ZHU family will come in time to resurrect you, or you have actually been reduced to ashes." Qianxuan covered her mouth suddenly. This girl's words are really interesting. Her mouth is too poisonous. I almost burst out laughing. Kimoki next to him raised his eyebrows and smiled. What Diudiuan's voice was a little dull, and he was excited again after a while. "I heard that Kimoki's ability can control time. Do you think he can send me to the past? Let's not talk about whether his ability is so magical. Even if it is, he probably won't agree." "Hey, why? Because you were just fantasizing about someone else's wife. How could that be? I'm just admiring her, okay?" "Indeed, perverts can also appreciate beautiful women." "Hey." Listening to the conversation that was gradually fading away, Qianxuan smiled softly. "That's great. These children are different from them. They will definitely be very happy in the future. But she has also got her own happiness, hasn't she?" Qianxuan looked at Kimoki beside her. Kimoki was inexplicably looked at by her, but the corners of his mouth subconsciously raised a doting smile. "I almost broke my promise, because the doctor told Aksu that she would have to stay in the hospital for a few days after the operation. I rushed to finish it, and finally I didn't have to face the interruption of the update." Aksu was actually a little dissatisfied with the ending of this chapter, but she really didn't have the time or energy to change it. In addition, there are 2 chapters of the extra chapter. One chapter has been rushed out, and Aksu will release it regularly. The other chapter will be coded tomorrow morning, that is, before the surgery in the afternoon, and will also be released regularly. One chapter is the agreed extra chapter of Qianxuan, and the other chapter is the extra chapter of Qianxuan. P.S. After this book is finished, Aksu will start a new book. The new book has tens of thousands of words in reserve. It will be released after Aksu is discharged from the hospital. Let me reveal that the new book is called Rebirth of Chexi. I hope you can give me some face. As for the introduction, Aksu hasn't thought about it yet. It's a fantasy of the future. The setting background is very novel, different from the general future text. Not many people read the book Infinite City. Aksu herself has found many shortcomings in herself. The performance should be considered poor among the newcomers of the same period. In addition, it is finished. I hope everyone can help Aksu find some problems and give suggestions. If Aksu finds them herself, there will always be blind spots. Please. Chapter 338 Qianxuan. Qianxuan has always believed that Qianxuan is the only light in his entire dark life. Qianxuan has had memories since he was very young, about 2 years old, which is worthy of his super high IQ. The first person imprinted in his memory is his mother, his innocent mother Yuan. He doesn't remember exactly what she looked like, but he remembers her eyes. Pure to the extreme, indifferent to the extreme, and gentle to the extreme, and another kind of emotion that he can't explain clearly. Yes, gentle, even if every time he stumbles towards her, she will turn her face away and leave without any nostalgia, and his father Jiang Yugo will come up to coax him. In Jiang Shaoying's eyes, he still likes that clean and transparent mother, and he, as a child, intuitively feels the emotion that makes him like. Even in the end, from his memories, he knows that the emotion that he intuitively felt, but couldn't understand at the time, is hatred. Hatred for Jiang Yugo, his own hatred, and also hatred for him. Jiang Shaoying watched his mother commit suicide, watching the blood flow out of the hideous wound on her wrist and spread over a large area of the floor. At that time, he didn't know what death was, but he intuitively knew that what happened to his mother was not good. He wanted to call for help. He had seen Jiang Yugo call and heard Jiang Yugo tell him his mobile phone number, but halfway through, an inadvertent glance made him stop walking towards the phone involuntarily. He thought he would always remember his mother's expression at that time, as happy as a child, that kind of smile without any haze, like the sunshine after the rain, which could dispel all the coldness. Mother seemed very happy, happy from the bottom of her heart. He realized such a thing. Later, many people said that his mother committed suicide by slitting her wrists due to depression, but Jiang Shaoyang knew that it was not the case, because at that time, his mother cried to him. Crystal tears slid down her pale and thin cheeks in strings, and her white and transparent lips silently said, "Xiaoying, my child." Her eyes were bright and clear, without a trace of confusion and depression. Her tears were not because of the despair under depression, but because of him. She did have deep depression, but when she committed suicide, she was clear-headed. After his mother died, Jiang Yugo looked at Jiang Shaoying with no more love, but a gloomy look. Because he thought that the reason why his mother died was because he did not save her. Everyone thought that Jiang Yugo was making trouble and taking his anger out on her. I'm afraid that even Jiang Yugo thought so in his heart, but Jiang Shaoying knew that it was not the case. He did not save his mother. He couldn't bear to let her smile disappear when she was so happy. Jiang Yugo let him fend for himself, and the head of the Jiang family had no intention of taking him back. For nearly 2 years, he lived in an empty house, eating the same old meals made by the nanny, and was in a daze every day. Then, his mother's friend showed up with her handwritten letter, and he followed her without any hesitation. Just because that was what his mother wanted. The first time I saw Qianxuan was in the summer, a very stuffy summer. The asphalt road was melted by the scorching sun, which looked particularly disgusting, and had a strange smell. So that day, he was not in a good mood. But when he saw Qianxuan, he couldn't move his eyes away, and the irritability in his heart disappeared in an instant. What a beautiful smile. The fine white pearly teeth sparkled in the sun, the pink thin lips outlined a graceful arc, the corners of the eyes and eyebrows were full of flying joy. The golden sunlight became her foil, jumping and dancing on her body. The vitality emanated from her, and she was as smart as an elf in a fairy tale. So Jiang Shaoyang took the initiative to extend his hand, with nervousness and trepidation, and then was held by another warm little hand. The days with Qianxuan were happy. With her, Jiang Shaoying lost his precocity and loneliness that were not in line with his age, and laughed and cried like a real child. At that time, Qianxuan always thought that he was accommodating Zhuangsun. It was not until a long time later that he realized that he had always enjoyed it. Those years were the happiest time in his life. Although there were more than Zhuangsun around him, her brothers and clansmen would often play with them, but for Qianxuan, they were not as important as Zhuangsun. If other people were to evaluate Wu Qianxuan at that time, they would probably be smart, beautiful, proud, willful, and considerate. But in Qianxuan's eyes, his Zhuangsun was a silly girl. This silly girl remembered all the good things he did to her, but never remembered how much good she had done to him. She only remembered that she always brought 2 umbrellas, one of which was specially left for her. But she didn't remember that before he remembered to bring an umbrella, she always held the umbrella in her school bag over his head and got half wet. When he refused, she would awkwardly say, "I just don't want you to get sick, then there will be no one to play with me." She remembers every little thing he did for her, but she won't remember that she stubbornly clung to the edge of his bed and refused to leave after she caught the contagious flu. She won't remember that she once bravely stood up for him and lied for him when he had an argument with his classmates and was worried that the teacher would call his parents. That was the first time she lied, and she cried in anxiety afterwards, saying that she was a bad child. She won't remember that he fell and lost his front teeth before his teeth changed, and everyone laughed at him, and she was in a hurry to comfort him. And later, when she saw that he was unhappy, she actually dragged him to the dental clinic, holding her piggy bank, and frightenedly asked the dentist to pull out her front teeth, saying that she wanted to share the good and bad with him. There are countless similar things. Voiceover, are you sure she doesn't remember? Not that she doesn't want to remember these embarrassing things. When did it change? By the way, it was when his stepmother Meizuwen entered the Jiang family and persuaded Jiang Yugo to take him back after knowing his existence. At that time, Qianxuan was 8 years old and his memory of Jiang Yugo was a little vague. What prompted him to go back was not the desire for fatherly love, but Meizuwen, who was said to be very similar to his mother. At that time, even if he was smart, he didn't understand what it meant to be difficult to recover after spilling the water. He didn't know that it was difficult to enter a family like the Jiang family, and it was difficult to get out once you entered. Meizuwen was very good to him, but unfortunately, Qianxuan didn't see any trace of his mother in her. The Jiang family was cold, and he didn't like it very much, but the wrong choice made him unable to get rid of that family. Fortunately, no one in that family interfered with his freedom, and he could still spend most of his time looking for Zhuangsun. That home was like a hotel to him, and the people in that home were not much different from the service staff in the hotel, and they were just as strange. Qianxuan never took that home and the people in that home seriously. Reality taught him a cruel lesson, teaching him the importance of caution and not to underestimate anyone. At the age of 12, Qianxuan was doing some experiments that he was interested in and outside the textbooks in the school's laboratory building as usual. After the experiment, he packed up his things as usual and prepared to wait for Zhuangsun. When he closed the door and left, he inadvertently glanced at the rabbit in the cage in the laboratory. For a moment, he felt that the rabbit's eyes were red as if dripping blood, and then his consciousness was out of his control. When he woke up again, he was still in the laboratory, with messy tables and chairs, scattered and broken experimental equipment, open cages, and the disemboweled rabbit entity, and bloody and pungent coagulated blood all over the floor. He was terrified in his heart, but his mind was extremely calm. He quickly destroyed the body and created evidence of his absence. A series of actions perfectly explained his super high IQ. Since then, similar things have happened more and more. He couldn't control his reason and often did some extremely violent and cruel things, but he had no memory of them afterwards. If it weren't for his alertness, he would have been almost discovered several times. As time went on, his personality seemed to slowly deviate uncontrollably, becoming extreme and irritable. Qianxuan secretly looked up information and came to the conclusion that he might have a mental illness similar to mania. But he didn't believe this answer at all. He had no reason to have this disease. Moreover, his condition was obviously more serious and more dangerous than mania. He was more inclined to believe that it was human factors that caused him to be like this, and that person must be someone who was close to him. He wiped out Qianxuan's suspicion without thinking, and turned his attention to the Jiang family. Then, he really found a clue. Mei Qianxuan, the stepmother who had never been taken seriously by him, looked at him strangely, as if he shouldn't exist. No, it was why, aren't you dead yet? After discovering the clues, with Qianxuan's ability, it would not be difficult to investigate the truth. Facing the investigation report in his hand, Qianxuan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Cry that he was going to die soon, or laugh that it turned out that his grandfather, who seemed to ignore him, actually always valued him. He even made a will a few years ago, when he was in good health, dividing his property into 4 parts, and giving them to the 4 grandchildren he valued the most, and he was actually one of them. This is why Mei Qianxuan wanted to kill him, because her son, the grandson that Qianxuan loved the most, was not among the 4 grandsons. She needed Qianxuan to make room for her son, and his body was because of the continuous intake of a deadly neurological virus in small amounts for many years. Maybe the virus mutated, or maybe the amount was always small. He went against Mei Qianxuan's wishes and survived. Unfortunately, no one knew how long he could live. After knowing the truth, in addition to revenge, the only thing Qianxuan thought about was how to make Qianxuan not sad about his death, or die in a place where she couldn't see or find him. Later, he didn't expect that he would live so long. The virus in his body mutated because of the zombie virus, which made him gain 3 kinds of superpowers after several near-death experiences. However, he couldn't control his thinking and reason for a while, and almost killed Zhuyan. Later, Qianxuan found his whereabouts, and then the other party hoped that he could survive as a puppet. After that, he kept fleeing. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape the fate of death in the end. The mercy of the god of death is limited. Fortunately, he saw Qianxuan again, and saw a man who could make him feel at ease accompanying Qianxuan. He could see clearly that the man was the same as him. For Qianxuan, Qianxuan represents family, love, friendship, and everything in his life. Chapter 339 Qianxuan. From a very young age, Qianxuan has adapted to a strange family. No, it should be a strange family, but also no, his mother is the best mother. It should be a strange father, or a terrible father. Qianxuan likes his mother very much, the kind of gentle and doting motherly love that wants to give him all the best makes him miss her from the bottom of his heart. But dad, sweat, a son should not blame his father, a son should not blame his father. Because of his 2 god-level parents, Qianxuan has lived in the light since he was a child, and he is also highly expected by the people around him. Fortunately, his own talent did not live up to those high hopes, nor did he become a new generation of rebellious representatives. After all, no one likes to be called someone, and it's not like he has no name. It seems that, since he became conscious, Qianxuan has lived under the tyranny of his father. He is instinctively afraid of this father, and as for the reason, even he himself doesn't know. When he was young, Qianxuan didn't understand why his father often didn't have a good face for him, even when he occasionally showed him a fleeting tenderness. He always thought it was an illusion. Of course, in front of his mother, his father is a very qualified and loving father. The premise is that you have to ignore his two-faced words. He just doesn't understand why his beautiful and wise mother didn't see through his hypocrisy. When he was 4 years old, Qianxuan sneaked out and saw other fathers and sons getting along for the first time. Gentle, pampered, strict, all kinds of things. But, unlike him, no matter how other fathers look on the surface, their eyes are full of love for their children. But Qianxuan's father. All this made Qianxuan confused and lost. He watched other children's fathers buy them ice cream, give them big horses, and throw them high. Then he cried, crying loudly. He didn't know why he was crying, but he was very sad, depressed, and bitter. Then his father appeared in front of Qianxuan. He thought he would never forget his father's expression at that time. It was very complicated, guilty, helpless, and loving. These emotions that he had never seen on his father's face appeared, or because of him. Qianxuan could see that his father was a little angry at first, Probably because he was angry that he sneaked out and made his mother worry. That day, for the only time in his life, when his mother was not around, Qianxuan got a normal father. Buying ice cream, riding a big horse, throwing high, these things that he envied the moment before, his father took him to do one by one. After that day, his father became the same father again, as if that happy day was a dream. But Qianxuan knew it was true, because the teddy bear his father bought for him was lying next to his pillow. Qianxuan is a child who is easily satisfied, even if such a characteristic does not match his domineering performance. It is a fact. That day can be said to support all of Qianxuan's desires for fatherly love. Even if he misses it more than once in the future, he will no longer envy others. He also has a father, and his father loves him. It's just a little less, Qianxuan added unwillingly in his heart. Later, Qianxuan grew up little by little, and on his 6th birthday, he tested out a high-level magic talent in the wind attribute, top mental power, top fighting spirit talent in the thunder attribute, and powerful thunder attribute abilities. It was also on that day that Qianxuan was recognized by the super artifact Lei King. At that time, my mother cried and laughed. It was not until a long time later that Qianxuan knew that it was tears of joy. With such parents, Qianxuan can be said to have a smooth journey. Occasionally, he encountered some waves, but they were quickly resolved. Qianxuan is an unqualified father in many aspects, especially in terms of feelings, but he did everything a father should do. He taught Qianxuan how to collect, transmit, organize, and analyze intelligence, took him to the insect nest to hone his combat skills and practical experience, and taught him how to recognize people's hearts by words and deeds. He taught his only son all his skills without reservation, and this has been the greatest comfort in Qianxuan's heart for a long time. It was not until he was 20 years old that his father left a note and disappeared with his mother without a word. Qianxuan suddenly realized that he had been fooled. Inadvertently, he was taught to be a qualified head of the family and could stand on his own. And the motives of Qianxuan's actions were also obvious. Qianxuan was so upset, and he regretted it in his heart. Qianxuan was secretly dissatisfied with his father, but he hated his own name. When he was young, Qianxuan liked his name very much. Every time his mother called him Qianxuan, it was so gentle and warm, just like lying in warm water, very comfortable. Until one time, he heard someone on the street calling his warcraft partner, a fierce-looking mountain wildcat, Qianxuan. At that moment, there was thunder. From then on, whoever called Qianxuan's name, he would get angry. When he was in a good mood, he would show his face, and when he was in a bad mood, he would beat him up. Even if those cousins called his name, he could ignore them for a long time. Qianxuan's attitude was so obvious, and others were not stupid. Slowly, no one called him by his real name. I don't know how it developed. It may be because of his personality, or it may be because of his behavior. I don't know. From that day on, he was called Qianxuan. Qianxuan was so proud. Although Qianxuan was not a nice name and a bit vulgar, it was better than Qianxuan, right? It didn't matter if it was a bit vulgar, it was better than having the same name as Warcraft, right? The name in his ears changed from Qianxuan to Qianxuan. Qianxuan felt that the air was fresher than before, the flowers and plants were cuter, and even the alien species were more attractive than usual. He was in such a good mood that he almost sang a song. Ever since Qianxuan became a hands-off boss and left the Qi family's business to Qianxuan, Qianxuan went from being overwhelmed at the beginning to being able to handle it with ease later. The transition took almost 2 years. Just when Qianxuan thought he could be free again, his great-grandmother who didn't want to wait by his side came to join in the fun, and it was for his marriage. Qianxuan was so shocked that he slipped away without thinking. From then on, he started playing a game of hide-and-seek with his great-grandmother. His great-grandmother was also an old child, and she became more and more excited, which made Qianxuan miserable. Finally, Qianxuan made up his mind and colluded with several cousins to run away from home and wander around. At that time, Qianxuan was not without the arrogant mentality of letting his parents come back and find that he had run away from home and then regret it. let you leave me alone and run away. Humph, I didn't expect that this trip would last for 7 or 8 years. Although Qianxuan and several cousins were strong, they were used to a life of luxury. They could easily deal with the alien species outside, but the poor quality of life made them complain. They wanted to go home several times, but their self-esteem was at work, and they were unwilling to give in to their family. In the end, they gritted their teeth and endured it. After enduring this, they slowly tasted it. The free life with the blue sky above their heads and the earth under their feet is far from being able to describe the joy in any language. They entered cities they had heard of for a long time, admired every unique scenery, walked through every green land, and killed one alien species after another. They had been chased by a large group of alien species, and they had cheered, while eating their own barbecue, wantonly swaying their youth, and enjoying a variety of lives. In this difficult and enjoyable life, they were tempered to become more mature, more tactful, and their immaturity faded a little bit, like a polished stone, glowing with dazzling light. Things are unpredictable. Qianxuan left Infinite City to escape marriage. No one forced him, but he was willing to fall into the trap. Without him, this kid finally fell in love, and had his own sweetheart. After several years of companionship, he decided to enter the grave of marriage. No, it should be the palace of marriage. What made Qianxuan relieved was that his father was not so bad that he didn't even come to his son's wedding. Less than half a month after he returned to Infinite City, his parents rushed back after hearing the news. What made Qianxuan angry was, what was that look in his father's eyes? Surprise? Question mark? What was there to be surprised about? After thinking about it, Qianxuan finally came to a conclusion. His father was happy that after he took over his position, someone else took over his mother's position. After thinking about this, Qianxuan wanted to kill someone for a moment, but fortunately he was still rational, so he didn't rush up to be dealt with. Even if he didn't want to admit it, his strength was still far behind his father. Of course, Qianxuan was still very happy to see his mother, whom he hadn't seen for many years. He nestled his face in her neck, like when he was a child. Even though he bent over because of the height difference, the movement was awkward and uncomfortable. He still enjoyed it, and didn't want to move at all. After having someone he liked, Qianxuan probably knew why his father didn't treat him well before, and also knew how to make him lose face. Sure enough, when he stayed in his mother's arms, his father's face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. When someone called him Qianxuan, Qianxuan's eyes lit up, and he glanced at his father proudly. Don't think he doesn't know that his name was given by him without his permission. Kimoki raised his eyebrows and glanced at him with a half smile. For some reason, Qianxuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, this premonition came true when he got married. He forgot one thing. Even if everyone called him Qianxuan, as long as he was still called Qianxuan on his ID card, the witness would not call him Qianxuan. How could he forget to change the name on his household registration booklet for so many years? The most important thing is, his dear wife has always thought that his name is Qianxuan. It is said that people are forced to do things. Qianxuan actually wrote 4 chapters in less than 24 hours. However, because it was rushed, the quality is always a bit. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.